ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. David Scott, the ACM for Operations. Be gentle, he's only been here a week. I'd like to make sure he stays.
Would you like me to speak from here?
Whichever you would like to do, David. You can speak from the
Thank you. David Scott, Assistant City Manager. I have been here for a week, but I've really dived in and dove in and really jumped, started meeting with all of our staff and working on a lot of initiatives. Identified the board's initiatives and started looking at how we can link what we do to make sure we ensure success and successful completion. So I'm on page 10 for the board reference. We looked at what the board's goals are and how we can better align all of our organizations to achieve those goals. As the board is aware, the only way we could be successful is to make sure they're sustainable goals. So it's not just a financial look. We also have to make sure we look at those, what we call the sustainability framework. So it really is looking at environmental protection, social well-being, as well as economic. And all of these have to fit together as we run a business. We have to talk to our customers. What is our customer expectation? What is the board looking for us to achieve? What is that level of service so we could tie it to cost of service? Because we know as there's a mismatch, there's an expectation, and there's a disconnect between the expectation and the services that we provide. That only frustrates everybody. It frustrates our customers, it frustrates the board, and it also frustrates our staff. So I believe that the purpose of these types of meetings are to make sure that we align our resources with the goals and objectives of this board to ensure our success overall for the city of Delray Beach. We have some tough funding decisions to make, as many cities do across the country. We have some large challenges that you'll hear going forward. We have things like failing infrastructure, aging infrastructure. Our infrastructure is crumbling beneath our feet nationally. Cities are having to make tough decisions on how do they fund that, how do they come up with creative funding to ensure that our water we continue to provide water service, that we continue to provide solid waste services, that we continue to provide those services that our customers need for health and safety. We also have tighter regulatory requirements that are coming down the pike that we should anticipate and we need to prepare for. So these things need to be included. We also have challenges such as sea level rise, and we are a coastal city. And we have to be aware of what that impact is of sea level rise and start putting together those strategies to ensure a successful community around that. And then we also have population and shifting demographics that we have to be concerned with as we put together these plans and strategies. So all of these things have to come together as we put together our plans to achieve your goals. And as I mentioned, it's a paradigm shift within our staff where we have to think of this and run it like a business and think about it like a business. Data-driven decisions are really important. How are we performing? We need to demonstrate to you how we are performing, and we need to be able to demonstrate to the public how we are performing and have those types of communication. And lastly, our different plans have to come together, not only financial, but a true asset management system, which you see here on some of these boards demonstrated, as well as financial and performance management systems. All these come together managing costs, meeting regulatory requirements, and meeting customer expectations. And if we do our job well, we'll be successful at achieving the goals of this board as they have laid out. Page 11 goes into those level of services that the board has agreed to or identified as priorities. And I will turn this over to Randall to address the fleet and the city-owned facilities and the CRA. Yes, sir. I think it's working. Is this working?
Good morning.
There we go.
Randall Kreitzarek, Environmental Services. In front of you in the book, you'll see the level of service that actually we've been using for quite some time on our fleet regarding the mileage, regarding maintenance and hours of use depending on the type of vehicle that it is. And we actually come up with a list quite extensive lists on an annual basis of vehicles that meet that criteria. And then we scrutinize that list based on the available funding for replacements. And we do that, we've been doing that for many, many years now. So that hasn't changed. That's pretty much been set, and it's provided to you as it's been set for many years that we've been doing it that way. What you see in front of you are several boards, because what we have in environmental services is a wide range of infrastructure that we do maintain, and actually we've established level of service for a lot of that infrastructure. What I want to do is actually I want to start with water mains, and the reason I want to start with water mains is because back in about 99, I think it was, we developed a 20-year, and yes, we do look out a long range. 20 years is not unreasonable for looking for a water main upgrade plan, but we developed a 20-year water main upgrade plan, and you can come up later and take a closer look at the board. But the plan was to go ahead and look at our less than 6-inch water mains and upgrade them to a minimum of 6-inch. Our LDRs say a minimum of 8-inch, but depending on where the location is, we either do 6-inch or 8-inch. But anyway, the plan was to upgrade our 4, 3, and 2-inch water mains, which we had a lot of at that time. I believe the number was somewhere around 20 to 25 million, somewhere in that neighborhood at the time that we needed to upgrade. Since that time, we've upgraded somewhere in the neighborhood of 85%. The 20 years, back in the lean years, 2009, 2010, we actually didn't do any water main upgrades because the revenue wasn't there to go ahead and continue that program. But I'm happy to say that we are going to be, within that 20 years, meeting the goal of completing all the water main upgrades. So we have a few left to do, but we have those programmed out over the next several years, and we will be completing that. So that's the water main level of service. The level of service of water main was basically to get fire flow and to get them 6 inches, at least 6-inch water main diameter pipes for water main. Next one I want to talk about is the sidewalks. And again, you can come up and look at this during breaks or at noon and take a look at what we've done. Actually, there's a lot of sidewalks in the city that have already been installed. And if you got any questions, just interrupt anytime.
Just on the water main, you said what year, based on your projections, will you be finished with that plan?
We're looking at about 18.
Thank you.
Yep. With sidewalks, you can come up and look at it later. You'll notice that there are a lot of sidewalks that have been installed over the years. We have set a level of service, and we based the level of service on schools, parks, and neighborhoods that have requested sidewalks. One of the level of service we set a different level of service for within the CRA district versus outside the CRA district. Within the CRA district, we're looking at sidewalks on both sides of every street. Several years ago, we had a level of service. If you got a question, go ahead and interrupt anytime.
Sorry, Randall. How hard would it be to convert, and I don't know how much percentage we're done, but our sidewalk plan to a complete streets plan? We just had that presentation at the workshop. There are several counties and cities nationwide that are leading the complete street program. How hard would it be to convert our sidewalk plan to a complete street plan so that we at least have so we could be the second city in Palm Beach County to do it and lead off the county?
We can add the sidewalks into a complete street plan. We can do that because sidewalks are part of a complete street plan. So yes, we can by all means include that in. In fact, the local initiative that we've submitted several projects for through the MPO have the complete street, basically the complete street idea on those streets. Swinton Avenue is one of them. Seacrest, we're actually getting grants to complete Seacrest as a complete street. Lowson Boulevard was another one. 10th Street was another one. So yes, we have and we can include the sidewalks into the complete street program.
May I just add to that? We're also looking at coordinating all of the different departments into this complete streets plan, not only sidewalks, but parking, bikeable, walkable. So all of those things fit into community improvement, also fits into that. So we've already started those discussions, how we link these all together into a complete street strategy.
One more question, I promise to be quiet.
No,
I got to get it all out before I leave.
I would like to say, though, to implement a complete streets plan in a formal docket would take probably between 6 and 8 months from today. Because you're looking at not only, as David has said, other disciplines other than just sidewalks or streets. We're talking landscaping, utilities,
Right.
just the geometry of some of these. And so it's not something that it's easily done without incorporating everybody into it in order to make it a complete street program.
I guess we could see when you guys discuss the plans whether there's consensus for that. But the other thing we bring up, you know, many departments are gonna a lot of these issues. When I look at the org chart and I see planning and zoning under support versus operations, to me there's more synergy between environmental services, planning and zoning, and community improvement. So I was just wondering why that department was separated out, because I agree that when you're looking at some of these master plans and when you're looking at some of this infrastructure, there really is, there has to be interdepartment cohesiveness. And to me, that department seems like it was put on a different island than the rest.
It's more regulatory in nature versus operations, but the function, what I'm hoping that we will get to as the organization matures, is break down these silos and enforce, if you will, that interplay between us so we can begin to coordinate and incorporate these various elements in all of our various documents. So it's not somebody goes out and does something in a vacuum without the issues that impact other departments. Tim has talked, and David has talked, I've talked, Francine has talked. We've all talked about incorporating these various issues, including these LOSs, into our comp plan. So they become formalized and there's a good interaction, and you or your successors know what is expected of us.
I think Commissioner Jejura brings up a good point. It may be regulatory in nature, but having dealt with these departments for a lot of years, there has been, and I think remains, the sentiment that people feel like they are going through each department one at a time, as opposed to going through a collaborative process, and it's kind of like running the gauntlet. And I think that same gauntlet is manifested at the policy level in terms of how we are reviewing things, where we have seen that it's gone through one level of analysis one place and it's not fully vetted someplace else. So I understand you have to have an org chart. It can't be completely flat, but it's hard to talk about that. It's a great example, complete streets, when environmental services is over here, planning that infrastructure, and planning and zoning and economic development is over here. So somehow we've got to kind of think beyond this org chart, how we're going to break down those silos as you've talked about, because they're still here.
All I can say is, yes, sir, they are here. It's something I deal with on a daily basis. Okay. But we are working to break those down, and there is an impetus and an importance to dealing with those issues.
Mr. Mayor, may I add? Although the organizational chart is set up the way it's demonstrated here, we look at it as a matrix. A matrix organization is the only way we're going to be successful. So Tim is very much involved with environmental services and community improvement, and we're making, and let me not forget Suzanne in Parks, because we all are working together to ensure a successful implementation for the city. So as we talk, Complete Streets is just one example of how we're breaking down those silos. While we at one time had individual conversations, now they're all linked. You can't have Complete Streets be successful without hanging it on a strategy around a comp plan. And what is our goal? What are we trying to achieve in different areas of the city? We need to focus those areas where they're most, where we get the most bang for our buck and leverage our resources. Parks are important, not only because of the beautification of the city. I have a conversation with the chief. As you know, children's programs are important. And as long as we keep the children involved in positive activities, that helps the chief on the back end. That gives him something that he needs to focus on the other things. rather than some of the kids that can get into trouble. So Suzanne is very important and integral to not only beautification, she's also important to public safety. And we got to recognize the role of all of our organizations in achieving the goals of your direction and of the city of Delray.
Okay. The next one I'll go over is resurfacing, and this has been talked about a couple of times at the commission level. Level of service, we had several years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, we had all the streets actually driven and rated based on a computer program and what we call a OCI, or it's condition index is basically what it is. And industry standard is somewhere around 70, so we set 70 as our level of service, that all of our streets need to meet a level of service of 70. And you can see the red is basically the needs for resurfacing. There's also, what you can see is that we've also identified the alleys, those alleys that are unpaved that need to be paved, and those alleys that are paved that actually are below the level of service to bring them up to that level of service. So that's what this map has. And again, during breaks, you can come up and take a closer look at them. And then if you got any questions, detailed questions about them, by all means ask.
Randall, just to give
Yes.
the commission an idea of the magnitude, just to bring it to standard, that's not to continue that standard, it's going to cost approximately what?
For the streets, on the resurfacing side, we're talking about $17.5 million.
That are below 70?
That's to bring the resurface, that's just for the resurfacing side, and then we have another 1.3 million that need to be reconstructed because they're very low.
That's just one element of the issues that we have to deal with. And I use that because it's easy as an example.
So just in simple terms, $18 million to bring every street in the city up to that level
That's
70.
Below 70.
Yes, to bring it up to
No, it's currently, but to bring every street so that every street in the city would be at or exceeding 70 would be $18 million.
You'd have to do some reconstruction, so you're probably closer to 20 to do that. And then that's not maintaining that level into the future.
Along with that, and I'm gonna head over here, is the signage. When we had the streets driven, part of what they do is they actually take photographs of everything that along that street sign, along the sides of the streets. So the signage was also collected as part of that effort. And the signage has to do with reflectivity. The good news is it's a very small amount that's below the reflectivity on the signage side of things. So we set the industry standard as our level of service for reflectivity on the signage, and that's what this map indicates over here. Next, I want to go to the lift stations and pump stations, which is back over here. The level of service that we set for lift stations is 2-hour response time, and then also the other level of service is we want all of our lift stations to be submerged lift stations. We have a couple that are still dry pits that we want to convert to submersible lift stations. So that is this map right here. The good news is on the lift station side, we budget somewhere around, I think it's $200,000 a year for maintenance, and our utilities folks have a very good handle on those stations that are either deteriorated to the point where they do need some maintenance, and we didn't have to set a level of service on the maintenance side because we are keeping up with that, and that's being handled very well internally. Also, reclaimed water. Part of the South Central plant's permit is that they have to meet a certain level of reclaimed usage by, I believe it's 2025, I think is the date. Currently, we're using about 1.9 million gallons a day. Our goal is 2.3, 2.4, somewhere in that neighborhood. So the magenta is the areas that have already been served or reclaimed, and then the greenish color are the proposed areas. Our level of service is to meet that permit from the South Central plant. But I also want to mention with this one that we are actually going through the process to revise or revisit the master plan that started this whole thing back a couple of years ago, because there's some communities that were identified in that master plan that we physically can't get to, or that if we get to them, we are reliant on them to do a lot of work within their ponds, like the Rainberry communities up here. We're planned to go up in this area as part of that original master plan, but because of the issues with getting with the community, they're private communities, so they own and maintain the retention and their drainage system, and we have to work with them on that, and that was, we had some initial discussions, and that was gonna become somewhat of an issue to try and get those resolved, so we've looked at other areas to meet that 2.3, but that's the reclaimed. Just for information, we also brought the well field map, just so you have some idea of where our well fields are within the city. We do, just like on the lift stations, we have a very, utilities is on top of the well field as far as the maintenance is concerned. And so setting a level of service, we really didn't need to set it because they're being maintained above what we feel that they need to be maintained at this point in time. And as issues come up, we were able to go ahead and address those issues. I'll answer any questions that anybody may have. I didn't talk about buildings because we're still working on that one. There's an RFP out with regards to doing an initial assessment on some of the buildings. We have a work order system called Cartograph. We've talked to the vendor about being able to provide us with a module in that, in which they have done that, and we're module to be able to start tracking work we're doing on buildings. We've started that. We've started putting it into work order, so we start to get a history of what we're doing. The next step to doing that is to go ahead and start populating with the routine maintenance we need to be doing and what the status is of each of those buildings. So we're working on that one. We don't have that, we don't have that level of service yet identified, but we are working on that to hopefully get that next time we get together. And I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Randall, let me ask you a few things, kind of going back to, I think, one of the common denominators in a lot of the commission struggles has been that, I think David mentioned early that we don't have enough decisions that are being data-driven, and I think that would make everybody's job easier. In terms of these plans that you have, for example, we've got a $20 million figure on the level of service for resurfacing. Is there a dollar figure for the sidewalk plan? What's left? Has that been quantified? In terms of the water main, I understand you're 85% there. What's the remaining 15%? Has that been quantified? The lift station and pump station, that work too, quantified so that we can apply critical analysis on the front end of a budget, on the back end in terms of what we're getting done. Does those lift station numbers include repairing all of the flappable systems in the intercoastal so that we've got a fully integrated system, or are we, you know, I didn't just, maybe that's outside of that particular point, and I'm losing my train of thought. I'll figure that out. But again, in terms of just quantifying each of these components, I mean, that has been, I mean, if you look at the CRA issues that we've had relative to those neighborhood plans, you know, quantifying what's left to do, I don't, you know, and without that quantification, it's kind of hard to look back and see what we're getting done year to year.
Yeah, we do have the numbers for all of those. I didn't throw all the numbers out, but I'll get you all the numbers. You all have what the cost is to get to that level of service for each of the components that we talked about this morning.
Yeah, I know that there's been very large numbers floated around, you know, in excess of $100 million to fix everything, those kinds of things, which are daunting, scary figures, but they're not very helpful in terms of being able to prioritize what's important. And the other point that I mentioned, you started talking about being able to isolate maintenance on an asset-by-asset basis. For an example, have we in terms of the way, the most, kind of the big thing that pops out that's new, have we, or are you allocating maintenance for Federal Highway? I mean, it looks great today, all that landscaping looks great, but has the city, you know, at some point, it's turned over to us, I think, in the next few weeks, and that's a good example. Is that being plugged into the system? Is that
As we do the, most of the beautification projects that we're doing are within the CRA district, including Federal Highway. And the CRA has actually agreed to fund the first 5 years of landscape maintenance. Your question next is gonna be, well, what happens after the 5 years? At that point, it's turned over to the city. And Jeff may have more information.
Well, I don't want to get in the weeds on that. It was
Yeah.
just an example of you know, how we're good at sometimes finishing projects, but then in terms of separate line items for maintaining it, we have no ability to look 10 years after and say, you know what, we built that the right way, look how inexpensive it's been to maintain, or we really built this the wrong way because it's costing us so much. Those kinds of analysis, when all of our maintenance is, I mean, this came up with the parking garage. There was no separate line item to how much does the parking garage cost to maintain? We don't know, and unless we're able to break those assets out individually, it's very hard to ascertain years later whether those were good or bad decisions and how we can improve on what kind of public assets we are building. So in terms of level of service, however we're going forward on these plans, we have to be able to break out in those budgets. And to the Vice Mayor's point about, and I think you use, this data dump, it doesn't do us much good to see a maintenance number for some giant category without all of the subparts broken out. And that's, I know we're undergoing this analysis of public assets, but a big piece of that is going to be what does each of those cost to maintain?
We have in the latter part of the presentation a discussion of those exact items. You know, one of the things that we have to do on our capital projects is determine the return on investment into the future, and that includes addressing the maintenance issues. A good example is the beach pavilion. I mean, it comes to mind, it's recent. We built it properly, but we have to maintain it because just the environment it's in it. And so we're gonna have to look at that as on a project by project issue. We do hope to codify all of this into a document so we can put this on a schedule. You and future commissions will be able to look at that, see what our progress is, and at the same time, we're going to deal with those ongoing maintenance issues component by component. We have in the document, as an example, I say the cheapest and easiest money we can spend is on R&R, repair and replacement, maintaining what we have. And you know, it's a function that hasn't, for a variety of reasons, given the importance that it should have in the past. Well, we're recognizing that, we're putting that together, and everybody's working very hard to get that together, but we are in a transitional situation, and it's gonna, you know, we're gonna be putting those programs together and providing the information so you and future commissions have it. And the public, quite frankly, has it.
Well, and in that regard, I would hope that IT is embedded in that process too, which you typically wouldn't think would be integral to what does it cost to maintain a garage. But I think that's part of the cultural problem that we've had, is that because we don't have the information technology to do it right, so that everybody has real-time information, it just doesn't. It just gets lumped into a bucket. So I'm hoping that that is part of the corrective action that's.
That is a perfect segue, unless there are further questions of Randall, to go to the next item.
Commissioner Katz has
That's
a
on-
question.
I just, back to that same point, so when we're looking at a project, for example, right now we're doing the beach improvements, do we look at, I know we look at the cost of the project, But when we're evaluating whether or not to do a project, it would be helpful, I think it would be good to look at and have that schedule for a maintenance for long-term, so we know, you know, a great opportunity to look at that is the old school square potential, whatever is gonna happen there, is whatever we look at, if it's $1 million, we need to know what it's gonna cost us for the next 50, 100 years to maintain before we spend $1 million on whatever that is.
And then I just want to mention I brought for you today the level of service document for the beach, so I'll leave that as a leave behind for you.
Great.
But, you know, we are not unaware of that issue.
I have to laugh with that term "leave behind" because that's what one of my kids used when they missed the toilet when they were younger. So, if I'm laughing out, if I'm okay.
I think that IT is integral to everything, and I think that's been one of the great holdbacks for the whole organization. And I think that that's a place where we had one of our least investments because it was kind of invisible. And in terms of the silos and the linkage that you mentioned, that's one of the places where we had like our giant gap. So thank you to you all, because this year you recognize that and put funds in the budget. And fortunately for us, we were able to go ahead and get the leadership that we needed, the change agent that we needed. And she's been here 3 months and has hit the ground running. She is looking at the systems to deliver the service, that invisible service that we need in the organization and in the community, because you can't take it out of any of the projects. Also, she is very data-driven and also building the systems so that everybody else can be data-driven. The other thing, too, is that she understands the need for things to be available to the public, and I think that that's a shift in the culture for our whole organization, and she's put together a governance group and a steering committee so that we're all moving together in the same direction with IT and our operations. And so you all know that that's Gwen Spencer, our CITO. She came in here with a very high bar set because we had an awful lot to get done in a very little bit of time. She hit the ground running and gave us, in 30 days, a working strategic plan. And of course, if you want the leave behind on that, you'd have to go ahead and get a wheelbarrow because it's like this thick. But she's always happy to go through it in detail anytime and wants your input. My favorite line of Gwen's is that she says she's here to do a job. And so that's why I'm going to turn it over to her and let her do her job to share with you all the stuff she has in progress.
Good morning again. Let's talk IT. It's a great time to be in IT. We are overhauling everything in IT. So when I say overhauling, we're either upgrading it or replacing it. That's a big, tall order, so I'll talk about our levels of service. Our goal is to be up 99% of the time to provide services to the city. We have a mission. Our mission is to empower the city of Delray to achieve its objectives by consistently providing efficient, effective, reliable, secure information technology systems. When we look at our levels of service, our strength is that we have commitment from executive management and the commission, so that gives us the authority to go forward. What our weakness is right now is capacity. We're staffing up, but again, we're in a very competitive market and we're competing with other cities, the county, as well as the private sector to get the resources. Working with HR, we have been successful in getting our telecom engineer. An offer is out to that person. We have a technical analyst. An offer is out to that person as well. We have a business analyst / project manager. An offer is out to that individual. We have a few more positions that have to be filled. Our software manager is out. We're getting good responses from those people. When I talk about staffing, I want to be clear, we're not looking for someone who just graduated from college. We're looking for senior level people because we have a senior level task. I'm not striving for perfection in IT, but I'm striving for excellence. So people in IT, they have to achieve excellence because that's what we're striving for. We have some opportunities. It's funding, so I'll get to the heart of it. Right now, it's going to cost us $5.8 million for the first 2 projects, and that's just the first year. Our projects are going to run about 3 years. The projects that I'm looking at right now are telecommunications projects. That is out to RFP right now. Within that project, it's actually 5 sub-projects that we need to consider. One is the infrastructure itself, and that talks about our fiber. If our existing provider does not win, we have to pull new fiber. That's a cost. In addition to that, the network runs with equipment. That equipment is old and obsolete. We have been able to keep minimal maintenance on it, so that has to be replaced. We're looking at replacing our infrastructure first because everything else runs off of that infrastructure. Included in that RFP is our telecommunications piece, which is telephony, which is telephones that everybody's concerned about. We currently have about 3 different systems in the city. AT&T is out with us almost daily, trying to make things work for us. We're going with voice over IP. We have some solutions out there that we can look at when that RFP comes in. Again, it's a costly situation. We can go in the cloud or we can be on premise. We'll have all of those solutions coming forward shortly. That bid is due into us on November 24th, and then we'll start the process of going through it. It's highly technical, but we're very open as people come and look with us. In addition to that communications project, we have to couple into that we're working with police because we have a big radio project going on. In addition to that project, we're working with fire because we have a big project with Safety Pat going on. Our other major project that you would be interested in is our ERP project, replacing our financial system. Our systems are very old, they're mainframe. We call it the AS400. It's still a mainframe, it's green screen. I like to say that someone thought years ago that green screens made you go blind. Well, we're still blind here. We have the RFP together and it's ready to hit the street shortly. We have a very ambitious goal for that project. I believe we can make it if we hit our deadlines. What we are planning on looking at our finance and HR modules to implement first. That includes our time and attendance. It is my belief, of course, I'm IT, so I have a strong belief. I don't believe in buddy punching or anything like that, so we're going biometric, so I'm moving everybody to the 21st century. So what we've done thus far since I've been here is we have implemented an IT steering committee. That governance committee is people from every group around the table. We either have the department head or we have the assistant. That's as low as we go because we're making decisions. We have a lot of costs, so we're looking at the solutions that we're presenting and we're looking at sustainability. You will receive some information in the coming commission meetings where we're replacing our storage area network. It's our DIS in English. Everybody knows about the computer DIS. Well, we have a great big one. In the past, we supported 4. We are going to 2. What does a SAN cost? A SAN costs $1.2 million. But the great news is that we're looking at the technology that's going to take us for 10 years. So once we do this overhaul, we will not be overhauling every 5 years, which is the trend in information technology. So we're looking at flash. As we need to grow, we'll unlock it. So we're looking at, based on the trends, especially with PD, if we have to go to body cameras and things of that nature, then our storage is going to grow considerably. For our email solution, we're looking at going to the cloud for that. Why, Gwen? Because we have to keep every email that we've ever had, and that kills our storage. Microsoft has a great plan for us where we can retain that. If at any time funding prevents us from being in the cloud, we can bring it back home, but that'll be an immediate solution so that we can move forward. We're also very paper-driven, so we're working with the city clerk's office to come up with a way to get rid of some of the paper. If you've gone into our departments, because we have to have that paper, we're taking up prime real estate. I don't know what a square foot costs in Delray, but I know it costs more than it would cost us to image that and put it on our devices. We've already mentioned the OpenGov project. We kicked that project off 3 weeks ago. We've already pulled that data up. We're waiting for verification that they did put up our chart of accounts correctly. We're sending the last bit of information to them. Once that verification is done, then that project will be complete and you'll be able to see that. Our website project is moving along very quickly. We started the project, we had a hiccup, but we're back on track with our website project. We're going into e-commerce. So we will have SharePoint behind it. We're doing things to reduce the foot traffic into City Hall, so the services will be at the fingertips. IT is into every department. We just looked at the parking RFP that will be out shortly. We looked at the infrastructure requirements, the telecommunications requirements, the back-end requirements to feed back into the general ledger. All of that has been looked at, so we're into every area. If you look within the document, we actually start on page 36, and I won't go through every page, but I've already indicated our high-risk areas. If you have not already noticed, we have put Wi-Fi in our community center, our recreation centers. There's Wi-Fi here. You can actually go out to a couple of holes and still pick up Wi-Fi because we have put it here. We have 3 more centers that we're going to do. We plan on completing it by December. That's going to cost us about $30,000 more, but that will have
Thank you.
automated all of our centers.
Pompey
You're
as well,
welcome.
right?
Yes.
Pompey's done.
Pompeii is done. We've hit every center. Tennis is done. We have,
It's every center, Catherine Strong, teen center, tennis center, stadium, it's every center that's within Parks and Rec.
Gwen, you said the first phase is 5.2 million. Does that, what you just went over, was that just the first phase, or, and does that include also employees, or that's just infrastructure?
that's infrastructure. Employees were budgeted this year, so what we have done is we've looked at what we need to start. As we start implementing, we'll need more resources, but I'm a great believer. I've been in public sector for most of my career except for 6 months, and I don't spend it unless I need it. So there are no employees sitting on their hands. They're working very hard every day. Again, I expect excellence, so we're at 10-hour days right now trying to right the ship that we let get away from us. Our security is also paramount. We will be doing our PCI compliant first quarter of next year. We will do our HIPAA compliance first quarter of next year so that we can get back on track where we should be with IT, because we are the custodians of the data. With our security assessments, once we pass, we'll be working with our Director of Emergency Management to see if we can apply for some of the grants that are out there, but we have to be physically as well as cyber security has to be in place.
And I know you said on the website you're focusing on e-commerce to lessen the foot traffic. What about for public records, so that public records requests, rather than going through the clerk's office, that most of our documents will be available online and up to date?
We have a number of requests. We're working with the clerk's office about, we're working on trying to get our policies through Legistar so that those can be searched. So it's baby steps, it seems, but we have to have the infrastructure in place to make it work. Our website will be hosted, so we're looking for that SharePoint developer so that we can put all of those other pieces in place. But our goal is to get to the 21st century.
What about like payment of water, things like that basically are very difficult to do other than having to walk in? Would that be reduced in traffic as well? Are we looking at doing something that would be online there?
Yes, ma'am, we are. Actually, part of our ERP project is to replace the billing module. Once we replace the billing module, we'll have that. All of the vendors that we've looked at thus far have that e-commerce module, and it includes billing, permitting, the things that we do so regularly. It includes it, but again, we have to do finance and HR first. Anything that we can do through the website, we will do. We will introduce kiosks into the city because we believe that we have facilities where it would benefit if a kiosk was there. I need a permit to park at the beach. I'm at the golf course. There's no reason why you can't do
Sure.
it from a kiosk. So we're looking at every area to improve efficiencies for the
Great.
city.
A couple other questions. The budgeted amount that you have to work with this year, is that gonna cover what you're talking about? Are we talking a real shortfall? And the people that you're considering hiring, obviously, as we go down the road a little further, are we going to have the need for those people because of the fact that we've become more, you know, automated, if you will? Will there be the need for the larger group of people that you're hiring now to go forward? Is that something that would be more temporary?
Right now, we don't have a large group.
No, I know, you're in the process of, I think, assembling, you said, or getting some
Yes,
more? Right.
what I stated about the staffing that I want everyone to be mindful of is I don't have a current ERP system that and I don't have applications.
What's ERP?
It is the financial system. I'll call it the financial system because it's easier, but it's a system for the entire city. Right now, with our SunGuard system, we have one developer. If our developer on his way home gets hit by a car, that's it for the city. We don't have anyone else. We need to staff up so that we have redundancy in the position and so that we can get the technology that we need to get. A SharePoint developer will be managing our website, making things flow. We need people to support the applications that we bring in. Without going too far in the weeds, we have about 100 third-party applications here that run. We're looking at 1.2 million in just maintenance alone to keep those applications running. Our goal is to reduce that cost by bringing things in-house and using one system. That still has to be supported. We believe that with 4 developers, including a manager, that's enough staff for that. However, as things grow, we have to look at what is required. And when I'm saying what's required on our, what we call our service desk component, if we start going to technology, I'll use parking. If something happens and we need to go out there, we need technicians that can go out there with people to get the job done. Right now, we're using interns and we have 1 staffer. So we do have a low count. But our goal, again, is efficiency. So at one point, we're going to go to VDI, which will get us out of the service desk business back into the server business.
Okay, and then I don't think this is a question you're going to be answering. Probably most of the people here cannot answer because they've not been here long enough, but maybe the mayor can address it or somebody. We've spent a tremendous amount of money in IT costs over the last couple of years since I've been on this commission. Have we, I should say we budgeted or we agreed to it. Is that money spent, or is that something sitting somewhere that we can grab from and add to, you know, your?
We actually carried over. The monies that you approved were carried over. When I talk about the sand was actually bid and money was carried over. So that 1.5 million was part of last year's cost and part of this year's cost. So the money is being carried over. The money has been spent, but technology has changed. So I'll give you an illustration. When we had the 4 sands, you paid for 4 sands. We still have those. Now with the technology that we're implementing, this 1.5 million, we will condense down to 2 sands as well as our disaster recovery site. So the money was well spent. We're not imploding. We just were not moving forward. So we were at the status quo. If it's not broken, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Petrolia? Some of the money that was previously budgeted was also budgeted to be financed. Like, for instance, the ERP had a couple of $1 million for it. We never actually proceeded with it, so we actually didn't ever add that money, real dollars, to the budget.
Right. Well, that's what I was kind of
Yes,
questioning because
that's
of the
what I
fact that we
thought.
had quite a
Yeah.
bit in an air, you know, in a pot that I
Yes.
don't know that we ever actually utilized.
Yeah.
On the same level, and I don't know how this works with different departments, but obviously we're going to be doing a lot of our IT is going to be benefiting some of the departments. Do the department heads also, or the departments also have line items for IT, and would that also be a resource that we could utilize in order to be able to
We did that in this year's budget. We swept all the.
IT is actually consolidated, which is one of the great wins. So IT is now a central service. The budgets were centralized, so we have all of the budgets, and I want to say that's an advantage because we can actually see what we're spending.
Sure.
We can make better decisions about the technology and where we're going, and it can eliminate this silo that we had in the past. So we're a team now. We meet, we talk, and we determine where we're going, and we look at our portfolio to see if we have an application that will take care of that before we seek another one.
Very good, thank you.
I had two things I wanted to add to Gwen, because I know that she, doesn't want to pat herself on the back too much. One of her greatest skills is matching task and talent. So with the staff that we have, she's been moving them around so that they're actually working in areas of strength that we need results in. So I think that's a big change. And the other thing that wasn't mentioned, but to your point about needing less people by having better technology, a big part of what we're doing is business process redesign. So in order to go ahead and put in these new systems, whether they're online payments or whether it's the ERP, we have to look at the way we've been transacting, which is like something from the days of the abacus, and revamp that model. Less steps, more product. It's all customer service driven stuff.
If I could, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. It sounds like you're essentially building a whole new department, or rebuilding a department. When you looked at, okay, who you're gonna hire or what positions you're gonna hire for, did we evaluate that cost to potentially outsourcing over a long term of which would be most cost effective before we went out and hired, another 5 or 6 people or an entire department? I know certain positions you definitely want internal, but when it comes to software developers, things like that, I don't know if outsourcing something like that is the right fit, but I think it's important to at least look at it so we know we're making the right decision.
I actually looked at that. I come from a shop that was outsourced. I actually had a shop of 6 people. We supported 85 hospitals in North Texas. Outsourcing does work for some things and it does not work for others. When I looked at it, I did an evaluation, and I'll just give you our XP product that you're familiar with. To get someone to come in and do all of our desktops, we have 70 remaining. It costs about $400 a desktop. We don't pay near that for a staffer. So some things make sense and some things don't make sense. The solution architect that we've hired to make sure that we had a 10-year roadmap, that is a seasonal outsourced position, for lack of a better term, because we need that individual to come in, assess what we have, we build something, and we stay on track. And that individual will come back periodically to make sure we're still on track. But by no means do we need a $150,000 architect sitting on our payroll continuously. However, when you look at your infrastructure people, those are people that you need all the time. In our recent failure that we hate talking about, when email went down, it was 4 of us, and we worked around the clock because it was 3 areas that were in trouble. We pay maintenance so that we can get what you would like to refer to as that outsourced help. So we got the expert help from VMware, we got it from Cisco, and we got it from EMC, but it required us to do things also. So it was a great effort. It took us some time, but it was back up. But those type people we would never bring on staff. So our people, while they're skilled and they're certified, which is another thing I need to point out, we're hiring certified engineers so that they have something to lose. They're not going to do something crazy because there's certifications at stake for that. Those individuals, they're good at what they do. We're also buying software, hardware that's easier to manage. Flash is much easier to manage than an EMC SAN. I would venture to say that I could train you on how to manage our SAN because it's that simple, the one that we're buying. The one that we have now, it will take me some months to get you to understand what we need to do to get that working. So it's becoming smaller, smarter, and easier to manage. But we did look at all of that. For the network alone, depending on the individuals it can cost you upwards of $25,000 a month.
Right.
And that's meaning nothing else happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think a few points. Commissioner Katz brings up a good point in that I think that that whether it's a ROI analysis or just some stress testing on certain position refill, when you're filling positions, whether or not third party is better than adding personnel, because I think that goes to the heart of most people today understand that or will understand a significant investment in IT, and I think that our taxpayers will as well, but there has to be a corresponding level of productivity gain. And through that process redesign, we can demonstrate that with this investment, we are going from 60% of our budget, of our public safety budget being payroll to 40% because of those productivity gains and that investment. And that's the ROI analysis that I'm hoping is part of this thinking that I think we all understand we've got an entirely antiquated, obsolete system, but part of the discussion and part of the communication to the public, it has to be that measurable outcome that when we're through with this, not only will the level of service be improved internally and externally, but it's going to impact our budget structurally and permanently. That was a great presentation, by the way. Thank you, and very thorough. I don't know what a sand is but it was thoroughly convincing. But let me go back. I think it was $5.8 million you said at the very beginning over 3 years, and that had we started to get into telecom, and then 5 subsets of problems: police, radio, fire, and then the financial and HR modules. So where does the 5.8 fit in all of that? Is that all of it? Is that the beginning? Or let's talk about, and that's what I'd like all these presentations, by the way, as we go forward, is that they be quantified so that at the end of this, we have some idea where we are on we've got the narrative need and we've got the financial requirement. So let's go back to the 5.8.
Okay, currently, in this budget, we had approved $1.2 million for telecom, $1.1 million for our ERP project. We have $1.5 million for our SAN project. We have another $1 million to replace the servers. So we're at the beginning. What we did was we educatedly guessed what it would cost. The only real number I have right now is the $1.5 million for the SAN because it's been competed and it's laying in-house. The RFP for the ERP has not been put out. We have some intelligent guesses based on what they cost in other cities or municipalities around the country. So that's where we came up with that number. For our telecommunications piece, we don't have a really close guess. So we have the 5.8 in there, and it's a placeholder. But these are 2 to 3 year projects. I don't know how long it takes to pull cables. To pull fiber. So basically, I'm saying the first year, this is what we're going to do. The second year, this is what we're going to do. Once we have the real number, we'll present it to you. It'll come to you in the form of an agenda item, and we expect some discussion there. But these are the best guess estimates of what it will cost based on what someone else paid for them.
And is that technology typically purchased or leased? Jack, I know that there's probably different pieces of it because
let me just clear up that we've got $5.8 million in this year's approved capital budget
for IT.
For technology.
Right, okay.
And that includes as Gwen mentioned, $2.5 million for the mandatory public safety radio program that we are doing in cooperation with the county. To answer your question, the technology is sometimes purchased and sometimes leased. So it's an individual project decision.
Well, again, I think most people will get behind you and get behind the city, because I imagine the 5.8, you know, I don't know, if you had a magic wand, Gwen, today to fix everything, are we at $10 million? Is it $8 million? And if you don't know, that's okay.
I don't know,
okay.
but my educated guess would be 10.
Closer to 10. And if you were to, in a perfect world, would it be the right way to phase that in over time, or would you be, in a perfect world, if you could buy it all today, would that be preferable? And the reason I'm asking that is are we recreating the same antiquity process of we're phasing in, and by the time we finish that phasing, we're antiquated? So does it make sense, in particular in the capital environment we are, where the cost of goods is or the cost to finance them and lease them is very low? Does it make more sense to take a bigger bite now, demonstrate the return on investment through whether it's less employees, attrition, third party? I mean, that's the deep dive I think that needs to happen on this, rather than maybe the limp along because that's all we've got. You know, it's never been brought to us an either or, and I think that most people.
Can you hear me? Is this working? We are in the beginning stages of that issue. I mean, we've developed internally some goals. I don't know if they can be achieved in terms of personnel savings. At this point in time, we're not far enough along in that process. And I'm really reluctant to throw something out without being able to assure or have a reasonable assurance in my own mind that we will achieve those savings. I'm driving the organization, as you will see, pretty hard on some of this stuff. And I received some comments that may be too hard. But these are issues we have to get to. I mean, Gwen's issue in terms of where we are in IT, one thing I would caution is even if we had $10 million, can we spend it appropriately in the time frame that we have right now? And that's something that is very, very difficult, and it applies across the board on all of these issues. I mean, if I gave Randall $19 million to pave the streets, could you get it done in 12 months? You know, and I've done those large projects before where you have to really look at what you talk about managing expectations, but you also have to be able to achieve it. And if we can't achieve it, then are we throwing good money after bad?
Understood. It's we don't have it anyway, so the magic wand doesn't exist unless.
Don, let me ask you a question real quick. SunGard, I see it says for replacement of SunGard. Did we just purchase SunGard recently or no?
My understanding
is
26 years ago.
That went out. Pardon?
No, we
Yeah,
didn't.
it's close to 30 years old.
There's two SunGuards. There's an OSSI, which is what is a SunGard product, but then our ERP is a SunGard product, and that's the mainframe, and it's 26 years old.
Okay.
I believe we updated it.
It was a maintenance. It was a
Yes.
maintenance issue.
The only thing we've done is maintenance. We're required to pay maintenance on it, and we take the patches that we can take because we are customized. I want you to know that. So we take patches that we have to take, but we have done nothing for the system to move it forward.
So was there an RFP recently about, that was the public safety one?
Yes.
There was an
Maintenance.
RFP recently for SunGard, correct?
We had a request for qualifications that we did maybe 2 years ago, and we've been going through the process to get to the process where we are now. So it's been on your radar for 2 years now.
Just one last comment. One last,
Just
sure.
follow up, Commissioner, you're correct. It's OSSI's maintenance program, which is the police department's part of SunGuard.
Okay,
We had our maintenance agreement go out.
so that was
That's
the
what
one.
you guys were looking at.
Mr. Cooper, you know, I don't know, I mean, maybe because we're so into the thick and the weeds of this, it seems like we are just gimping along. What do other cities do? And why does it that some cities look like they just so flawlessly, you know, moving, and this is not even a blip in their screen, and yet we're kind of like just, you know, barely able to move and trying to get it right, and then we're behind the, you know, the 8 ball even after we get it right. I'm just curious as to why we're having such difficulty in this and some other departments as per other cities, or are they just better at camouflaging it?
Well, I can say from experience, it depends on the area. Some areas you just limp along. And there are some issues that we are not very good at camouflaging, to use your term. But at the same time, that if you build and a lot of cities have gone to the issue, and at least in my career, you start by doing what we're doing here and building policies, and then begin allocating your resources on policies. And they have much more sophisticated allocation systems, so those priority issues are dealt with. And, you know, and there's a consistency in dealing with those priorities, and that's hopefully where I hope to get at the end of the day, that this is a priority of U5, and we can stick to it and move forward with it and get that problem dealt with and develop, you know, the next policy and the next policy and the next policy.
Do we look to other cities like for best practices, and do we and you know, because my biggest fear is we've got, let's say, a $10 million issue just with IT, and we get to that point, just like the mayor said, and it was something that was rolling through my head as we were going through. By the time we get to that point, we're antiquated anyway, so I just don't understand how others seem to keep up with it, and we kind of feel like.
Not everybody keeps up with it. I can just refer you to West Palm Beach. It just, and all I know is what I read in the paper. $5.5 million to upgrade their system. Basically what we're doing.
Okay.
But she does bring up a good point, and I think, you know, in terms of, and that kind of comes back to the steering committee issue that was brought up. It's great to have a steering committee internal with all department heads. That's terrific. But why not bring in third parties into that governance group as to whether or not we are really on the right track, or are we just kind of repeating some
Others'
of
mistakes.
the so I would encourage you to look externally as you build that team, you know, whether it's software, hardware, IT, people in the industry, private sector, because I think, look, if you're telling us we've got computer systems that are 29 years or old, obviously IT has never been prioritized by this city. And there are many parallels to that, so that's why we're here. That's good. But I think that's
Our goal is to implement to the extent that we can, because we're constrained by a variety of issues, best management practices, private and public, as often as we can, and with a clear understanding that the commission supports that and makes that a goal. But again, you know, we're in a transitional period. We're trying to push these things as hard as we possibly can to our capabilities, if you will, which we're still building. And we will get there. It's just like, you know, I have reached out, as an example, on the parking RFP. Find out what, you know, the private best practices are to address those issues. And we'll be circling back to the commission on that issue before that hits the street. But and again, because I'm trying to keep all the themes going in my head, is that's one of the reasons why I think we have to go to single or no more than 2 issue workshops, so we can start addressing some of this stuff.
It seems like we've got two issues. We have to get it done, but we also need to get it done right.
Correct.
And we cannot forget the second part of that by just having to get it done. So even if we have to spend a bit more time to get it done right, I think that the commission would all agree that that's more important because we want this to be lasting. We don't want to have to be revisiting this in the future because we didn't get it done right. So it's both areas that we really have
And
to
that's
focus
what
in
I'm
on.
trying to do, and I realize, and I fully realize the issue when, you know, you say to me, why haven't you got this done? Because that balancing act is a very, very difficult thing for me to deal with because I've got people who want to resolve issues. We're under pressure, both public and private, to get things done, and we have extremely limited resources. And we can't afford to waste the money.
Commissioner,
And I think to that point, I think that's the third part of that Vice Mayor Petrolia's comment is how much does it cost to get it done and can we afford to do it? I think, you know, when you're watching the presidential debates, the things that get the most applause are usually the things that have no sense of reality. And I think your job as a city manager is to say, okay, you want complete streets, you want all the maintenance done, you want all the roads repaved. This is the dollar value, and which is why I think I'm jotting down notes as to the dollar values that we're calling out. And I think the mayor's asking the same questions. How much does that cost? Why is our millage rate what it is? And yet we can't afford, we haven't done IT in 20 years. We haven't done how many roads up there when I look at that pavements resurfacing plan, and explaining the dollar amount to everybody and saying what's feasible. And, you know, to Vice Mayor Petrolia's other point about is this normal in other cities? I think a lot of cities have issues, like you brought up West Palm Beach. I think that what's unique about Delray Beach, and let's call it what it is, it's a city manager run government, and for, I would say, a decade, things were neglected. And we are now dealing with all of them at once. You wouldn't have a city that doesn't have an IT program and is using the systems from 20 years ago. At the same time that we're trying to deal with a police salary freeze for 6 years and the fire department freeze for how many years. We have so many issues we're dealing with all at once, and it's because we're a really shiny car and you lift up the hood and it's like, how was it running? So yes, other cities have issues, and yes, this is government, but not all at once. And it's a budgetary constraint issue as well. Our general fund is $100 million, and how much of that is supported by property taxes? I mean, these are conversations that you, as a city manager, need to be realistic with us.
And
You
I'm
can say the pretty line, like, we want complete streets, we want to lower the millage rate, we want to fix all the seawalls, but that's not feasible.
If I were going to respond to that, and I think it's one of the Delray problems, if you will, there's been a lack of focus over the years, and maybe even a lack of determination of what the commission felt was important on a long-term, consistent basis. And that is why I think we have some of these issues. And that is, at least in my experience, and I can only go by my experience in looking at best management practices, where the really big difference is we constantly have this shifting priorities, or we've been operating on the crisis du jour. And we simply can't. I mean, I realize that you get hammered, I get hammered, you know, we all get hammered by the crisis du jour. But the crisis du jour takes our eye off the ball. And we have got to focus on winning the long-term game. And that's what all this is about, and LOS is about.
Well, it's data-driven plans.
Yeah.
It's the crisis du jour has to be juxtaposed on that, and I'm sorry we can't do what you'd like this year because this is where our priorities are, but perhaps next year this is something that can be
And that is
part of the conversation.
exactly
and
where
that's-
we've
that's-
got to get to.
Last comment on technical, just so I don't forget, on this e-commerce thing, if that isn't dual language, Creole and Spanish, in terms of people's ability to pay and understand our system, we're missing the ball big time. Every day I go by the window in terms of people paying their bills, and there's a language disconnect. So if we don't have the ability for people to do that from their homes, something other than English, then we've made a big mistake. So, and you're looking at that, make sure that.
Well, we've already looked at that. Our first implementation that you approved was Selectron. That's our IVR where you can call in and pay your bills. That's being upgraded. It will be dual language. We're negotiating with them now for Creole because the initial cost was $50,000. The product costs us $12,000, and they wanted to charge us $50,000 for Creole. So we're still trying to get them to come down, but we will have English and Spanish. So all of our systems, we're mindful of who the constituents are, and we're trying to get that down.
Okay.
If I could just add, I'm sorry, just a little closer, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor. You asked about what other cities are doing. What we've done is actually gone one step below, and data-driven decisions is important. But we go to those performance management meetings within the organization where we're actually looking at trends. What's going the right way? What's going the wrong way? Bringing everybody in the same room at the same time, whether it's IT, whether it's any department. How do we all impact that trend so it moves in the right direction? If you just look at IT in a silo, IT could be implementing plans, but by the time they implement that plan, it could be separated from the goal of the organization, of the operation. So it really is, how do we all support? I'm also impatient. I jumped in, I've been here a little over a week, but as most of these directors know, I've been already in their office and telling them what we need to do to get things done. IT is going to be pushed even harder to develop those systems to help us get to those data-driven decisions. I come from a city stat model. I took it to Pinellas County. I took it to Atlanta. The Atlanta stat is what I started in Atlanta, where we would go to the mayor and they had the red, yellow, green dashboards. Well, because we were doing performance management meetings constantly, our dashboards were always green. And then we actually took that and made that public. So we put that on the website so the public can see how well we're doing and make it very transparent to the public that we are performing, as Commissioner said. How well are we performing? And you can then benchmark us against other cities or other jurisdictions. And so we're moving in that direction. One of the other things we're doing, and I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, once you give me a mic, I just can't stop. I get excited about this stuff, as you can tell. One of the other things that the managers asked us to look into is See-Click-Fix. And if any of you have heard of See-Click-Fix, it actually involves the public and out there identifying issues. So if I see a pothole, I could take a picture of that pothole, send it in, and it's geolocated. And so that enters into either an interface or directly into our work order system. That engages the public in helping to solve issues out there. And once you solve that issue, they feel engaged. So our agencies are actually part of a webinar that's coming up soon, so we could talk about how we can certainly engage a program similar to that, which engages our public as our partner.
I just had one more technology question. As part of these processes, I mean, I know you're trying to work really hard to get rid of these silos and break down these walls. Technologies, I think, are best opportunity to do that through collaboration, through cloud, or some type of SharePoint. Is that part of that strategy?
Yes, it is. And again, I want to re-emphasize the reason why this is a phased approach is because these are huge projects, and we not only have the funding constraints, but it's a capacity. What can we get done successfully? So we're building the infrastructure first, that fiber that I was talking about, so that we can have an infrastructure that can support the projects that we're trying to do. Right now, we want to do a lot, but our infrastructure is not there. So we're putting the infrastructure in place. That infrastructure also includes our disaster recovery site. You know that our second site is over at PD, and it takes on water. So within the next few months, you will see that we will move our hardware out of there, and it'll be at a safer location miles from here. So that all has to happen. So when we talk about our infrastructure, we're talking about major tasks that need to occur, and we're not unique. We just have to do it all at one time.
I would, one of the items that I hope to get us to, and I'll be introducing some of this later in the afternoon, some benchmarks, agreed upon benchmarks that you decide upon, that becomes, to use David's thing, red, green, or yellow in terms of that. And that'll change as time goes on and we progress. But we have got to start being driven by performance and your goals and objectives rather than, like I said, the crisis du jour. And I'd like you to refer to page 12, and this will be very brief, and then I'll introduce Mr. Coleman as we go to the next goal. And I will admonish Michael to try to keep it at 15 minutes.
5 minutes, sir.
You haven't been able to do 5 minutes ever. But, this process, we've got year 2 and 3. And that was our planning period. This is going to be a continuous process. It is not something we can accomplish in a day, a budget year. There's just too much. And it's going to take some work, and it's going to take some work on your part and some commitment on your part. And your commitment drives us. And I can't emphasize that as much as I possibly can, because losing focus, and I know it's easy, when we have the crisis du jour, but we have got to stay focused. I mean, it's really become an issue. Item 4, page 13. Focus on the investment, high-value programs. And this is actually where we get into some areas of some success. And I really want to, these were important to you as a commission. I want to bring you up to date and where we've addressed those. Mr. Mayor, you need to communicate with somebody?
No, is Dolores still here?
No, I think she went back.
Okay, that's okay.
We can certainly call her in if you need her.
No, that's all right.
So I would like to start on that. As you can see on page 13, we have green there. And, it's a success story, I think.
Next time, a lighter green.
Right.
So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Coleman, and he can talk about the Clean and Safe program.
Good morning, Commissioner Mayor.
Good morning.
Coming to community improvement, and one of the biggest challenges I had, and one of my directives were from the manager, was cleaning up the downtown area. And at our first goal-setting meeting, Mr. Jura and you guys had a major concern about the heartbeat of the city, which is downtown, as cigarette butts was a major issue in the downtown area, and what level of service are we giving our stakeholders. What I gave to you, I gave you an overview, and it show on page 3, you'll see the level of service that should be taking place in the downtown area. When I first got there, and after the goal-setting meeting that we had back in March or February, I think it was, you expressed that you want us to clean up the area at all costs, get it done. And when I left this room here, I met with my internal staff and met with the manager. And what I did is I evaluated the overall program, and I found out, you have it right, we was broken. We didn't have an overall plan, no accountability for what was taking place downtown, and the work was not getting done. What I also looked at, what was our target goals, and were we meeting our goals? So I put together, like, how do we meet our regulatory commitments? And you should see in there about how many times we should be cleaning up downtown, and we weren't doing that. And the reason we weren't doing that, because we had no specific person monitoring that overall program. And Mr. Scott mentioned we're working on a matrix system, but a matrix system is only as good as the people who are running and managing it. No one's managing that system. So what I've done, we increased the staffing levels of downtown, and we identified what needed to be done and who was supposed to do it by working with a lot of the agencies who had a buy-in to downtown. Just give you look at the PowerPoint there, your slide there, tell you about the staffing level. I'm increased the manager. I should have a manager hired by next week to oversee the overall function. We increased the sanitation guy downtown. Code enforcement has been increased their hours, and PD have been increased. The CRA have increased that downtown budget from 1.8 to $2.3 million of downtown. And a lot of people focus only on downtown. Downtown is from 95 to the beach, one block north and south. And we fail in those areas providing a high level of service in that clean safe area, from cutting grass to fertilizing grass to cafes, ordinances, things of that nature. So, like I said before, hours of operation been extended. We work 7 days a week and more accountability. All my supervisors have a task to go downtown on a daily basis to see what is done. They must walk the avenue to make sure everyone is doing what they're supposed to do and holding everybody accountable. We also transferring the key position, general maintenance, a supervisor, and 2 electricians. It was 1.5, but now we got 2 electricians only be focused in downtown area. The general maintenance workers' hours will be extended to 7 days a week, not just 5 days a week, because I'm gonna have an Alpha Bravo scheduled. I'm gonna break everything out. So we're gonna have coverage 7 days a week around the clock. The best thing about what we're doing now is better collaboration with all the Team Del Rey, which used to be called Alphabet Suits, but now the Team Del Rey. And with the more collaboration, we can accomplish a lot more stuff, because now we know who's responsible for what. We identify, everyone thought the next person was doing the work, and the work was not getting done. Now we meet on a regular basis. We used to meet on quarterly, which is too far for me. I need to meet monthly. So we started to meet. I meet monthly now, and we have to come to the table and find out what we're doing, who's responsible for what, and we communicate with the merchants as well. We did a survey and what they like, what they do like, what they don't like, and what we're not doing right. Because of course we would change. It's gonna come with a pushback. We have a lot of pushback right now about why you doing it. Why are you working 7 days a week? You know, yeah, I got emails and phone calls. Why are you working 7 days a week? I can't make money. So that's okay. The cafe ordinance, we met with the mayor last week about the cafe ordinance, and we need to change, internally, we need to change a lot. Our ordinances is so out of whack that we can't enforce the rules effectively. So we're working on our internally on our ordinances so we can better serve and hold everyone accountable downtown. Banners is another issue. It's so out of whack that we don't follow our ordinances. So now we're trying to work on all that stuff to make sure everyone is in compliance, and that's a lot of pushback. But the problem is we failed because we didn't keep up with the progression, the growth, and we got to hold ourselves accountable before we can reach out externally. Graffiti is another huge issue on a daily basis. I have a guy going to the bridge in the coastal to the homeless camp down there, graffiti. We clean that on a daily, weekly basis. FEC tracks. We all understand FEC track does not belong to Delray Beach. It belongs to the federal government. But the federal government is not going to come to Delray Beach. Mr. Katz sent me an email that call this person, they're going to come down and clean the track. They're not coming down to clean our tracks. So we have to do that even though it's not our responsibility. So on a regular basis, we go out there and clean the tracks because they're not coming. They're coming, but they went on their timetable. We also, the transit population, they basically were hanging out downtown, hanging on the sidewalks. We kind of encourage them to move on and go other places or conduct yourself accordingly in the downtown area. And that's with the help of the law enforcement as well. My main objective for the next step is revising our ordinance, consolidate contracts. I wanted to outsource that work, a lot of work in the clean safe area initially, but I could not because I didn't know what we had in our inventory. So we can't outsource or put it out for bids until we know what we have internally. So I'm still looking at outsourcing some of that work, but I have to do an internal study to find out what we have in our inventory and what can we outsource. And back to, we met with Suzanne Davis and Brandon and myself yesterday, because the county sometimes they just pass on lots and properties to the city. We don't know about it, but it's our responsibility to maintain those lots. So now we're doing a study to find out what we own. So now we need to work, we're gonna work better together. Then it comes to who's gonna do it, who's gonna pay for it. So we're working on that. We just met yesterday about that. And all that is something we need to work on. And on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis, I evaluate the level of service in the downtown area. And they have to, each week they have to maintain that and give a report back to me on what's wrong and what we need to fix. We did a study last week. The trees haven't been trimmed in a long time. The beautiful decorative life that Sierra paid for, it was covered up by trees. So yesterday, the tree trimmers was out there cutting the trees down. If we pay for this, we need to maintain it. I just give you an overview. I told the city manager to keep me 15 minutes. There's a lot of the things that we're doing and a lot of success in the area. But it's a continuous progress, and we're gonna get there, but we're a long ways away from where we need to be. Pavers, sidewalk maintenance is one of the key things. Since I've been here, I've signed 2 different forms of lawsuits for people tripping, a trip hazard. So we working on, John Morgan and an engineer working on something. We may have to take up all the trees off the sidewalks, fix them, and then replant them, which is going to be very costly. because what happened, the roots growing out, and they haven't been put into a pot. And I think this was shared with the city a long time ago, but we didn't take that recommendation. Now we have to pick all the trees back up and then replant them. If not, we're gonna continue paying a lot of money on an annual basis, which we can use those funds to do other things to increase our level of service.
While you're doing that, there's some trees right in the middle of Federal Highway sidewalks. We might want to consider moving them at the same time. I have a couple of questions
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. How many supervisors do you have working for you right now, under you?
In Clean and Safe, a total.
Total?
Have 5.
Okay, and what about employees?
What's 48?
48.
We just transferred building over to P&Z, and they reduced my numbers. It'd be like 56.
Okay, but just in your area, under you, community improvement, you have 48?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in Clean and Safe, just if you were able to take that out, what would be?
Clean Safe, I have 13.
13, okay. You said something here, and I'm not trying to be critical, but you said
Yes, ma'am.
that it takes a long time. This is something that should be so basic to the operations of our city that it should just be, this is how we're going to do it with all of these employees. This is what we're going to install, and it's done. It shouldn't be a long-term situation. Everybody knows what we're looking for as far as the downtown area being cleaned up, that it wasn't being cleaned up because nobody had the responsibility. That just blows my mind, to tell you the truth. It makes it understandable why I've been receiving the complaints that I have about it being so dingy down there. It's because it hasn't been being cleaned, because like you just admitted, it's nobody's responsibility because nobody had it. The question that I have to you also is, cleaning in front of shops, is that our responsibility or is that the shop's responsibility?
The shop's responsibility.
Okay, so all it takes us to do is to go there and say, looks grimy, clean it up, and cite them, and then basically have them get on a schedule, or how does that work to be able to force them?
We can cite them if they don't do it. I mean, we have to, if we cite them all day long, they don't have to clean it. Or we can revoke the outside seating if they have outside seating. But before I'm putting in now that we clean the sidewalk at least twice a year, and that's gonna cover the whole downtown. But
Okay, so are we cleaning, or you're saying that we're cleaning the sidewalk twice a year, or they're cleaning the sidewalk?
We're gonna
twice
clean the whole entire sidewalk twice a
Us,
year.
the city?
But the restaurants have to clean their sidewalk once a month.
And when you say they have to clean it, what does that mean for them? Just, is it like spraying it down?
Pressure
or
washing.
Pressure washing.
Spraying it down is pressure washing.
Okay, and that's not probably getting done, more than likely.
Not all the time, but we can't use grease and chemicals downtown because it gets in the water system. So the water sometimes doesn't really get everything up. This way I'm coming back with a high pressure company to take care of all that downtown.
Right. I think that what's going to end up happening is they're just going to wait for you guys to do that. I mean, that's probably going to be the path of least resistance and less money out of their pockets. So I think that the way that we can assist you possibly is to give you some teeth, and that would be through policy as to what we're able to do or for you in order to be able to give you the teeth. That's what I would look for as far as direction from you. The cafe ordinance, we had a couple of issues come up recently that I remember, and I know this is drilling down and probably too deep for this, but I just wanted to mention because I know that we had a meeting that ended too early to really go into it. On the avenue and those side streets, like maybe a block over where you're getting a tremendous amount of walking, and the need of having that 6-foot sidewalk is more important than some obscure in the downtown district little strip mall that happens to have a couple of cafe tables and nothing else, and they're really not blocking that much of it. They don't have the walk-through traffic. That's a whole different dynamic, and I think that we need to, as a commission, readdress that, look at that again, and maybe reassess it. But when we're talking about the avenue, I think we got it right, and I can tell you because going down there by 2nd Avenue, both on the north section of 2nd and the south section of 2nd from Atlantic, you can finally walk on the sidewalk. So kudos to you for getting that done, and I think we mentioned that to you before.
Yes.
But definitely need to be working towards this improvement area.
I want to address one of the things you
Sure.
alluded to. A lot of the issues downtown, our ordinances is so bad that we need to rewrite them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And right now, it's hard to get 100% compliance because you have a lot of people with lawyers and they read the ordinance and say, basically,
yeah.
what are you talking about?
You got
So
it.
right now, with the cafe lights, I met with the mayor last week. we have to go back and rewrite the whole ordinance, because what happened, once we put the 6 foot in, 6 foot, 6 foot clearance in, we didn't go back and change everything else. It counted everything else
Sure.
out. And then a lot of sidewalks, they can't even get 6 foot.
No, absolutely. There's not even exist 6 foot there.
Yes. And a lot of the public plazas in our ordinance has public and private.
Right.
You know, and we should not be regulating private property.
Right. Well, I was going to tell you, I agree with you, and since we're already revamping everything in this town, jump on board. We might as well go ahead and do your area too and get that done.
Yeah.
Under the sanitation section, you also have that you have people going out and checking out the set-outs for early garbage and trash. You know, to me, that doesn't really rise high on the level of, I know that you have people going out there and marking the trash, whether or not it was out there before or, you know, not, and it's by hour. It becomes so, to me, it gets so down, and I get we have to do some of that, but I just don't know if that's where we really want to focus, because I don't know. It just seems to me that if someone puts out their trash a few hours early and gets caught doing it and they get a $50 fine or whatever the fine is, I don't even know, that's not sending the message that I would want to send. Instead of those guys running around or buzzing around, I mean, maybe we have an issue in certain areas, but for the most part, the city understands when to put the trash out. If it starts to get out of hand again, that's when you redeploy. I would take those people and put them into an area like the downtown that you're going to need to be able to kind of shine up this town. That's where I can see some movement. I would suggest, and this is just from the outside looking in, not being so specific about being inflexible and being able to move some of these guys around, so that you're really kind of taking what you hear from us and employing it. This traffic garbage setting out early, it just gets phone calls ringing, and they'll have a picture when they put it out, and you've got to, it just gets really rough, and it doesn't seem like it really pays off. Finally, the sheet you just handed out.
Yes, ma'am.
You've got the target, the plan, and the actual.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the actual is empty on both pages. Does that
Yes.
mean that we're not actually getting
We're
anything
not capturing
done?
the data. So at the bottom, well, I don't have the bottom. On the bottom of mine, they're gonna have data not collected over the years.
says
So I can't give you any data. But over time, when I come back, because we can do it on a monthly, annual basis, I should be the next goal setting meeting. I should be able to capture that data, what we put in the computer
Okay, so you're
system.
going to be filling that
I'll
in.
be
In other
filling
words,
in,
that's what
yes.
you're basically showing us as
Yes.
your working sheet.
Yes.
I got it. All
Vice
right.
Mayor, as I mentioned, we sent that out to all of our departments, so we're building that document up now. So we're going towards that data-driven decision. So a lot of information, as Michael mentioned, has not been captured or is not organized such that we can demonstrate it. So we're going through that process now.
Great. And finally, the sober housing issue.
Yes,
Huge.
big.
Huge.
It's a
So
big-
I, you know, those guys that are running around talking about the garbage, maybe that would be the place to redeploy them. Thank you.
Sorry.
Jumping off of Vice Mayor Petrolia's comments on the sidewalk cafe, when you're looking at cleaning up the code, and, you know, with the goal of having the 6 foot compliance, or I know 88 is 5 foot, but we want 6 foot, and taking out redundant language, it doesn't necessarily need to be in there. Also, you said you're not, you know, we aren't, how do you enforce that? Well, when you revise that sidewalk cafe permit, you put in their requirements, like the monthly cleaning, the emptying of trash cans when they get full, that's even if it's a city trash can in front of their property. And then your code enforcement officers are then papering that file. So when they go to renew their permit, or if they have 3 violations, it's written in the code that you could revoke their sidewalk
Yes.
cafe permit. As far as the private properties that are not set up on the street, like the plazas that aren't on Atlantic Avenue, aren't in the downtown, and they're just plazas that they're not even fronting the sidewalk. They have their own private sidewalk. I don't understand why they wouldn't have the ability to put.
Because in our ordinance, when it was written, it says
Right,
public
so
or
that's
private.
another thing that you have to fix. The other sidewalk cafes, transient housing. To me, enforcing, you know, the number of occupants, you know, 3 per unit, and obviously transient housing is all transient housing, and making sure that our residential neighborhoods, the character we're maintaining as much as possible. There's a lot of loitering and in front of some of these transient rental housing properties. There's, you know, a lot of littering, and to me, that's where your services could really, your department really could concentrate on making sure that code enforcement is being filed for those properties that are being utilized as a transient rental housing, whether it's a vacation home, sober house, whatever type of transit housing it is.
We tried to regulate that and monitor those houses without crossing that line of violating their constitutional rights. So we do a decent job with it without, crossing that line that we don't want to cross. But we are monitoring. We have one guy who's very passionate about it, Mr. Mark Woods. But there's one of those, it's like that law that you can't violate a target because they're protected by ADA.
Real quick, while you're on that, I know Mark is not here. We've been trying to address this for quite some time, and the
Yes, sir.
dialogue between your department and the commission is crucial.
Yes, sir.
Because in setting policy, we need to really understand what are the day-to-day issues we're dealing with when it comes to those transient homes. So what have you been faced with recently that's going on? I mean, last time we spoke, I think Chief had told us, when I went to some of his Wednesday afternoon meetings, he's told us that I don't know the classifications, Category 1 crimes were up, the purse snatchings and the cell phones off the tables in downtown, a lot of disturbance calls to those homes. So what are we facing with now?
Right now, at this particular time, we're facing homelessness because they're getting kicked out of the rehabs right now, and they're all over the city. So we're facing with that, and we have some place and using them at prostitution. They get these young girls in here, they want to rent out the house, and basically it's like a scam for prostitution, things of that nature. So there's a multitude of different things that we're dealing with when it comes to the transit housing and sober living.
And is there a good working relationship and dialogue between yourself and the chief, between your department and the police department? 'Cause
Oh, yes.
I know there's a lot of overlap, right, when you're dealing with the transient?
Yeah, and just to jump what Michael's talking about, the government's also looking at the bad operators. That's coming to a head real soon. We have a program set up with the Delray Beach Drug Task Force that addresses some of the issues that Michael's talking about when individuals get kicked out. We have some options for that, but I mean, we all know it's a policing concern, and Michael has definitely helped out on his end with trying to enforce it. We sat down just recently with State Representative Hager and expressed again that we need more teeth to some of these rules, so we'll see how that rolls.
A lot of we're limited a lot when it comes to what we can and cannot do.
So with some language, it may not come from us, but some language dealing with putting people out of the homes and leaving them stranded on the streets, would that give you more teeth to
Yeah,
be able?
there's some right now, but it's not enforceable really. I mean, there's like a 72-hour notice you're supposed to give and things like that, and that's where the Delray Beach Drug Task Force has helped out with Ms. Suzanne Spencer, able to get some of those people off the street because they want to be either victims or are suspects.
With the drug task force, Suzanne Spencer, she's helped us out a lot by trying to regulate that whole business in itself.
I have two things. One, since we're on the transient, I'll start with that. I mean, it seems, I understand there's the federal laws that we have to watch, but there must be something that we're doing or not doing, I think, that's attracting those businesses, those ventures into our town.
All-American city.
Right, into our all-American city. But, I mean, on a serious note, our surrounding cities, while they have some similar problems, nothing to our scale of just literally, it seems like every day, these halfway houses, whatever that you want to call them, transient homes popping up. What have we done or not done, I think, in our ordinances and enforcement, or what can we do so that they might want to look to go to other towns instead of coming here, because it seems like this is the go-to place if they want to get into that business. This is where they're coming, and my guess would be, and usually people choose areas like I know I work in higher education. The for-profit I used to work in the for-profit education industry. They specifically would go into states with less regulation because it was easier to do business, so they could expand faster. And it seems like I don't know what we're doing or what we really need to look strategically at what we can do as far as enforcement. I know we have Mark Woods. Mark Woods is great, but we need 10 Mark Woods, I think is what it is, because Gulfstream is right next to us. They're not having the same problem. Hypoluxo, Boca, even Boynton.
Yeah.
We don't.
So
What's that?
They suck, we don't.
So,
I mean-
two points, Commissioner.
No, I say that in jest, but the truth is, I've asked this question a number of years ago. Why are these people coming here? The truth is, we're a beautiful city,
Yes.
and we're a very attractive place for people to be, but you're right, maybe
But
there's something.
just for the history of it, we were very lax and way behind when the pill mills came. The pill mills came, took up shop in Delray, there was several of them, which in turn, now you have pill mills, so now all of a sudden the other operators came to help out the pill mill people, and then the pill mills pulled out, we still were
Stadium.
behind, and we allowed a lot of establishments to take up residency. Now, the one thing I will tell you that I'm a big proponent on is transparency and accountability, and we tell our story. I can tell you some other cities don't tell the story like we do. And I just think our community needs to know what goes on in our community. It happens in Boynton. I talked to the police chief there. It happens in Boca. They just don't tell the story. The places are still coming. I think we need to fix it. It's not something we can turn an eye, blind eye to. But you'll hear me say this a lot. I mean, 99% of those organizations are good people. They're trying to get people healthy, and they're becoming successful people in our community. It's that 1% that we got to get rid of, and right now we don't have much teeth to get rid of that. So.
Well,
that's what we're doing.
And we do a great job. We keep them here because we feed them all the homeless for free. We have a free trolley. We have we give them 3 meals a day. We have a lot to the people that free showers. So why would you leave? They go where? We offer a lot.
I think also, if I may, Chief, it's not about the 99% good operators. It's the fact that basically we end up with those people who do not make it through their programs, whether they're good programs or bad programs, on our streets, back into the drug scene, and basically it becomes our problem. So it doesn't matter if we have 100% good operators. The problem is the industry is here, and we have to figure out what to do with those that will not make it through the program. And there are more of those than probably making it through.
Right.
You understand that as
I
the
do,
rate of...
but my point is, it's not just a Delray problem. I mean, it's not like Delray has a heroin problem, Delray has a recovery. This is a
I understand,
nation problem.
but we are the magnet for this, and for all the reasons that were explained up here. We've got a paradise that we can attract people to come down to with their big dollars to be able to get into the sober care system here, make it or break it. It doesn't matter to them. Once they're in, they've got the money, and they end up out on our streets, and our problem after that. So basically, it really doesn't matter. I mean, we have that beautiful image of paradise. Come, do your sober living in paradise. And we do have a paradise, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a paradise, forever if we don't start managing the problem, the spill out into our streets of those that don't make it. And that's the issue here. I don't have a problem with the sober living industry. It brings a tremendous amount of money and good people to our town. I mean, some of my best friends are people who started here in that industry themselves, recovering. That's not the issue. The issue is, what do we do when we have so many people on our streets? And now we're talking about prostitution, drugs. It's going into the big city problems because of the fact that we have this as our issue now. And that's what we have to deal with.
We're going to have to deal with it as a matter of importance to the community, because what you don't want to do is fall backwards. And those issues existed previously. I know when I was growing up as a boy in Fort Lauderdale, those types of issues were there. But we're going to have to come up with a comprehensive approach to that within the law, because we have some issues there, and assign those resources. We're not at that point unfortunately.
For me, the priority is keeping our residential neighborhood residential. I think the point of a residential neighborhood is that you grow up in the neighborhood, you know your neighbors, you're okay with your kids going out in the street because it's the same faces over and over again. When you have transient housing, and I keep saying transient housing because it's not, you just can't single out sober houses, it's transient housing, and you have an ever-changing next door neighbor, whether it's monthly, whether it's weekly, whether it's daily, it loses the character of a residential neighborhood. It then takes on the nature of a more commercial business district. So I think, Mr. Manager and Chief and Code and Planning, when we're looking at this, we really need to focus on keeping a residential character rather than the type of commercial use that's going on there. And that's a decision that our city will have to make long term, whether we want to let go of all of transient housing. I mean, with Airbnb, with rental houses, on the beach, you need to decide. We have to treat them all the same. And for me, there should be a sanctity to a residential neighborhood. that you're not utilizing it for commercial purposes.
I'm glad Commissioner Jarjur brought that up, because it is true that these are transient facilities, not necessarily sober homes, because, you know, legal terms, and you have to be careful, because we're not really singling out the sober homes. We do have a problem with sober homes, but we're talking about transient homes where people are moving in and out, because we're trying to protect our residential, single-family residential areas. So back in, 2009, I believe, I wasn't on the commission, but I think the commission was wrestling with this issue back then. We went into the definition of family. I don't know, everyone around here is new. We went through the definition of family. Exactly, it was a long one. I think it was 3 times per year, 6 times per year, where you can, you know, move or you can rent. I can't remember the details to it, but we passed that ordinance, I believe. It was a matter of enforcement and whether people were renting it out more than 6 times a year or not. And then we had the rental permit. I think all homes have to get a permit from P&Z somewhere to be able to rent it. So I think that's in place. We have to be able to enforce that to protect our single-family residential areas.
Michael on those, when we go to calls with that issue, we'll give those addresses to Mike's shop, and he does research those, and then Mark Woods will go out and warn them and cite them and all that good stuff.
We've got to develop a strategy for protecting our residential neighborhoods, and that's just the bottom line. I mean, I want to remind everybody we were 15 minutes behind in terms of the break. I don't know if anybody needs a bio break.
I just have one last question, if it's okay, for just,
Yes, sir.
First of all, I told you before, I applaud the amount of work you've done with the downtown, and done it very fast. But we have a lot more in downtown. What are the goals for the rest of the city with code enforcement outside of the downtown and clean? I mean, I hear clean and safe. Well, guess what? Lake Ida West, this neighborhood right here, wants to be just as clean and safe as downtown is.
I have another slide in my presentation about overall community improvement, which I'll touch on that later on. Unless
Okay.
you want to do it now.
Neighborhood stabilization as well?
Yes, a lot of the money we used to have a bootstrap program that target those neighborhoods like Rainbury Wood and Derrick Shores, but no funding. So we're trying to find some resources to go out there and take it to those neighborhoods. Ms. Furlane, she works very hard getting families out, but a lot of those homeowners don't live in the state. They live out of state, especially Rainbury Woods. Rainbury Woods is probably one of the worst neighborhoods in the city, but the owners live out of state. A lot of houses they haven't paid on them in years, so they don't care how it looks. So we can find them all day long, but they're not going to pay the fine. So we try to go in and encourage them that you need to have pride in your neighborhood and take care of your neighborhood. And a lot of times when you have individuals have 5 and 6 cars, you know, your driveway don't fit 2. So we actually, what we do is start doing, we're going to start targeting one segment of our population. We're going to be our Haitian Americans and our Latino Americans, and I don't want to get into that either. I have one person owe me $32,000 with 4 flat tires, and she won't move her car out of her driveway until I hired a Haitian American, and he convinced her to move her car.
But Captain Coleman, why can't we find them all day long and then put a lien on their property? Like every other city that does a special magistrate hearing, and you hear these properties being foreclosed on and sold to a new owner, and the new owner has to cure $150,000 worth of liens that a city placed on it.
We have liens on property. You're absolutely right, ma'am. We go through a process. We find them, then they go to a board, and then they put a lien on the property. And then after 20 years, when they try to sell it and to refinance it, they have to pay us first. After 20 years, the liens go away.
Michael, I have to say this, and I wanted to say it publicly because you just brought me into it when you said when you hired certain people who can serve. I mean, Corey Jones' issue happened in Palm Beach Gardens. Palm Beach Gardens is not Revere Beach, guys. Okay? So this is something that can happen anywhere. And when a community does not reflect who it serves, you have tensions that build up naturally. And when community improvements didn't have enough Haitian Americans or people that look like the community they serve, they used to deal with a number of issues. I would get calls all the time because they felt like it was an antagonizing process for them. The city was going after them. But ever since Michael has taken over, there are more Haitian Americans, more African Americans in those communities. I don't get those calls anymore. And when I do, they say, hey, I went in to see them. Someone came in and spoke to me. So I'm going to say it again to our chief and our police department. And I know the chief has made some great efforts ever since we've started talking. He's hired a number of folks. But I won't stop pushing this. We have to make sure that our police departments especially reflect our population. I heard something that one of our police chiefs in the county said the other day. He said the problem with our police departments now is that we train 90% of the time for 10% of what we do, and we only train 10% of the time for what we do 90%, which means a lot of the training is shooting and arrests, while most of what our officers do, as Chief would admit, is really community patrolling and dealing with the community. So I would love to see our police department, especially all of our departments, but mostly our police department, look like the community they serve a little more. It's not going to be perfect. So don't run out here and say Al wants our police department to be 50% black. That's not what I'm saying. We want our police department to do better. Thank you.
Well, I think Ms. DaCosta in HR is working very hard on that. I'd like to suggest that we take a break unless there's something else.
Because there have been on this topic, just a couple questions very quickly.
Right.
To this one point, we are going to workshop this ordinance on the cafe. Thank you, because there are a lot of anomalies that and inconsistencies. So staff is going to bring that back to the commission as a workshop. In terms of the cafe ordinance, reading that, the agreement that they sign is very weak in terms of acknowledging their obligations and what the city's rights and remedies are. That needs to be reworked completely. Relative to the loitering, I think Vice Mayor brought up a good point. You know, and I hear this all the time that yes, we've got a lot of good operators relative to this transient business, but make no mistake, you know, this is not so much a rehab model, but a relapse model. So if we've got 10% of who is doing what we think are we're still ending up every day with an incrementally larger number of whether it's crime, homelessness, transients. I think that we can step up the loitering issues within the police department and still be within the law. People feel unsafe at US 1 and Atlantic Avenue. We just spent $10 million on that road. I get concerns and complaints every day about people feeling unsafe at the largest, most populated intersection in the city, and it's not because it's crowded.
What's that, Atlantic and West, sir?
Atlantic and Federal. And I'm not going to name, you know, the hangout, but that loitering has to stop. And if that means working with the property owner and the tenant, we need to step this up because I think it is the single most acute problem that we have in this city right now.
Absolutely.
So I can tell you that there is federal legislation that is being worked on now that would give us more home rule authority. I've asked our representative to present to the commission, hopefully within the next 2 or 3 months, the status of that. But I would say in terms of your staffing needs on community improvement, whether it's staffing, somebody mentioned we need more Mark Woods. I think we need more Mark Woods because he has the police training and background as opposed to someone coming from a code enforcement background because this is we all know a very vexing problem. And but there is now, and we've talked about this, not only a factual, we can look at the crime rates and what's going up and down, but the bigger problem is there's a perception of public safety. People don't feel safe walking downtown, and a large part is because of the loitering around certain places. So if that means stepping up the police presence, moving people along, people don't feel safe walking into the Publix. At Linton and Federal and further down,
Yes,
so that's not right. And so I get what the laws are intended. What's that?
Especially like
Walgreens, yeah, you know, they don't feel safe walking into the store. And I think that it's incumbent upon planning to start stepping up in terms of the uses that are prohibited in our downtown. We've talked about the vape stores, which is essentially an attractive nuisance. I mean, I saw a staff report from SPRAB supporting a certain use just last night, which is anathema to what we're trying to do.
We discussed the vape stores before.
Yeah, and so again, it comes back to this interconnectivity of staff understanding, kind of. It's not just the commission, but these are city-driven concerns, and there is disconnect between what somebody reading a code book may be in terms of looking at something differently. And we've talked about this. This is, but we need to whatever resources you need, Michael, in terms of dealing with this. Clean and safe is great, but we can invest hundreds of millions of dollars in our city and do all of these great things. If there is a perception that our city is unsafe, we've accomplished nothing. And so yeah, I think you've got commission support, Mr. Manager, to revisit this within viewing this through a lens much differently than it has been viewed, and that's collaborating with police, but it's also feet on the street in these neighborhoods, Atlantic Avenue, the hangouts and loitering, and the ease at which we have made this. We need to do things differently.
Can we get a proposed ordinance to get rid of or to disallow any vape stores or kava bars or any of that in our downtown? Because I thought we either workshopped it or spoke about it before, the dangers of the chemicals that we know and may not know of, but I don't know what happened.
I would support it.
I
We
just
talked about this
walked
during
the
the
other day.
CBD, the uses that we want to ban and prohibit in the CBD zoning district, so.
Or citywide.
I mean, right behind Spot Coffee, there's a
Oh, I can't do
new
it citywide.
business that's opening up right now that I walk by. It says coming soon, vape social hall. I mean, there's a pool table there, vape. I mean, if that's not a nuisance waiting to happen.
Yeah, so again, this comes back to planning. You know, I don't, you know, when these things are coming through, I mean, there has been, Tim, I know that you've just been here, but this commission has grappled with this. It's somewhat mind-blowing to know that when there is the ability to reject some of these uses based on the, and I forget the exact wording in our code of its neighborhood protection, or it's some language about,
I think it's compatibility.
Compatibility.
With
I mean, it's just, when I saw that staff report, my reaction was, you know, what city are they working in? You know, so and I did this, what Commissioner Katz just mentioned, you know, and I think the Vice Mayor has brought this up before, that there is sometimes the feeling, and I think this was mentioned to you, Mr. Cooper, that if we're not catching it, it's not getting done. And I don't think anybody in this room wants to be part of a team that feels that way. I think that this is all, you know, we are a team. We all need to work together. But it's very frustrating when there are staff disconnects between what are clearly paramount problems. And this goes from, you know, growth management issue, but clearly related to this transient housing issue. And you know, things that are being supported or there is no action proactive to help us get to where we want to go. And then we're kind of back in the corner on the defensive, trying to watch what we say, parse words, because we're worried about saying the wrong things that are contrary to law. So I just, you know, it's enough already. And everybody feels that way.
And we can look at transient housing as all transient. I just looked
Yes.
at Airbnb.com. Tonight, there are 118 rooms available in the city of Delray Beach. Those are businesses being run out of people's homes that we are not regulating whatsoever, and they're not sober homes. These are transient homes because every day there's new tenants in there, and they're in the middle of Lake Ida, they're in the middle of Chatelaine, they're all over the city, mostly east because they want to be, they can close to the beach.
And if we've got to pump up, and this goes to you, Noel, if we've got to ramp up the landlord-tenant process and the fines and the penalties and the and give you more people with the training, you know, from we've got people retiring from the police department all the time that you know.
I want one or two of them
Well,
also.
we'll bring them on, you know, and we've talked about ways to try to get them on, Noel, and that needs to be addressed too. So we're just not doing enough, and we're not communicating enough interdepartmentally. There's just, and if there's, you know, I think, and Al brought up a great point. I mean, you know, we've got the problem because we're a great town, but you know, the assets that have attracted all of us here and sustained the city for nearly 100 years are the same assets that are creating what's essentially an attractive nuisance, and you know, our stability of our neighborhoods, this commission and prior commissions has always said is that should be sacrosanct. You know, public safety, you know, sacrosanct, and you know, everything needs to be viewed through those lenses. Are we doing as much as we possibly can to accomplish that? And
we need to prioritize amending our prohibited uses. I mean, we just prohibited drive-through bank tellers, but yet we didn't at that time take the opportunity, and I know you're new because I was asking Dana during the process to do this, but you need to work with the city attorney's office, and we need to come up with a list of prohibited uses that we do not want in our city.
I'd like to have that before the end of the year.
How about the end of the month?
That's even, well, that's 2 days away. That's a little aggressive.
Don't forget it has to go through 8 million boards before it gets to us. It has to go through like 8 million boards before it actually gets heard by the commission.
Well, not really. If it's a policy, you know, I'm just, it's
There's a process to amend our LDRs. That's why the most recent changes took so long to get before us.
okay. All right. Break time. Thank you. Thank you for informing me.
Let's try. Continuing on where we were, which was dealing with the high priority items. The next issue is an update on special events and where we are on that. Some documents to give you an update before, where's Joan at? Okay, Joan's ready to go. Something is supposed to be delivered to me tomorrow, so hopefully we can meet the timetable. The commission is set, so it should have something, special events before you in the early January, essentially, of 17 or 16, and we can have this over and done with, if you will, to the extent that we can, and I fully expect once we have something, it'll probably get changed as a result. But so we can implement into fiscal 17 or October 1st, 2016. So Joan, without further ado.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions? That was about the briefing I was going to make. So just though, as a reminder, you had put special events on our priority list just this past February. We delivered a report to you with our community partners on the issue of special events in order to, our overall goal was to begin to lessen the impact of special events, in particular in the central business core for us. I represent, I'm just one of several of your senior leaders on this particular issue, working with Francine, Suzanne Davis, Jack on this. And of course, you know, this is an issue that really impacts all lines of business for us as a municipal corporation. So planning and zoning and environmental services, of course, our public safety, community improvement. Again, you have information in your packages beginning on slide 16 as to where we currently stand. But as the manager had said, is the team, along with our community partners, several of them that are actually in the audience this morning with us, that we proudly call ourselves Team Del Rey, is that the policy package will be going to the manager's desk actually 60 days ahead of where we said we were going to, when we said we were going to deliver this policy package. So thanks to the efforts of the Special Events Task Force and several key working groups, we will be delivering a draft ordinance, a new policy, application, a contract, fees. And fees is an interesting part of this conversation around special events. As you'll recall, you had given us the nod to put into place a full cost recovery structure for special events with our community. Our task force, you know, I think we all kind of fell off our chairs at our last task force meeting as we started to look at what those fees look like. So that is something in particular that we'll continue to work through as we bring forward the final policy package to you, as Mr. Cooper had indicated to you in January, February time 2016. But just some of the issues that we're facing as we peel back the onion of this very complicated but fun issue is, you know, the single point of contact as it relates to special events is one that we will be solving, so we can eliminate what we call some of the end runs that have been occurring throughout the organization for many years. So that single point of contact is a recommendation that we'll be bringing forward to you. Also, we talked a little bit this morning about some of the code challenges that we face on other issues. We have the same code challenges here on the special events conversation. That's everything from parking and signage and street closures, definitions, etc. So how we align and correct all of that language across the board is also some of the coming work that we will be doing. Again, we want to give special thanks to our partners who, quite frankly, because you asked us to have this conversation with our community partners, you know, they've done just a yeoman's job of changing behavior and adapting site plans already. Recently, you heard the plans of a higher level of collaboration around the holidays this year. So again, just a lot of progress and movement has been made already. Some of the other forthcoming things, though, around this particular issue is, you know, what we will do with technology. So we spoke a lot this morning with Gwen about technology, and this issue is no different than the others that we'll be talking about, and how we use it to really be efficient and effective in this area. Also, the identification of alternate places and spaces is something that we will also be bringing forward to you as we encourage those who want to produce events in our town, that there's other great places and spaces outside of the central business district that we can have some fun with too. And, you know, the final but real important issue around unified control, centralizing calendars, you know, some really meaningful work that we continue to be in progress with. So by the time we have this final policy package to you, again, in the January, February time period, we will be bringing forward some of our new thinking and new ideas around those particular issues also. So that is the report from the special events team.
Thank you, Joan. Any questions, comments? Just to, I think that, just to reiterate, on the full cost recovery, I'm hoping that whatever policy comes forward, in particular as it relates to private promoted events, that there be no capitulation in terms of that full cost recovery. In fact, I would even like to see a multiplier attached to that, just to make sure that we are capturing things that we may not have contemplated, which are really hard to ascertain. For example, what are the impacts to Old School Square? It's very hard to monetize what those really are. But we can get that with some kind of multiplier. That's great about the single point of contact. The in-runs continue to this day currently. So having that and codifying that would be great. And I'm glad you're, in terms of these alternate places, suffice it to say there's nothing that's going to change, or is there going to be some changes for this season coming up? Or
Mayor, just as a point of clarification, this season will remain the same.
Okay.
So as you directed us, is that any of the new policies, ordinances, et cetera, would become effective October 1, 2016, so for the next season. We anticipate putting in, using our July, August, September, I'm looking at Suzanne across the way. So because we've accelerated this policy package to you, we'll actually be able to test some of our new recommendations in a real world basis during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year. But ultimately, it is still our recommendation that we go hard on the policy changes effective October 1, 2016.
Okay, and then lastly, in terms of the alternate places and spaces, some of these larger events that have historically been at Old School Square, our ability to require them to move from that location to, for example, the tennis center location or some other alternate place. I haven't seen the matrix yet of what that looks like, but that needs to be an important part of this fix. That we do have other public assets and venues that may not be what a promoter wants. That's not their first pick, but in terms of compartmentalizing the community impacts and our ability to deal with an event during the busy time of year, there may be other places that we're going to, if you want this event during this time frame, these are the locations that you can have that.
Yes, sir. So again, when the package hits your desk per se, you will see some of those alternative places and spaces that we've already kind of put in place. Many again are our parks and recreation facilities, but also a lot of conversation we've actually been having with our Congress Avenue Task Force. What's the opportunity to be working with some of our private landowners along that particular corridor to open some of these lands up for this type of activity. So we are going to have some of those answers and suggestions for you then.
That's great. And don't forget about the corner of Lake Ida and Congress, which is city-owned, which is vacant and very accessible and flat.
Yes, sir. That's on the list. Thank you.
And John, I don't know if you're aware about Saltwater Brewery, it's been, I don't know if they're in the site plan process, but they purchased a large, they're redesigning a large green space for events, which will be another location to potentially put things.
We're very excited about the village concept out there. Yes.
Emergency management, make sure it's a portion of the enforceable contract and the full recovery, because I don't think we necessarily focus on that with our special events to date, at least to national standards.
We've definitely included that in our guidelines books, as well as some health and sanitary issues that haven't been addressed before. And Mayor, just to address on some of the alternate sites, we've also developed a comprehensive parking plan with off-site parking as an option for all of these other sites, as well as additional 5K routes that are outside of the CBD.
And again, just to emphasize, the Special Events Task Force that you asked us to expand, we have, and some of the, you know, new ways and new thinking is coming from our community partners on this. So it's been a real highly collaborative effort, not only inside the organization, but also with our community.
Mr. Katz.
Just, I mean, I will say, the only thing, when I saw this the other day, it said due December, or October 31st, today being the 29th, there would have been a great opportunity to exceed expectations and have it 2 days early, since we're here. You know what I mean? Those are little things I think, instead of us talking about what's coming soon, I mean, literally, you're talking about tomorrow's the last business day, before the 31st. It could have been a good handout today. Okay.
2 points. Number one, I think the mayor mentioning the corner parcel on Congress and Lake Ida is really great, because what we're trying to do up there on Congress Avenue will attract and draw some additional publicity and people going into that area. When we're doing something in that direction, we might want to consider utilizing some of the, I guess, the shuttles or the service of the roundabouts or the town downtowners, possibly reaching out to a public-private type deal so that we can get the cars parked off-site. So I would definitely say kind of pushing towards that. But the second thing is, I just want to make sure that wherever it is that we're doing these special events, if we're moving it out of the area that we're in, just keeping it in the front of the conversation about closing off roads, because we don't want to create more issues elsewhere as we have had in the downtown corridor. So just, I think the space is more important in being able to utilize or handle the event versus the closing off of the streets. Would be my 2 cents worth.
I just want to mention we've had 2 events already that have relocated. First is First Night. We won't be closing Atlantic Avenue for First Night. We've changed the site plan. But Madame Gurie does a few events, and she was on South 3rd and 4th. She's now at Merritt Park, and there are no road closures there, and there has been little impact to the neighborhood with both of those events.
Great.
That's one of the things I wanted to also add, and that is that while it's not required, all the things that we have coming forward, we actually have been doing pilots and trying to go ahead and get volunteers to implement and test stuff out. In fact, we do have a pilot for the off-site parking where we're making agreements with the county and also with Atlantic High School to try to keep people out of the downtown for the parking on those events.
The road closure issue, I mean, we know where we have acute issues with road closures. You mentioned the movement to Merritt Park. Are they, you know, in terms of the organizers of those events, are they okay with that? Because closing the road that they were closing for those events was not creating, that's not the same as closing Swinton. So is that?
They were actually very amenable to moving.
To Merritt Park?
To Merritt Park. They had outgrown their space, and they knew they outgrew their space, and that they were impacting the neighborhood around it. So they were good with that. In regards to traffic plans and road closures, we are actually putting together templates for each of the events or the types of events, so that the road closure, should it take place, the permitting will happen a lot quicker. The templates will already be in place for each one of the intersections. The 5K template is already ready to go. The First Night template is ready to go. So those would speed the process up.
All right, thanks, Suzanne.
Mr. Cooper had to step out to take an important call, I believe, with the county. So Suzanne can talk to us about another one of our special focus projects, which was the Beach Master Plan.
So I brought some handouts. We won't call them leave-behinds. I brought some handouts today, and I'll drop them off as we go around, about the Beach Master Plan. And these are the level of service documents for how often the beach front is serviced. It also includes how often the contractor rakes the beach and when the trash is picked up and how often the pavilion is cleaned and painted and whatnot. So I just want to drop that to you today. We are well underway with the invasive removals. Hopefully that will be completed next week. The invasive removal on the beach will be done, and that's about 6 weeks earlier than we expected. The beach master plan is well underway. I know that the RFP is out, and we hopefully, I'll have to defer to Randall for the RFP on the beach master plan.
You're actually going to see next month, and I think it's the 17th, you're going to see the conceptual plan that Curry's office is currently putting together. As Suzanne said, the RFP, it's a design build because we're trying to get to construction as quickly as possible on this project. So we put out the initial RFP without the conceptual plan. Once we get your blessing on the conceptual plan, we'll do an addendum to that RFP, but we've already put everybody on notice that it's coming, and that allows us to compress that time frame a little bit. So that's where we are on the master plan.
Just to hit on that, we've already kind of talked about it, that the it's hard to gauge, as we all know, when we do these charrettes. You know, some of the outcome is based on who attends, but at the same time, that is relevant feedback, and the feedback that I got based on the charrette that was done regarding the conceptual, what we would call it, was not positive, in that and I don't think that it really reconciled the financial limitations either. And just to make it clear, this really isn't an architectural project. This is really a sidewalk and landscape project. I think that was the commission objective, and I think in terms of the financial limitations that we have, that's realistic to get there. I don't think, I mean, we talked, what we didn't want is we wanted a complete project. We didn't want a phase of a phase. So I'm hoping that whatever that RFP, I'm hoping the RFP isn't contemplating what was presented at that charrette.
You're correct.
Okay.
We've actually communicated that to Curry. We've had, since the charrette, since the feedback you've received, we've had a meeting with Curry's team. We've conveyed that to them. We've also conveyed to them that it's a one-phase project, and we also told them what the limitations were on the budget. So we're going to be meeting with them. I think we got a meeting set up tomorrow.
It's actually tomorrow.
We got a meeting set up again tomorrow to review it again. We'll reiterate those points, and what we hope to bring to you is a concept that you will bless, and we can keep moving forward with this.
Isn't the RFP already out though for the construction?
Yes.
I thought
It's a design build. And it's got a contingent line in it, based on the approval of the commission of a site plan.
Okay.
And the reason we put it out ahead of time, just so we're all on the same page, is because of the size of the project, we have to advertise for a certain amount of time. If we wait until we got commission approval and then start putting an RFP out, we've already lost some of that time that we have to advertise. We put everybody on notice that that the conceptual plan that you all approve will be coming out later, but we were able to start the clock on the time frame that we had to advertise for the RFP for the design build. So that's the only reason we went out ahead of time.
Okay, I mean, I skimmed it quickly, but it seems like it's based upon the budget and, it's much greater than, as the mayor just articulated now. So if I was a respondent looking at that RFP, I would think I'm responding to a $3 million job that had significant more than just sidewalks and landscaping and showers, so.
We'll clarify that with the addendum to the RFP, so everybody's on the same page.
Okay.
Well, at the meeting tomorrow, we expect to get the first look at the architect's estimate of costs.
And just a footnote to that, the city has already engaged the gentleman who is assisting us in removing the exotics, who is very, as we all know, very familiar with the federal agencies, the regulatory scheme relative to the beach. And part of this involves landscaping and berms and sidewalk interfacing with that. So in particular, the intersection of Atlantic and A1A, and you know, because that was a big part of this, can we open up this? And we didn't want to do it through artificial means, but we wanted to do it through sustainable, berm-related, code-compliant. So I would encourage you to make him a part of whatever team you've got.
He is
Okay.
included with that. The dune management plan will be completed by the end of December, but he is key and integral in all of this
Okay.
as well. We've included him. I did just want to mention, for your knowledge, we've partnered with Palm Beach School District and the Exceptional Student Program, and we have a volunteer that will be out working with the parks maintenance individual that's on the beach twice a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he'll be shadowing that individual. So if you see someone, they're part of the Exceptional Student Program with Palm Beach.
Thanks, Suzanne. Thanks, Randall. Okay.
And on another note, I dropped off the comprehensive parks maintenance operation draft for you. That includes our level of service for park maintenance. Many of you got to meet the intern that I had over the summer. He actually developed an app for us, and park maintenance is able now to use that app to keep track of maintenance at certain areas. So we're trying to implement that in a test phase, but this is just a draft of the first document.
Okay. Francine?
I don't know. Now we start to talk about, I think, the meat of what we wanted to talk about today, although this morning has been pretty juicy. We're going to talk about establishing our organizational structure and staffing, and we talked about a lot of the components of it this morning, most especially the redesign and rebalancing of work and the business process design that we have in front of us. So we've started, that we want to start the conversation with change is good. And we've seen a lot of great change this year. I don't know if we ever stop and think about it, but pretty much everyone around this table has been hired in the last couple of years. So while we fear the loss of institutional knowledge, we benefit from the great fresh look that we've been able to take at everything. And a little bit later on today, I'm going to hand out a list of 85 priorities and other priorities that keep coming on the list. And this conversation is the way that we kind of get that done. And the first resource that we have to get it done with is human resources. In the last 2 months, since Tennille's been here, we've really started making change in a drastic way. We were doing it slowly over the last year, but in the last couple months, we've actually made some significant achievements. And I think that you've seen a change in the culture in HR. There's a customer service friendlier, open environment where people go to HR as an advisor. We get quick results. She has set level of service that she's going to talk about, and she's had brought closure to some things that have been hanging out for a couple of years. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tennille, so she can talk in detail about all the actual specifics of what we've done and where we're going.
Could I just, before you do, continue over here?
Oh.
I know it's one of those things when the mic goes on and everybody just turns around. If the board will refer to that handout that community development handed out earlier, this is something that we all have, and I mentioned it, kind of references earlier also. We've handed this out to all of the departments under the city manager. We're asking all of the departments to start evaluating, one, their core services. Mission statement, core services, are we still doing the things that we should be doing? Are we focused on those things we should be focused on? Or are there things that we picked up historically that we shouldn't be doing anymore? That we just traditionally have always done, and you ask somebody, why are we still doing that? And nobody knows why we're still doing it. And then tying it to level of service and then, of course, cost of service. So you'll see us start moving in that direction. As we start talking about right-sizing, I use the word right-sizing the organization, this is where we look at our organizations, what is that level of service, and how do we right-size the organizations with our resources, whether that's cost, whether that's human capital, and that gets into the conversation with HR as our partner. How do we get there from here? And so I just wanted to lay that out as kind of segue into what Tennille is working on and some of the things she's doing and where we're going.
Thank you. Tennille DeCosta, Human Resources Director. First of all, HR department provides leadership directions and of course with policy programs to ensure the city promotes efficient, effective workforce. As the HR director, I provide leadership and accurate advice for senior management for programs, policies, and so much more you can think of it. Some of my objectives are to lead the city's culture shift change. I don't think right now we focus on performance. If we want to be a great city, we need to focus on performance. I understand the performance evaluations were just updated October 2014. I'm going to change them again because we need to focus on objectives. Are we meeting those objectives? And if you're not, do you need the resources? Do you need the training? Or maybe you're just not a good fit altogether. I had to look at my staff and how do I make this happen? I had to look at HR first off. HR had a lot of issues coming in. So I looked at everybody's skill set and I had to make a decision, okay, you're not fit for this. My training manager, now talent manager, should not be doing investigations. That's employee and labor relations. My compensation manager needs to focus on job descriptions, pay plan, not short-term disability or light duty. It doesn't make sense. That falls under benefits. So I had to organize the entire HR staff and of course increase staffing levels. I need a person for the face of HR. Doing interviews, I'm looking for somebody that's trilingual, but I have a bilingual, speaks Creole and English because our community is mostly Creole. Looking at HR specialists for talent, benefits, labor relations. That gives succession plan. If anything happens to my manager, I have the specialist to lean on. Or cross-training, if the talent specialist isn't here, can my employee labor relations specialist pick up what she dropped or he dropped? My accomplishments in this lovely 2 months. I implemented quarterly focus groups. This is the year for our employees. I'm hearing that HR is not the friendly face or was not the friendly face, and a lot of my employees did not feel comfortable coming to HR. So I implemented focus groups, which means I have quarterly focus groups. I invite all our employees to come and let's talk everything out. After I had that meeting, I have a huge matrix. For example, one of the issues were, of course, wages. And I'll go into that later. Another issue was the fire trucks. They don't have IT stuff on there, so I went to the IT director and we spoke about everything, and she's fixing that with the chief. So implementing that focus groups, it gives me an earful and it helps the department heads what they need to make changes to. I implemented roundtable discussions with the union, specifically SEIU, to lower grievances. It makes sense to have a meeting with your president of SEIU or IAFF or PBA, and let's talk it out. What are your concerns? What can I do to, or the department head can do before we go through this whole grievance process? Saves a lot of time. HR is now the lead on contract negotiations. Just to let you know, an update on that, we only have 2 articles, which is November 3rd is our next meeting, and hopefully we'll have a tentative agreement on November 3rd at 9 a.m. And I think this is my 3rd bargaining meeting with them. So when I first started, I think we had 15, maybe 12. Noel can get specifics, but now we are down to 2, and that should be closed very soon. I opened early retirement incentive. As you know, you approved it. It opens November 8th. I also met with numerous department heads to see what their concerns and issues are. We are in the gist of the compensation classification, selecting the top vendor so they can look at the city as a whole, what we need, what we don't need, job descriptions, pay scale, and so forth. Just internally, I did some compensation classification studies, and we have 22 new job descriptions. I've reviewed about 52, and I found that we had a lot of employees that are underpaid. So for example, building, there were 14 employees. I just updated their salary, benchmarked the surrounding areas. And of course, I didn't kill the budget. Finance, risk management, city manager's office, fire rescue. I'm working with Chief Goldman. He just sent me a request. So I'm getting to the departments one by one, but that doesn't scratch the surface, not even a little bit, what the comp study will do for us. My next steps. implementing performance management, of course, the new performance evaluation I'm creating, focusing on the Spirit program, recognizing our employees because there's not enough recognition. So in order to keep the employees' morale up, we need to recognize for good work. Succession planning, preparing if the person that's been here for 20 years, make sure we have somebody that's going to fill that position in that has that history so we're not lost in the woods. Training classes, interviewing skills, ensuring our employees are trained to move to the next level. Deadline for human resources. I implemented for a level of service, my staff has 24 hours to respond to emails and 48 hours posting jobs, which means I want a job filled within 2 weeks, so there's no lag time whatsoever. I'm redesigning the benefits plans. I just had a meeting with Cigna earlier this week. We're looking at cost savings for the benefits. We're updating personnel policies, procedures, and the biggest issue is streamlining recruitment. I feel it needs to have a diverse panel, of course. This protects the city and commission, so nobody can come back to us, I wasn't chosen because I'm a white female or a black male, whatever the case may be. Going off where earlier what Commissioner Jaquette said, we have a, which I can give you a copy if you need, equal employment opportunity plans, and we receive a grant. This is for the police department. Bulletproof vest, $6,000, Edward Bryan Memorial, $40,000. In order for us to keep these grants, we need to have a diversity in that department. So I have a meeting with Chief Goldman next week that HR will be involved in recruiting, and department heads now know that HR is inviting themselves to their interviewing panel because I need to make sure we have diversity altogether. Also, department heads, I advise department heads they should not be negotiating or making offers to anybody. That is the HR function. The last big change I made for discipline, and this is also to protect the city and city commission, is all discipline comes through HR, not directly to the city manager, because I need to look at civil code, look at the CBA, and make sure we're all following procedure. I sign off on it, and then Mr. Cooper signs off on it if approved. And that's HR in a nutshell.
I have a question.
Yes.
Where did we find you?
Miami-Dade County. Remember?
I haven't met with you yet, but
no.
I can't wait now.
I can't wait.
Great.
Thank you.
Really liked what you said. I think you've hit a bunch of things. I don't even have any questions at this point in time, so I'll wait and hear what my colleagues say, but keep it up.
Thank you.
Tennille, thank you. And I think as our Human Resources Director, you bring a unique set of skills, and you have the right mindset, because I think the way that you presented things and the way you're looking at it, not only covering the cities behind, but also making sure HR is present with all the different departments when they're doing the hiring process, because it can get tricky when you have one department doing their own hiring,
right,
and then it gets messy. So I like what you're doing, and I had a conversation, speak with you briefly about your talent manager. And how crucial that's going to be, because you won't be able to do all these things.
Right.
But that talent manager is actively trying to work with our local colleges and universities, and also working with the different departments and trying to really bring the right talents within the right fit. So I'm looking forward to really doing some great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Tennille this question, because to avoid me getting asked this question at a commission meeting. What's the number of candidates you have for a traffic engineer?
We have 3 right now.
Okay.
We have 3 right now. Tim and I are working very closely. We posted the job. We reached out to FAU. I'm on top of it.
Good. That was, and by the way, that was a private citizen suggestion to reach out to FAU. So I'm glad you took that to heart.
Did we follow up on possibly going with asking?
Right, partnering.
Partnering.
Yes, we did. That person they're looking for, and I think Tim did, and he can probably explain it better than I, was not a traffic engineer in the sense we're looking for, if I've got it right.
That's correct. It was a signal traffic engineer specifically for traffic signals. So we're looking for someone with a little more broad experience, not only with signals but with traffic counts, transportation
there anybody else, any other, adjoining towns that might be looking for that? Do we reach out to the north, to Boynton, that might be looking? The reason I'm asking is because, again, like I said, if we can find the ability to maybe pull more resources together to get a better and split the time frame of a traffic engineer between two towns versus having one in one, it just makes sense. We might be able to get somebody that's much higher quality and can easily do the job between the two towns, not necessarily needing a full-time position for us or them. Anyway, I think it's a good idea to just look at that, even on some other, just in general, hires as well. That's what I mean.
Great point. A couple things. Performance objectives. Well, first of all, let me just back up. I'm glad that you prioritized from the beginning of your presentation the face of HR. The common thread running through employee complaints that I got over the last couple years was a very unfriendly HR department. And in public service employment, and I don't have to tell you this, people that like working in the public sector, they do it for a reason, and just like there's people that prefer the private sector, but there's other ways of making working in Delray attractive besides wages, and that's the environment. And I'm glad to hear that you're prioritizing that friendly face. And what can we do for you as an HR department to improve the quality of life while you're here during your work week? So that's an awesome thing. The performance objectives. I'm sure you're aware that many Fortune 500 companies are moving away from the kind of check-the-box annual review, that they are more informal, ongoing, more regular types of reviews, so that you don't have this kind of cataclysmic event at the end of the year. And so that you're giving employees, department heads are giving employees more real-time guidance and support. Right. So I'm hoping that we just got to the point where we're actually doing performance reviews, but maybe we can think beyond just kind of meeting that minimum objective and look to the private sector in terms of how HR departments are getting better feedback from boss employee. The open positions in general, I've always found it helpful in the companies that I've been with that when there is an open position, unless it's just something that's critical, that it's a good exercise to have other people in that department justify why that position needs to be filled. Sometimes it doesn't need to be filled. Sometimes you find that the job description you thought that you needed doesn't match up with what are the current needs. So maybe we can start to think about matching up job description. When we lose people, let's justify filling it in a way that's real and current in context. Let's see what else I got. I think that's it. Great presentation and very refreshing to have that.
Thank you.
Interns, right?
Yes, we hired about 20 interns last fiscal year. We're still reaching out. We also are starting an apprenticeship program, reaching out to technical schools.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
What's next?
Mr. Mayor, we have scheduled for lunch, although I think they've started bringing the food out to about 12:15. I told them we were going to run late. We can start with Mr. Stilling's presentation.
Yep, let's do it.
But I don't think we'll finish it.
Well, let's just get through it because one of us has to leave early, so let's move through it. Keep going.
Hi, Tim Stillings, Director of Planning and Zoning. But the department, as you know, has become so much more with the realignment. We are integrating the building division. We have added landscaping, signs, bringing over the sustainability officer, and hopefully soon to have a traffic engineer on staff. We've also been adding to our staffing levels. We've recently hired a long-range planner in the principal planning position. which long-range planning has been somewhat, I don't want to say neglected, but it's been superseded by current and transactional planning, so we're really looking to beef up that side of the house. And on the building side, adding some more individuals to assist with the volume that they're dealing with in the permit reviews, as well as on the back end in terms of site inspections and landscape inspections. And so effectively you could consider us 3 or 4 divisions into one. Both groups or both sections, building and planning, are also working today on our processes, our business practices from beginning to end, from application acceptance to issuance of permit and all points between. We have recently updated the fee schedule and planning. I want to thank you very much. That has been put in place, and so far, at least I've not gotten any direct complaints about it, so it seems to be working effectively. We're going to track that as the year goes on to see how we are doing in increasing those fees from that increase. But the next step will be to relate that to some pending process changes that we want to discuss with the commission in the coming month, as well as some changes or an evaluation of our building fee structure. That may not result in a change in the overall cost, but may just change in how we apply those fees. We're working with the CRA and with our other departments on the priority of the commission, which is updating the redevelopment plans. That's a goal of ours in addition to the update of the comprehensive plan, again, focusing on our long-range planning efforts. It's a great time to do that. Both the comp plan and many of these redevelopment plans are 10 years or older, and it's time to refocus on our attention on where we want to go. Much of the issues we're dealing with today are decisions that were made 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, and we're feeling the effects of that. And so we need to look at the city we want in 20 years and go from there. Working with our partners in economic development as well on some of our strategic corridors. Congress Avenue is one that is very hot right now and will be coming to you before the end of the year. In fact, we had a great meeting last night, Joan and her staff, with the property owners along the corridor, and got some really good input on the direction of that project. The current hot topics, this doesn't even scratch the list. Just in doing a quick brain dump of all the issues, and I think Commissioner Jurjura mentioned it, we're dealing with all of these issues at once. And we want to work with the commission on prioritizing those so that we can be as effective in dealing with those issues, but also meeting your expectations, knowing that we have limited resources, not only from a staffing level, but a funding level, in addition to the amount of time. So I think during part of the exercise, Joan's going to hand out just again, a scratch of the list. There's 85 items. Many can be broken out into a dozen sub-items and left room for additions as well. So if you see anything that's not on there, please let us know, and we'll be glad to include it. But we really want to talk with you as the day goes on about where those fall within the 3-year priorities. Some of the long-term solutions that the Planning and Zoning Department are focused on, as I mentioned, the development application process. There's a lot of frustration with how those applications run through the various boards and approvals. We want to change that to be much more predictable, not only for the commission, but also for the community. We have projects that seem to linger with multiple steps and multiple approvals, and there's a bit of a disconnect in how that all happens. So we want to look at improving that, and hopefully that will have an impact on the process itself. Within that is our foundation documents, the comprehensive plan and the LDRs. Those, as I said, the comp plan is going to be one of the big focuses for at least the next 2 years in looking at our 20-year vision and what effect that has on the land development regulations. We do know we have some immediate issues that we need to address, whether it's prohibited uses, our sign code. There are improvements we can make within that today, but that is also going to be an ongoing and evolving process as we work through to make it the code and the regulations that we want to achieve that end vision. And so where do we go from here? Again, really want to talk to the commission in a separate format from this, because it's going to require much more focus than we have today to talk about that long-term vision. What do we want Delray to be in 20 years? We know what the issues are today, but we need to be looking at what are the issues tomorrow. What are the impacts of the changes in not only our community trends, but in also our community perceptions of what we see, what we've seen. And so those conversations we're going to be having with you, hopefully in the first part of this year, as we kick off the efforts to update our comprehensive plan and to evaluate the redevelopment plan so that they continue to serve the community in the best way that they can.
I really appreciate the list that you put together of 85 items, and I'm sure we could find far more. I've sent emails to city manager, city attorney, I think the CRA director, and Tim on when we're looking at some of these infrastructure projects, and this was touched upon earlier. You know, does it fit in with the overall Delray brand? Like, what's the look that we want Delray from a design perspective, a sustainability perspective? And then once it's on the wish list, the functionality of it. And then once we determine the functionality of it, whether or not it's feasible from an economic perspective and from a permitting perspective. Most recent example, bring up the parking meters and, you know, paid for parking and having smart parking. Well, that's to me the wish list and the desire of at least 3 of the commissioners. I think after you design that and you look at where those meters go, you have to look at whether or not they're going to be, how much do they cost, and at what point are they going to be economic and revenue generating, so that they stop being a cost and they start being a benefit to the city. And for each project, whether it's a complete street, whether it's historic preservation, whether it's multimodal planning, each project to me should go through that level of review, from the planning and design stage all the way to the whether or not it's economically feasible and whether or not we could get it permitted. In terms of the LDRs, I think that it is too large of a project and we don't have the capabilities for your department to take on. We have so many ambiguities, not just with our LDRs and our code. We need to me, that's something that you should look at potentially outsourcing to a treasurer coast or to someone to basically rewrite it. We keep doing it in piecemeal. We just most recently did the CBD, which is one zoning district in our entire city. We need to create a more linear, clearly defined process and regulations and rules so everybody knows the playing field, whether you are a property owner, whether you're a developer, whether you're a neighbor. What is the process and how do we go through it? We need to cure all the ambiguities and the legalities. I think it's odd that Delray's not on Municode, our LDRs, but I don't know if that's because we don't want anybody to be able to actually easily access it and see all the ambiguities within each individual code section.
Actually, if I could jump, I am working with Chevelle to get us on Municode for the LDR. So
I didn't know if maybe we didn't pass muster to be on Municode. So I didn't know if that's why we weren't on it.
From my understanding, it used to be. It was on Municode at one point and was taken off, and so we're seeing what it's going to take to get us back on.
And also with some of these projects and looking at priorities, ones, you know, everything we keep talking about in our goal setting, there's just dollar signs going off in my head. Projects that are also able to create revenue, not only to pay for themselves, but to generate revenue that are not just for that don't tax our residents, but are for the users of these things, like paid for parking meters. The other thing I could think of when you're trying to create a multimodal community is the bike sharing programs. These are RFPs that go out, and cities make a lot of money off of these bike sharing programs. They come in, they build the infrastructure. It's a way to create a multimodal community and also generate revenue for the cities. So when you're looking at some of these projects and the priorities, I ask my colleagues and staff to try to analyze it from that perspective. Is it a need? And then at the top of the list to me is it required rather than a desire, legally and from a safety perspective. ADA compliance, Pompey Park Pool, I know since I was on Planning and Zoning Board has, you know, we are not federally compliant. So from a litigation perspective, from a safety perspective, to me, those projects should be prioritized. They all kind of fall under planning, Tim, and that's why I think it's really important for you to have a very open and close relationship with Parks and Rec, with community improvements, with environmental services. And each of these projects need to be analyzed by all of you in that fashion.
Okay, I'm gonna, I think that there are some things that this is a huge list. I don't really know where to begin on this, so I'm not. I'll just take it with me and kind of try and figure it out. But just a couple of points. One of the things that I noticed on here was TICA. You know, there are some things that we have not even addressed whether or not we have a need for it any longer. That was an issue that, you know, in order to be able to attract people into certain areas of our town to build, we wanted to give them, you know, a bit of a more leniency with respect to what they were required to, what their requirements were. That may be something that we need to look at. I also feel like the same thing can be said for the in lieu fee, the parking fees. I get that, you know, we have them, but when you're talking about areas that are already very little parking around it, like when we're getting down into the West Atlantic section, where are these people going to go when they don't have enough space to park in the development that basically has bought a bunch of in lieu parking spaces in our city? Are they going to be then infiltrating down into the neighborhoods that are adjoining just by 1 block or less away? This is the question that we have to ask ourselves when we're deciding to go ahead and give out, you know, 20 in lieu parking spaces to appease and by the way, at an incredibly low price down on the West Atlantic. Talk about bargain basement. That area is not something that we need to be attracting into. It is an area that is going to be built and developed just because of the fact that there's no other place to build and develop. So, you know, we don't have to attract anybody in that area any longer. We've got the CRA that's doing the job of aggregating lands and bringing in these developments. But to ask for a problem down the road by allowing for in lieu fees for parking fees, I think it's very, very short-sighted on our part. I think we need to really seriously consider that. And right now we're in the middle of the king tide season. We've had 2 months now of these, you know, high tides spilling over our seawalls. I've had a lot of people say to me, oh, well, I remember that used to happen in the 60s. Let me tell you something. This is not something that is normal. And, I mean, yes, we've had, obviously, tides in the past that have come up over our seawalls, but not to the extent that they are right now, not to the point where we're seeing them over and over again, the recurrent nature. And that is obviously due and hooked into a couple of things you put on here, rising tides and the changing of climates. You don't believe it? Take a drive down to Miami. Ask them why they're having to spend hundreds of millions of dollars into their pump stations to be able to get the water out. They didn't build that town with the drainage systems that go out into their intercoastal below, you know, the point at which it would ever go out. There was a point in time where it actually worked and functioned. It doesn't any longer because they're lower than we are. We're going to have that problem eventually. We don't have it right now, but there are things that we can be doing, and I have been talking until I've been blue in the face, that we can be doing that are very, very basic, adding to our LDRs or just, like you said, a zoning in progress, to not allow for us to have to be dealing with another crisis down the road, like underground parking. That's something that should just be absolutely a no. It's not anything that we have in the queue right now. Yes, we have one building, one development that has already had that approved. But I'm going to tell you something. The more that this gets out there, the more that we're seeing that this is going on, I have a question as to whether or not they're even going to probably maybe rethink it themselves. I just think that as a city, we need to make sure that we are thinking progressively and we are doing the things that we know naturally don't make any sense. And in order to be able to save ourselves or those people that are sitting in our seats in the future from a huge headache. I wish more people had thought about that for us that are sitting up here now in the past. You know, we're dealing with the crises and the problems that they didn't deal with, and I don't want to pass that on to the next people. So these are some very, very simple things, raising elevations and allowing for the height of that building per elevation. If it's coming up 18 inches, we give them 18 inches on the top. That's fine, that makes sense. But it starts to build sustainability in our town, and it's something that's simple that we can do. It's a low-hanging fruit, it costs us nothing, and it saves our future people from having to deal with a crisis. So that's where I think that we can spend some of our energy and time that I'm just looking at. And again, there's 85, like you said here. I just picked out a couple that I'm kind of passionate about in order to be able to share, but thank you.
If I could just touch on a couple of those. I
Sure.
know we're dealing with the floodplain maps being updated, and that's still in process. There are going to be some changes that we're going to need to discuss as a community regarding some building code changes relative to the finished floor elevation and as it relates to the floodplain area.
Good.
We also have a requirement that came this year from the legislature to provide within our comp plan information or analysis on sea level rise and climate change. So that will be part of the long range discussion. And at the same time, we can be talking about how that affects our current rules and regs regarding development. So that is.
What can we do as a quick fix, though? I mean, you know, this idea of underground garage. When I see what's happened in the Marina District just this week, it's mind-boggling that we would even consider allowing that to happen.
Well, where we're seeing it, the one concept plan that we've seen it is outside of the floodplain area. Well, outside, is in fact on the property that's on some of the highest ground that we have in Delray. And so there's really, we don't have a connection to what's happening in the Marina District in that regard, but it could just be a policy decision that this community doesn't want it anywhere. It doesn't matter whether it's currently within a flood area or not. It could just be, we don't want to have the opportunity for flooding within those properties, whether today or tomorrow or
Let me ask another question. Do we have a minimal height for our seawalls right now that are being constructed, or if a building is going in for a permit and they're going to be updating seawalls? Because there's a lot of older seawalls out there that are 70 years old, and we have had a bunch of them, adding a cap and batters, and the cap will actually raise the seawall a certain level, but it won't raise it too much. I'm questioning whether or not, as these seawalls start to become more in play as buildings are taken down or older houses and newer homes are put up, do we have a minimal height that is possible to start raising? I know it may be a little bit of a zigzag, but it certainly would be something that is going towards the future with the idea of keeping the water out from flowing into our communities.
I don't know if Randall knows the answer. I'd have to look into it. I know for the structure itself, we do have minimum finished floor heights based upon where the property is located within the city. But the seawalls, I don't.
Because
I'm
I've
not
noticed
sure.
if I look across the intercoastal, even just from the historic district, if you look towards the south, you will see that there are seawalls that are much, much higher and then much lower. So there has obviously been some private people, persons who are taking that into consideration, but it might be something that just as a policy, we may want to, if we can do that, because again, this is maybe going into an area that we don't have the regulatory authority. I don't know. I'm just thinking that this might be an opportunity for us to start pushing towards that, because it's not something that I think we're going to be out of the, anytime soon out of that area of having to be a concern. Were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, the last one we built, I think we built around 7.5 feet, was the top of the seawall.
I don't know what 7.5 feet means. I mean, I have no basis.
It's about 3 feet above the high tides you're seeing now.
And that's about
6 inches below finished floor of a home in most floodplain areas, so it's not very high.
I've asked Environmental Services to go do evaluation of the seawalls as well as the backflow preventer valves out there to see if we can come up with a strategy to address the king tide flooding. And so I know they're working on that right now.
Well, it won't matter, the backflow valves won't matter when it's coming over the top of the
Correct.
seawall.
Correct.
But I can tell you this, 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, whenever it was, when I first was made aware of the whole situation over in the Marina District with the water coming up through. At that point in time, I thought it was just the one valve there, but apparently they're all interconnected, so there's quite a few of them. And I think that, Randall, you said that they were coming in, or that you had them on order. There were 5 or something to that effect? Okay,
Correct.
Great, thanks.
The list is quite daunting, for sure, and again, it speaks to the connectivity of the issues we're confronting with other departments. I'm not sure, I mean, this is a list and you've got the heading issues and priorities. I think part of the objective and the goal of us is to really separate issues from priorities as opposed to thinking about them in the same category. I think that's part of the cultural problem that we're facing. You know, when you see 85 things on a list and it's issues and priorities, to me what that says is we don't know the difference. And I think that's part of the fundamental challenges that you as a city manager, assistant city managers, department head need to reconcile in your departments. We are always going to have issues, and we are always going to have the crisis du jour, but overriding all of that has to be, as we've talked about, data-driven plans that are guiding the city. And as it relates to planning, we have talked about the need to update all of these plans. I know that there is funding in place to do that, whether that's the neighborhood plan, the downtown master plan, and our comp plan. We are kind of grappling in the dark. I think that's part of the reason why we seem to lurch from problem to problem, is because our point of reference is so out of context and dated that it's difficult to rationalize certain decisions. And the rationalization from one decision, as you said, the transaction-based planning that we're doing changes on the next project. It's a different rationale because it's a different context. So we're not going to get to these, and I would encourage staff to start separating issues from priorities. We need these plans prioritized, and when I say prioritized, having spoken with the chair of the CRA and the executive director, part of the problem, which I think is systemic also, is we are telling stories retrospectively and justifying what we've done with aggregate totals. For example, I have heard year after year from the CRA, well, we have spent $30 million in these neighborhoods. Okay, that's great, but where was it spent? How was it spent? And what did that do to Mr. and Mrs. Jones Street, who has been thought that they might have been prioritized? And until we start getting plans that year after year staff and elected leaders can apply critical analysis to, both in terms of what you got done, how much is it going to cost going forward, we are going to continue to do what we're doing now, which is kind of, we don't know where we are on the continuum other than, yes, those are interesting up there, but how do they relate to some kind of data-driven plan? And I know, Randall, you spoke to that, and I was encouraged to hear that, at least on some of those components, you're able to track exactly where we are. That's great, but I don't know if we can do that in a lot of other areas. So I'm hoping that is part of the priority. And relative to the comprehensive plan, I think the city needs to think in terms of we are an urban area. The trends, if you take some time to learn about where the demographic trends are in South Florida, the urban areas such as ours, in particular attractive urban areas, are going to be under intense demand, both for places to live, places to work, and we don't have the ability to expand a lot of our infrastructure areas, our rights of way. So it's going to take entirely different thinking on how we want to position ourselves for the demands of 5, 10, and in your mind, 20 years from now. But again, as best we can, data-driven. Our comp plan has very little, if anything, about health and education in it. It's a lot of, and where do we want to be as a city as it relates to quality of life. It's not just what our buildings look like and how big our roads are, but what do we want our level of education to be? Are there ways that we can promote a more healthy community? And that ties back to public safety as well. So the comp plan needs to be prioritized. I don't know what, in terms of, Don, what you're thinking on timing on, or Tim, when is this comp plan process going to start? And as a foundation of that, somewhat of a visioning process, which I understand the CRA has budgeted, not the politically driven one like we had a couple years ago that went absolutely nowhere, but more of a grassroots, non-political, community-based visioning process that starts to rethink our comp plan and where do we want to be as a city. And it may be that in terms of these things that the Vice Mayor is talking about, that may be part of the policy. That may be what people want to prioritize. But until we are guiding our decisions with data-driven plans, we're reacting instead of planning and being able to see where that measurable outcome is.
Mr. Mayor, I'll offer this as a suggestion that's the focus of our afternoon discussion, is exactly that. But in terms of planning, and Tim may disagree, we have not had this conversation, I think the top 3 priorities are consolidation of all of the plans into a single comprehensive planning true comprehensive plan that's forward-thinking, bringing all of these various plans that are outdated together. 2, changing the process and streamlining the process so it is essentially clearly understood, and provided you meet certain requirements, the expected outcome occurs, and occurs in a timely fashion. And 3, dealing with the elements, if you will, that are capital improvement and incorporating them throughout the organization into that comprehensive plan and driving those types of decisions. The issues of, the crisis du jour, we can solve many of those if we can deal with those types of things. But we right now, and we've got to get the land development regulations, process, and the comp plans done, because the comp plans ultimately, or the comp plan, singular, will drive the LDRs. And if I were going to pick a suggested 3 priorities of the commission and of the department, those are the 3 that I would pick. If we try to do 85 items all at once, we'll fail in all of them. We've got to focus, get those major items that truly have an impact, and resolve them. I think the comp plan has to be commenced no later than the end of this calendar year. Getting how we're going to do that, whether it's outsourced or internal, is going to be the difficulty in accomplishing that, starting that process by the end of the year. And then bringing the inclusiveness of that, you're talking probably a 12 to 18 month time period.
Well, you don't get there until you start, and I would strongly encourage and suggest that you look outside the organization for who is going to guide that. Treasure Coast is a great resource. FAU is a good resource. The ULI is a good resource. There are resources out there at our disposal to start the process. To Commissioner Jarjura's point about the LDRs, they're a mess. They were a mess 30 years ago, and all they are now is a bigger binder of a mess. You know, frankly, the LDRs are a microcosm of how the city has been managed, in that it is there's Band-Aid after Band-Aid without kind of looking at, okay, what is the collateral effect of this fix on 7 other impacted areas, and so how you integrate the comp plan, the neighborhood plans, this land development regulations, including as the Vice Mayor brought up, you know, the TICA exemptions, the parking in lieu. We're doing things that seemingly are policy based, but they're not tied to a plan. She brought up the in lieu parking. We approve these as part of the plan, but nobody is really kind of assessing, you know, we should be capping these at some point. We should, and I know, Randall, you're trying to bring that up to real time, but again, it's back to these data-driven plans, and that, if we accomplish nothing, if we can just get to data-driven plans, including on the finance side, and I know that, Jack, that has been your objective, is that, you know, everything is sponsored, you know, ROI assessed, but it all ties back to, does that fit the plan? And if it doesn't, I'm sorry, we'll have to think about that at some other time. To Commissioner Jarjura's earlier point, we can't be all things to all people 365 days a year. So, sorry to be the bummer man.
And since I won't be here later, Mr. Cooper, as to your suggestion of that should be the priority, a lot of these 85 items would be handled by having a consolidated. I mean, we're not such a large city that we need, you know, they could be one comprehensive plan, like you said, and folded in each district and each neighborhood addressed in that plan. And if we lay out what our vision of Delray is it a walkable, sustainable community? Is it a green community? Those type of things. If those will drive the comprehensive plan, the revised comprehensive plan, then the code and our capital improvements plan, and having so we're not doing, you know, individual design RFPs for, you know, a stretch of street or alley. We should have a standard for all of these things. So I support that, and as a priority, rather than trying to figure out which on these 85 things, other than the ones that are legally required from a safety and legal perspective.
And that brings me to a point, exactly what you were saying is, I don't know what's wrong with oh, there it is. We didn't really start this whole goal-setting meeting with a mission statement, and that would drive everything else. And that's kind of where I'm at with respect to trying to figure out why we're kind of out here trying to figure out what's what and where we're going. We don't know that we want to be a walkable, sustainable city. We haven't even discussed that. So we're talking about all of these parts and bits and pieces, and obviously it makes sense to us, but we haven't started with the very, very top thing, which is basically a mission statement. What do we want to be? And that's what I kind of felt like a goal-setting meeting would start with, but regardless, we're going a different route, and I think that we started off by talking about what we had talked about previously. We haven't really gotten into this point yet, so it might be early, but we need to talk about our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, what our threats are, whether it's traffic, whether it's transient housing, whatever you want to call it. So those are the things that I think will guide us to being able to determine how to get to this point where it will kind of almost shove us into that direction versus us trying to pick out from 85 points as to what's important. Sorry, Commissioner.
That's okay. And actually, it's funny you said mission statement. That's what I have written right here. And the top, when I saw this 85 things, it's really, means nothing without, number one, a mission statement. And that's the one thing I was impressed today's presentations was our CIT, whatever her acronym is, or IT director was, she started with, this is my mission statement, this is how I'm gonna get there. And we have no mission statement. We're almost in an identity crisis. You know, we don't know, do we wanna have, are we a walkable city? Are we a tourist destination? Are we an urban destination? Are we the village by the sea? What are we? Where are we going? We have to do that first. I agree also we need to, and a SWOT analysis will help too. All of these 85 areas could be put into a SWOT analysis. You know, to me, that would have been maybe a good productive use of some of this time today would have been a SWOT analysis or coming up with where we want to go, that mission statement, so we know, you know, and then every department can strive towards that mission. Because I would bet you, if I asked each director here what you think this town is or what we're striving to be, you would have 14 different answers.
Well, I thought the manager started by saying that this is more like we're in the second or third meeting, not necessarily the first. The first one was when we told them what we wanted the city to be. And this one was to basically go back over it and tweak what we needed to tweak, right? I think.
Did we do that though?
Well, no, I'm assuming we did that in our last goal setting.
Actually, what you're doing is you're transitioning from beyond issues that were to the forefront to really getting into the kinds of things that we really need to be talking about. You know, it's kind of a simple thing, say, what do you want to be 20 years from now? But it's a really damn difficult decision to make. And, you know, to figure out what that is. And that's where I'm looking for you to give us the direction of what you see. You're the elected representatives of the community. Now, our job is to help you, but you're the ones that represent the community, and we have to develop a process that helps you get there, but you're going to have to tell us what you want to achieve. This afternoon, I mean, a lot of this going over the goals that was set in April, to a certain degree, is superfluous, but we have to come back to you and say, this is what we've done, this is where we failed, and this is where we're going. But what I'm hoping to get out of this, and particularly this afternoon, is to begin this adding to the process, because it's a 3-year timeline. Add to the process so we can begin the process of achieving those goals. The other issue that I'm very concerned about is starting to address the issue of financial sustainability and benchmarking as a manager. Because quite frankly, how do you know, what are you going to compare yourself to other than people are happy? Well, in my experience, you may never get there in terms of people are happy. But we are trying to get to a point where we are addressing what you think we should be addressing. And I can't keep stressing that because it is the commission as the elected representatives of the community who make that determination. And that's where we're going through. I think this discussion in terms of, you know, the SWOT analysis on these items, yes, it's 85 items. We're not going to deal with 85 items today nor tomorrow. But we can start dealing with some of them, and some of them will naturally fall in place. And as we go through a data-driven, as has been discussed by the mayor and Mr. Scott, many of our capital improvement programs, and as we get to financial sustainability and the principles of good financial analysis, a lot of these things, if we start following them, will resolve themselves. We start doing an ROI and you know, what's the cost of maintenance, then those decisions will get made as part of that process.
You know, you started out the meeting with a meeting objective, which is fine, and that's what we need. And I think to Commissioner Katz's comment, he's 100% on the mark. But the mission statement of the city is really reflected in these plans. I mean, the mission statement of the city should be the comp plan. The mission statement of the Northwest Southwest neighborhood should be reflected in their plan. I'm not somebody who feels comfortable speaking for all those areas as to what that mission statement should be. You know, if you were to pick an area where we have fallen the most behind, is letting these plans go without the attention they've needed for so long. Some of them are 20 years old, but for example, if you took the CBD district, if you took the just excerpts of what we have looked for in our downtown when we were grappling with that, there were parameters of the kind of downtown that we were looking to, and I think that we have done a good job. We've got one final piece of that of trying to codify that objective in current context. That's one small piece of the city, but that's now the mission statement. And so it all comes back to, I think you need to be thinking about how to get third parties in this city to start getting those neighborhood and community plans, whether it's a visioning process, non-political, you know, get people, the community activists. You know, the most successful time in this city was in the Visions, 2000?
Yep.
And it was done by people going up to Stewart and sitting in a hotel for 2 days, people that came from different parts of the city, and you know, they really carved out what it was they wanted this, how they saw the city growing up, and it worked. That hasn't happened really since then, and that's what needs to happen. Non-politically driven, you know, grassroots, whoever wants to get involved, but you know, you guys need to figure out who can quarterback that process and prioritize it. And I think all of these other pieces will start to fall into place.
Exactly, Mr. Mayor. I think that is, if we do our job properly in putting that together, they will in fact do that. In terms of the agenda, lunch is ready. We're actually a little behind on that schedule. Do you want to work through lunch or just eat and,
Sure.
And then,
Work through lunch.
Okay. Then if everybody will get something to eat, and we'll go to the next item, which is economic development. I want to get to a point to where we can start talking about what your goals are, what we want to add, and get to those other issues. Discussion this morning for between FY16 and FY19, and begin that process so we can start adding to them, and then we will go into long-term financial trends and financially sustainability. So page 47, as Jack has indicated in the worksheets. So if we can, we want to hear from you. And I'd like it to be an interactive dialogue to the extent that we can, but really, we want to hear from you. You may want to hear from us what we think is important, but this is your goal-setting session. So without further ado, if we can start that process.
So if we can start at page 47, I hope this is a straightforward format. It is the existing goals at the top. Then there's a middle section, which is what staff is recommending. And then the bottom section is what we have received pre-meeting from several of you.
So how do you envision this? You want to give us just to manage expectations? Are you you want us just to go through these sequentially? I'm not sure what the order of this is, just,
This is the same framework, Mayor, as the existing commission-approved 2016, 2018 goals. So I see no reason to take it out of order.
Okay.
But as the manager said, this is really your portion of the meeting.
I would like, and remember, we're staying at a kind of a 10,000 foot or 5,000 foot level, but not into the weeds. What would you like to see in terms of our achievement in the next 3 years? Keeping in mind, we have what you've decided upon this year, fiscal 15-16, and to a large degree, 15-16. And where do we go from here? What other, because this is not a static document. I'll take you back to April where I said this is going to evolve depending upon situational changes and to the extent that we get things accomplished.
I guess the question I have is that, you know, to have a goal, we need to have a mission. Did we discuss that? I mean, are we?
That can be a part of the discussion. What is the mission? I mean,
what do we see ourselves as being before we start getting the goals to get there? It seems like we need to figure out where we want to move from.
Maybe the mission can be those three priorities you mentioned, at least a starting point. Number one is to get that comp plan, and number two, I have written down.
That's a goal.
Huh?
That's a goal.
I mean, those are the goals. I mean, to me, those three goals need to be the framework for where we're starting something.
That is a good point to start the discussion.
To me, a mission is more like this, and then the goals follow. It's kind of like, you know, Delray strives to be like the most desirable, you know, residential locale or city in South Florida by, you know, continuing to advance our, I don't know, our village by the sea or enhance our village by the sea characteristics. It has to be very far-reaching. It might be walkable ability. It might be, it's what we want to aim towards, and then from there we would then start the goals and then the objectives to get, you know, to get that. We also want to be obviously a city that offers premium, because I've heard this over and over again, premium value for the services or to the taxpayers and our citizens, that sort of thing. That's kind of what I was thinking of as far as like a mission statement in order to be able to then launch the goal going forward. The goal is to incorporate that, but I don't know where to begin.
Do you still see us a village by the sea, or we're expanding that?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think that a lot of people are questioning that, and there are some people out there that don't believe that. And if we are a village by the sea, I think that needs to be in our our mission statement. If we are not, and we are striving to be more urban and getting away from that whole moniker, then that needs to be part of our mission statement, because otherwise we're struggling. We're fighting between. And
you know, we don't have an identity, as you said earlier.
that's exactly right.
We're a village. We want to be a town. Are we urban? Are we a fit destination? Are we a tourist destination? I don't know.
Chief, are we still a village by the sea?
No. No, we're not. I'll answer that. No, we're not.
It's a moniker that I've known since 1989, but being in the law enforcement field, this village has turned into a city.
Yes.
We have population, we're a destination. People want to come to the city of Delray Beach. They always say, I'm going to go to Delray Beach, the city of Delray Beach. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I really don't. But I understand what the Vice Mayor is saying is that if that's the case, then we have to redefine things. Or if we're a village by the sea, then that's how we should move forward. You know, smaller things and not promoting so much stuff like we promote now. But we have.
I'm going to disagree with you, because I think that you're right. The outsiders coming in see us as a city to come do their deal and leave. But I think that people who live here actually still see this place as a village by the sea and want to preserve as much of that feel and that characteristic as we can, that uniqueness that separates us from the cities up and down the coast. And so, you know, I think that I think that it's a struggle, and I think that we need to figure it out. I mean, that's gonna direct us.
I think that's and therein lies why it shouldn't be politically driven. And I didn't see this meeting as a mission statement defining meeting. I see, again, the comp plan as defining what does everybody want. I may see the city as a village by the sea. My neighbor may see this as a highly urbanized, full-service city and thinks the concept of village, you know, was yeah, and that's not far from the generational differences that we've got in the demographic differences we've got in the town. But this comes back to the comp plan and re-energizing the people of the city to solve that identity crisis for themselves. We can't really solve that for them. I think what we can do is from those plans is be good stewards of those plans, and but I think far above our ability and our purpose to define for the 65,000 people what that mission should be. And again, I think we've got a comp plan, which is the overriding plan for the city, but we are a city of areas that have different needs and priorities and opportunities too that need to be revisited in these neighborhood plans. So I would like to see us as a goal, and the number one, when I was kind of looking at this, which didn't appear before, is move to number one, redoing all of these plans, comp plan, master plan, neighborhood plans. From there, we can
find our way.
You know, the people of the town have decided whether or not we are a village by the sea, or whether that is part of it. I think that whether you think we are or not, I think there is, you know, we can be graceful a town as we're a village, and graceful a city as we're a town as we evolve. And I think, but let's let the people that live here and work here define what that is.
I agree.
But so against that, but I think maybe what we can do as a commission is decide that needs to be number one on the list.
I agree.
I agree with that. I also want to just the very first page of this, or page 5, was the organizational chart. I think we always have to remember who's on the top of that organizational chart, and it's not us. It is the citizens, and every 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is now, decide who's going to be underneath them. So they, I mean, in one respect, Mayor, they are deciding that by electing us to make those decisions for them. If we're they've entrusted us to be their leaders, to envision what that vision is going to be. Yes, we should constantly need to communicate with them in as many ways as we can, to make sure that we're doing what they want, because they ultimately, at the end of the day, they're at the top of this chart. We kind of constantly remind ourselves that, but they did elect us, and we've got to, you know, make the tough decisions, and like I said, and I agree 100% that we have to have that comp plan. I mean, that has to be the number one priority. So I agree with that.
I would just like to say our current plans are what got us to where we are today. And, you know, lauded nationally, lauded by the state, examples for other communities to follow. I just was meeting with someone the other day who was part of the team that was part of the original Atlantic Avenue redesign in the 80s, when, you know, they were deciding whether or not to make it a pedestrian-only street, and it's you know, he's like, God, I wish back then I knew to buy property in Delray when I was part of the architecture team that was redesigning Atlantic Avenue and reducing. So I would like to be part of the commission that is making the revised and the updated master plans for the next 10 to 20 years. So to me, that is our priority. I don't think if you poll everybody in the room and if you poll everybody in the neighborhood, what makes us a village versus a city, a town, you know, the chief is probably basing it upon demographics, whereas, you know, someone else might base it upon design and architecture and use. But we need a comprehensive plan for both planning, for infrastructure, for neighborhoods, for pockets. So I think that should be number one, updating and revising our master plans, our comprehensive plans, our infrastructure plans, so that we have a framework. Then implementing the rules and the regulations that are going to implement that framework. I'd also like to be part of the commission that refocuses and redefines Congress Corridor. I know we have a task force, but how are we going to bring in and diversify that tax base so that we have income to accomplish these goals and objectives that we have? And to me, that's my priorities. Level of service, I think we have brought all of you on to right the ship in terms of the staffing issues that we had, the management issues we had. I think that was the purpose of my first year and a half in office, and before that, the Mayor Glickstein and Vice Mayor Petrolia preceding term. It was to right the ship from a level of service and staffing perspective. And hopefully all of you are accomplishing that and putting together measurable objectives and goals and job descriptions so that we could see whether or not each of you are accomplishing that. Finding other revenue generating opportunities other than our property taxes, which is only $50 million of our $100 million general fund, and it's ever fluctuating. And you know, we are competing with other cities, and the only way to reduce that millage rate is to find a diversified tax base in other areas of our city that could sustain a maybe more intense development, more office space, more commercial base, as well as finding revenue generating opportunities that are, like, for example, paid for parking or contracts with the city that people want to compete for and pay money to the city to do business in our city. So I think I've been pretty clear over the past year and a half of my goals and objectives, and they are consistent with those. That's my Cliff Notes version since I have to leave in 10 minutes.
Mayor, if I may, for commission consideration, I think we as an administrative functions, our various management business practices, we should strive within the confines of our ability, both financial and human resource, to utilize best management practices within our business practices and functions, administrative functions. But we should also focus our investment, and this is particularly for the 3-year period, where are we going to spend our money? We have an enormous backlog of infrastructure that has deteriorated to a point where we literally have some buildings falling down. We need to concentrate our efforts, at least in my opinion, on bringing our facilities up to what is something that we are proud of, that provides the service to our communities, and not are a continuing drain on our revenue sources, so we have the return on investment that we need. And we have, for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter, allowed many of those facilities to degenerate into a point where they are not providing the services to the community that those individuals expect. And I think that's something that you may want to consider in terms of focusing where we spend our dollars rather than, you know, we're going to have a new project. Because one of the things I want to talk about is when we discuss new projects, we don't typically, at least in the 10 months that I've been here, have not talked about, you know, what's the return on investment? What's the ongoing cost? And, you know, it's just, this is brought up as a good project, let's go do it. And we can't do everything. I mean, I know looking down the road, there's going to be some issues I'm going to bring to you that I'm probably not going to recommend that we go forward with. And the interest group behind those issues is going to essentially, hang him from the highest tree or the shortest tree, whichever gets the rope around his neck as fast as possible. And a good example of that was the kind of thing that we went through vis-a-vis the library. We're not following our own policy for the last 10 years, and that's as far back as I looked, but it is an issue, but we cannot, what is going to be our policy, if you will, for nonprofits? Now, it's my responsibility to bring that back to you, and I intend to do so. But that's just a good example, and you only use it as an example. So where are we going to focus our limited resources and effort? The comp plan is one. I think you're all supportive of that. We get it. We understand.
And neighborhood
Neighborhoods, bringing them all together in a single document that is very clearly understood. That process is going to be somewhat difficult. Transient housing issues.
Well, let's not get, you're just kind of getting more into the subsets of things, and that's not the, we've talked about is priority number one, you've got commission consensus as to updating these plans. To your next point about how we spend our money, I mean, part of your job, frankly, is really articulating what is the core mission, the core function of a full service city. Public safety, safe roads, infrastructure. I mean, there's a certain level of, while there's always going to be a difference of opinion of what is an essential service, most people will agree on those core essential services that we have to provide as a full service city. And if we are doing that well, then everything above that is where there's some discretion. And so it's great to talk about these other things, but to me, the subset, or number two on this, if we're getting, really kind of leads into that sustainable financial plan, but the context has to be, what are the core essential services that we have to provide, and are we doing that, against that? Is that Mitch's phone? That was Al.
Well, I think,
And
we have to provide a benchmark level of service for our core services, and I would define those as public safety, utilities, transportation, parks and recreation, as it applies to the quality of life of your community.
Okay, now let's just stop right there in terms of distractions. You mentioned public safety being number one. Sometimes this, as much as I punish my kids for using this word, it just sometimes is the best word. We suck at collective bargaining, and we have treated our public safety officers, the message that we have sent is that they aren't a core essential service of the city. 6 years and therein lies this kind of point of distraction, in that if you, city manager, as the CEO, are defining what these core responsibilities are, and we are assigning values to those, then that helps us understand what do we have left over to spend on where we start to get into the gray areas of what are essential services. For example, nonprofit funding. Some people would argue those aren't essential. Some people would argue they are. But until we've got proper benchmarks of whether we are doing the fundamentals correctly and adequately, that's why we struggle the way we are, at least in my view. So part of this is on you as the CEO of the organization to help us understand this is what we need to do to get these fundamentals right. This is what we need to spend to get them right. And then from there, I mean, but, you know, that's kind of number 2 and 3 on my list.
And I would agree, this is not a conspiracy between the mayor and I, but I've started the benchmarking process, or at least what I think we should start to benchmark ourselves against. And this is just financial data to begin starting that. And I will split these up and they can go to either side.
Mayor, if I may also, you started speaking about as the manager had begun discussions also about like what we are spending on nonprofits. Not to drill down, but there are certain nonprofits in our community that are almost not really considered nonprofits in a normal setting of a city. You know, you brought up the library. That would be one. You know, most cities that I know of have a private library or public library. We may call ours nonprofit library, but truthfully, it's the city library. I mean, we're funding it to the level where it's being operated by the city funds for the most part. The Historic Society, which holds on to our documentation, that is not, to me, a nonprofit. That is something that is integral to our history that we would have to take over otherwise. So there are some of these that are in there that are mixed in with others that I would have to say I would want to see them separated out and then deal with them individually, because I think that each one of them needs to be held accountable in their own right. However, not necessarily lumping them into that 1% or whatever that figure was that we had as a max or a cap of spending limits.
And you're right. I mean, we've talked about that, and not to, it's because, for example, the library, they're kind of in this no man's land of 501c3, but yet they're getting most of their money from us. There's no accountability. You know, we don't know what they're doing. We don't know how they're operating, yet we're funding their business. And you could say there is no accountability for any of the nonprofits that we're funding, you know, and that has to be part of that discussion. I fully support bringing some of these into a line item, you know, part of our budget, because then we get the accountability. We get to look at their personnel. We get to look at how they're spending their money. I mean, so there's, you know, that clearly has to be part of this discussion, and I don't want to make this about the, but that really comes back to you in terms of, you know, this is the best way, if we're going to be funding this anyway, let's not go through this torture every year. Let's make it part of the budget. There's accountability. We control, you know, how they're spending their money. But again, coming back to, I mean, I fully agree with that we need to figure out this nonprofit umbrella that we've been using is the wrong description.
And I intend to bring that back to the commission in dealing with those types of issues. What I would like to suggest, and this just purely as a management perspective, that our core services will be in the top quartile of our selected benchmark cities. Now, I have selected those 5 cities largely because they're coastal, they're roughly within the same population range. There's wide variations in valuation and things like that, but at least to begin that dialogue and concerning some establishment of some benchmark. But, you know, you're talking, and I think I've defined the core functions: public safety, for lack of a better description, public works, and quality of life, parks and recreation. Now, you can add things onto that, subtract things, or everything in there is a variation of those 3.
Well, would we all agree with that? I would. I mean, if
planning is in, you said, was planning in there?
Planning gets you to those core facilities. But planning is essentially a quality of life decision.
So parks, recs, and planning.
Yeah.
So
and
utilities,
infrastructure.
Public safety,
transportation.
public works.
Yeah.
Public Works is kind of a generic,
Right.
that's stormwater,
Yeah.
transportation, water, sewer.
I agree, those are the essential functions of local government.
Public safety, public works, parks and recreation, and planning.
So we're gonna be in the top 25% of the benchmark cities. And, you know, we're gonna have to develop criteria. As an example, I'll pick on the police department for this minute. You know, what is the criteria that says we're in the top quartile? Crime rate, response time, you know, pick one, or pick many. Same thing applies to fire, same thing's gonna apply to utilities, same thing's gonna apply to planning and parks and rec.
You know, Mr. Manager, before I leave, I just want to say, what I struggle with, I think we need to do a better job about explaining to the community and the residents and the businesses what our limitations are and what our core services are. What's frustrating for me, this is a city manager form of government, not a commission. And what's frustrating for me is we say these are our core services, and then, you know, I like the idea of having a single workshop that's staff issue, but we have what I call wish lists. And people are asking us for these things, and it's very hard, you know, how do you rank, you know, which is a better nonprofit versus you know, another nonprofit? I agree with Vice Mayor Petrolia and the mayor that there are some that are providing essential functions of the city. But the rest, you know, everyone's selling their goods. Which event is better than the next event? I think as a city manager, I expect you to only put things in front of me that speak to our core services and that are financially supportable and sustainable and feasible by our city. And I think that also needs to be explained to the public. Like, this is what our budget is. This is what our general fund is. This is what our income is. And which I think OpenGov will accomplish that, because a lot of this information, when you explain it to people, this is how much money the city actually has, and this is how much it costs to do that, suddenly their wish list isn't...
Shrinks.
Exactly.
It'll shrink, or they may say, you know, we're willing to pay more, so we get this.
We're just managing expectations.
Managing expectations, and I think, you know, you guys are the gatekeeper, and once we have a process and a procedure in place, not letting it get to a public hearing level when there's no hope of it getting passed because it's not economically feasible, or it's not, you know, the demand isn't there from a needs perspective or from a legal perspective. So, you know, my parting thing is, I agree with you, these are the core services, and I think you are the manager, and you should...
And then it's my job to focus on those core services. Just that simple.
And I apologize, I have to leave, it was not planned.
Commissioner Jarjura had a death in the family, so on behalf of all of us, we're sorry for your loss.
Now, I will advise you that as a manager, once we have established these benchmarks and so forth, when you get called by, you know, whomever, says, we want to do this, I'm going to refer you back and say, that's not part of our core services. And we have question whether or not we can do that. But that's the function of government, happens all the time. I mean, that's just the day-to-day kind of thing that we have to do. Based upon that core services, I'd like to suggest for your consideration, let's fix what we have.
Absolutely.
Let's not go out and look for something new. Let's fix what we have based upon those core services and those benchmarks. And if we don't feel there's a return on investment, and this is part of what the facilities, we get rid of it.
So let me get this right. Am I right to assume that if we've got a particular part of town or a neighborhood that's in really bad disrepair, we should not be going to another area and building up instead of going to where we need to take it?
We need to fix that area first. And then, now,
How do we codify that to make sure that when we leave here, that is something that future commissioners or staff can look at and understand what that means exactly? Let's take care of what we have and not spend on something new.
it is, we will come to you with a set of suggested goals and policies and procedures. It will get incorporated in a comp plan, which ultimately becomes a function of law and guides us on where we spend our money. And then it's the tricky part. Commission's future have to stick to that plan. Now, they may make some changes, and we have to stick to it, and we have to continually refer to it. I mean, good, you know, and I'm just using this one because it's easy. you know, we had an administrative policy as applied to nonprofit, we didn't follow it. Well, we gotta follow this stuff, we gotta be focused. We as an organization have to be focused, and as a commission have to be focused, and we have to be focused together on the same goals and objectives. And we, as we codify those plans, one big step is developing and bringing to you, and I won't use the term leave behind, I'll think of something else.
No, that's a good term. It brings back good memories.
But I intend to come to you with all of these in a document that are levels of service and say, and you're going to have to read through them, and I think most of them are pretty straightforward. Do you agree with them? That drives components within the comp plan. We are going to have 6-inch or larger water mains, period. It's pretty simple. We are going to have, and we'll have to refine this further, a rating on our streets by a certain time, because I don't think, unless we're prepared to go out and spend, you know, raise some money, by a certain date of 70, a rating of 70 or higher, and maintain that. We're going to have whatever the benchmarks are in the police department, whatever the benchmarks are in the fire department. We're ultimately going to have to develop them internally for our administrative services, IT, human relations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it will be a document that will be incorporated into our plans. Parks and Rec, how many acres? I mean, typically you see in a comp plan, you have so many acres of parkland, so many types of facilities. You know, the facilities consist of X pools and so forth. A good example of a question that gets posed, we have 2 golf courses. This one, 18,
Lakeview.
and Lakeview. Lakeview is an executive. This is a Donald Ross municipal course. Do you have 2 golf courses? Simple question. Very difficult to answer. You know, and if you don't have 2 golf courses, what do you do with the one you get rid of? Do you have 2 pools? And I would caution you, you know, we talk about Village up by the Sea, and I think we can keep that character as we go on. But our service population for many of these is about 100,000 people when you talk about our events and so forth. So my job is to figure out how to staff up, as an example, a police department that will be able to serve a 100,000 person population. Very diverse, both economically and ethnically, population, with all the other social ills that we have to deal with, which are little wrinkles. But, you know, as an example which has been discussed, our stormwater. What do we do to ensure that 50 years from now, certain neighborhoods are not inundated or our wells are not contaminated by saltwater intrusion? Those are the kinds of things that we're going to be looking at through the comp plan. And Mr. Stillings looks like he's contemplating impaling himself right now. But those are the kinds of issues I'm talking about in terms of goals and objectives. And they're not as esoteric as they sound. You know, when we come back and say we're going to be in the top quartile of our benchmark, it also is going to start driving expenditures. Because where we're deficient, we're going to have to put those resources, either you're going to take resources away from someplace, or we're going to have to raise some additional resources from some other place. And I don't have the answer to that today. But those are the kinds of decisions we're going to have to make, and that's one of the reasons why I would like to go as to a single issue workshop as we're in this transition and dealing with these thorny issues. It takes more than 10 minutes to struggle through these. And I know there's probably going to be pushback in the community about that, but we've got to get to a point where we're getting direction, collective direction from the commission, and something beyond a 10-minute kind of thing, or dealing with it at 10:30 or 11:30 at night, because it just doesn't work. So those are my suggestions as applies to at least you know, 2 or 3 ideas as goals and objectives that you may want to consider in this time period that we're going forward. And remember, we will bring them back, get them adopted, and refine them and add to them as we move down the road. Yes, sir. I don't want to monopolize the conversation. Folks,
I
please.
just have a question. I think it was about a year and a half ago, the mayor brought up, you know, interest rates being low, potentially doing a bond, maybe helping us accelerate. I mean, I sit here and I keep getting drawn to that pavement resurfacing chart. I mean, it is just, it's crazy. I mean, you're talking about pretty much the entire city that needs work, you know, and if every citizen is getting the effect, the citizens, I think, would be behind a bond referendum to kickstart, knowing that, you know, if we don't do it now, it's going to cost them more later on, and doing this stuff. Where are we at with moving forward? Like I said, it was a year and a half ago. I think you brought it up, and I haven't heard any direction of moving to get it done. We have another referendum that we're putting on the ballot. Where are we at? Or can we be somewhere?
Doesn't have to be on the ballot. It could be, that's just for a general obligation bond. We can, we can do it through, there are any number of ways that we could do that without it being a referendum. But it's a great point in terms of you know, how to jumpstart this. You know, there may be a capital event in the near future that we're gonna regret that we didn't move when we could have, and you know, that probably is a good segue to the bigger piece, or just as an equally large piece, is just the sustainable financial plan. And you know, I don't know, you know, all of this has to be discussed in the metric of, you know, look, we all want to lower our millage rate. You know, it's one of these, great, okay, we want to lower taxes, you know, but, you know, that has to be juxtaposed against the financial realities of what we need to do today in terms of fixing what we have in the context of public safety, public works, parks and recreation, and planning. And, you know, from there, is it realistic that we can reduce the millage rate? And if not, then okay, and let's start managing expectations accordingly, but it has to be done with, you know, in this context. You know, it's easy just to say, lower the taxes. Great, I pay a lot of taxes here. I'd love to have a lower tax bill. But, you know, is that a realistic expectation? You know, and I understand the objective. I want a lower tax rate as an objective. You tell us how to get us there. And that's okay too, but it has to come back to that, you know, what do we have to spend after we've done well? Fix what we have in public safety, public works, parks and recreation, and planning.
Before you begin, it's not about lowering the tax rate at the end of the day. It's about how much we're actually taking in, because we did lower our tax rate this year by a very, very small percentage. But we took in a nice chunk of change because basically our values went up. So the tax rate has very little to do with the bottom line of how we're operating, because in a bad year, that actually could really hurt the city. So the tax rate is not really what we're talking about if we're really talking about how much do we have to spend during an operating deal. So that's, to me, that's a figure that I'm not as worried about as much as I am about how much we're being given to operate and operate efficiently. One of the things that's missing in this entire, from my perspective, in this entire goal setting is how are we going to become more efficient in order to be able to make sure that what we are being given by and it's not our money, it's their money, but what we're being given to operate this city is done in the best way possible. We aren't even discussing that. We're basically talking about, you know, to me, I'm seeing, and I'm just talking from the perspective of probably what most of my constituents are going to call me out on, is you know, level of service equals we don't have to discuss how we're going to become more efficient, and to me that's just not acceptable. I think that what we have to do is we have to look at this from the standpoint of we just got a nice big huge raise how are we going to convert that into making sure that the population recognizes that they just got better service as a result of that nice, big, huge raise? Not that we didn't increase their tax rate, because bottom line, they're paying more taxes.
I would have typically used, and I can't answer that question today, have used the cost, what is the level of service and how are we doing compared to our benchmark cities, but also the cost per capita of providing that particular benchmark service to this community. Now that doesn't necessarily mean it's the most efficient, because government has inbred inefficiencies in my opinion, but at least it begins to develop something that we can start to compare ourselves to. I have some goals that I would like to see as part of our IT and business process change. I don't know if we can achieve them at this point in time, and as I said before, I'm reluctant to throw them out because quite obviously you're going to throw them back at me, and if I can't achieve them, it isn't going to matter what the reasons are. It's just that I haven't achieved, and I don't know if the number is correct at this point in time. But as part of our benchmarking process, I think and I've given you some financial benchmarks there only as a beginning of this process, is establishing, if we meet our level of service, what is the cost of delivering that service compared to our benchmarks for the design service? And if we're out of line, then we're doing something wrong. I mean, we're talking about roughly the same labor market, same cost of doing business. So either there is something particular that we're doing that is not the norm, and we need to take that into account. And that's why when I did those, or had those done, I tried to make an apples to apples comparison. The total cost of what those governments, if you will, are charging for those particular levels of service, so you have as complete a picture as I can possibly provide. And I think that is part of the issue that we're going to have to bring that will answer your question, Vice Mayor, because if somebody says, well, how do I know I'm getting a good deal? You can say, we cost $2 for this service and everybody else costs $3 per capita. Now, there are lots of ways to measure this, but that's the one I have used, at least in my career in the past. I've even liked to, and some of these I can do and some of them I can't, even make it compared to private industry. That's sometimes is not a very good comparison given what we do, but we have to begin establishing some standards and some, as part of the LOS, and benchmarking, in my opinion, is the left hand of that right hand of starting to benchmark those. Do I have all those answers today? No, I do not. I mean, again, this is a goal-setting session. We're going to come back in January with these codified, get them adopted, and then use them to begin driving the financial spending plan for the next 3 years.
Well, maybe one of the things, and this is maybe something that you can look at as possibly a goal for each of your departments, find a way to become more efficient. I mean, nobody's probably ever done a study on what is the cost. I mean, we're constantly buying vehicles. I mean, it just seems like every single time I'm, making a decision in especially recently, 5 vehicles here. So what is the cost of the take-home vehicles? Is that something that we could actually add some life onto those vehicles because they're not being taken home? That's something that we should be looking at as an internal way of possibly, cutting some expenses. These are some of the things that I can't do because obviously we're just commissioners, but you certainly can ask your department heads to look into ways that they can cut costs in order to be able to free up some money, in order to be able to maybe do some of the things that we would like to do. It seems to me that the only suggestion from here, coming in my direction is, how do we get more money when we've got a lot to work with? So let's find a way of being able to see where we can maybe save some money here and there in order to be able to make it go further, and that would be up to your department heads to find out those areas that they could possibly save. So it's just, that's where I'm coming from. It's not always the taxpayer, but it's also looking internally. And I don't see the internal looking here, other than raising the level of service, which we absolutely have to have, we without a doubt.
Vice Mayor, I mentioned earlier that the next step drilling down is those performance management meetings, which gets to the efficiency, because we should be looking at every organization, how we're performing, and continually look at those and measure ourselves against those benchmarks. Things like the fleet will pop up. Other issues may pop up that we're not performing as well at. So it's up to us to continue these meetings in between the, as one layer down from benchmarking, to continually look at our organization, review that for efficiencies. Just because I'm asking for a rate increase for utilities doesn't mean that, should mean that we have been as efficient as we can at performing that service. I know some other organizations, not here, but other organizations, just come in and ask for a rate increase. But what does that mean to the public? So our utilities should constantly be looking at how to become more efficient. At the same time, their cost to operate is going up. They have costs that are fixed costs, such as utilities, electrical charges. Those things continually are beyond their control.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, they should be looking at how to deploy, what kind of chemicals should we buy, what kind of processes are in place to continually to be as efficient as we can with the taxpayers' dollars or the ratepayers' dollars.
The efficiency thing too, I think also a couple years ago that we had talked to one of the 3 or 4 managers we had in a short time span, talked about looking at outsourcing, not necessarily outsourcing, but being, and then it was like a political expediency of, the union showed up and then, okay, no, we're not outsourcing, but then it wasn't that we want to outsource. The question, and then back then I was just a taxpayer, was we should always be looking at outsourcing. Doesn't mean we're ever going to outsource, but at least those outside organizations most of the time are going to help improve your internal controls, because they're going to, if they can do it for half the price we are, that usually says to us, not necessarily we're going to outsource it for half the price, but they're going to show us ways, just through the process of ways that we could be more efficient. And it also, or maybe we aren't doing enough. Maybe, maybe we are efficient or super efficient in certain areas. We don't even know that because we haven't been willing to make that, to look at those things and not let the political climate or, keep us from at least just keeping ourselves honest.
No, I think you make a great point as far as we should always be looking at ways to save money or better ways to spend tax dollars. But yeah, we are in the public sector and we're not in the private sector. Right. And because of that, when you mention outsourcing, it sort of gets received quite different than when you're talking about private sector. You're talking about people, whether, I know it would be police, but you're talking about whether it's police, fire, or our code guys, or whether it's our public works guys. You're talking about families who, they're looking at the city not just as a corporation, but we have the unique position to really look at how to tighten the belt if we can. But I think the potential solution we have here, instead of us making it a political decision and say, hey, we should or should not outsource, I think those benchmarks are going to give us really a better view, because we can compare ourselves to an outsourcing organization or our neighbors and see where we fall. Now, if we consistently miss, then that conversation becomes more of a reality. But I think when we throw it out there, we have to expect that kind of backlash, because we are a public sector. And when employees hear that you're considering outsourcing, the last thing they're thinking about is you're just trying to spend our tax dollars more wisely. No, that's not what they're thinking. So I think those benchmarks will give us the ability to make that move if that's what the council decides, because those benchmarks will tell us if we're making the mark or if we're not.
And outsourcing doesn't necessarily mean people are going to be laid off. It may mean that we change where our resources internally are being applied. But my focus is, if acceptable to the commission, is establishing these LOSs and these benchmarks. So I have a road path for going forward. We're not going to get more tax money. We might get fees and charges for specific purposes, but the era of more tax money per se, in my opinion, is over. It's been over for quite some time, at least in my career, almost my entire career. That has been a battle. And from the information that I've presented, we do have some issues there. But we can address them, I think. I think we can get there. If we do everything that's been laid out, I think we can get there. Now, whether it'll be totally satisfactory to everybody, I don't know. But we've got to start.
Well, and you know, without getting too much into the subsets, because to the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Katz's comments about efficiency, you know, that's your job. You know, that's not our job. You know, it's your job to point out where we can gain efficiencies, but you know, we're not going to get to in my view, a good spot in terms of what we can do and what we can't do until we solve the CRA issue, in terms of what that contribution is going to be, because the commission has spoken to this. I believe it was unanimous that the spending priorities of the CRA are not in some ways inconsistent with what we see as citywide priorities, and you know, that part of the pie is going to have to get reallocated, and so over the next year, it is incumbent upon you to determine, again, data-driven, how we can still maintain the full amount of the county TIF, and modify the interlocal agreement so that the city is capturing a portion of those CRA dollars. Now, understanding that these are fungible dollars to the extent that there are CRA initiatives that would be city initiatives if there wasn't a CRA, that's fine, that's great. And I think that we get there by more meetings with the CRA to make sure that their budgeting for the next year is consistent with ours. And we've seen a lot of disconnects that were highlighted in this last round. So that is integral to solving and providing clarity going forward, because the current way is just not going to, I mean, I know there's a lot of posturing out there and editorializing and legacy protection and whatever you want to call it, but the commission has already decided that it's not going to continue as is. So what the difference is between as is and where we need to be, that is also on your shoulders and that of the CRA to figure out, you know, what data-driven, what can be reallocated to the citywide general fund, what stays in the CRA but is more focused on, you know, finishing these neighborhoods, prioritizing these you know, less in new projects, more in terms of executing on the plans that are there and are being updated. So.
Did we get I remember a few months ago, or a month or 2 months ago, there was a question about being able to reallocate, and you were going to, I think Noel was going to get some information on that. Did we ever find out if we can actually reallocate dollars without losing TIF? Is that possible?
I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is. I think it's a substantive discussion. I think what the mayor described is very accurate with respect to the approach you take. You want to do it in a way where you minimize straining relationships with the county. So I think there
Sure.
are strategies you would use to develop that interlocal agreement. I think it needs to be done quickly.
Yes.
And if it's not done quickly, then you need to look what your other options are well in advance of budget planning with respect to governance. So I think that conversation needs to occur now, really.
So would it be advisable for your commission to reach out to county commissioners, or is that not something that we would want to do?
I think that's premature because
Okay.
you want to see what progress we make with the CRA.
Okay, so when you said that we got to be careful about how we handle the county commissioners, I guess maybe I'm
I
not
guess what
understanding that
okay,
link.
What I'm saying is, you don't want to have the county confronted with an issue where you greatly reduce, for example, the amount of money the city is contributing to the CRA TIF. At the same time, the county pays 100% of its TIF to the CRA. I think that has historically been a source of tension between the entity creating the TIF and the surrounding governments that fund the TIF. That, for example, was the impetus for the recent changes to the legislation, where those folks that contribute to the TIF but aren't the governing body creating the TIF are contributing substantially more money than the entity. I think it's legal, but I think it raises policy issues for you. So that's why that's why typically what a lot of governments do is take those city expenses that occur within the CRA, and your CRA is so large, and as the mayor says, those are fungible monies. Use those sources of revenues to perform city projects that you otherwise would incur over the course of that year, and shift that over to the CRA, and that frees up other monies.
Right, so I guess, so what you're saying is that you would work with our CRA to,
I guess what I'm suggesting is the bottom line is that needs to be memorialized in an interlocal agreement between the CRA and the city. And I guess my point is, if you don't think that the likelihood of an acceptable interlocal agreement is achievable, then you need to look to other options. And that's why that discussion with the CRA needs to occur as soon as possible.
absolutely, okay, I understand what you're saying now,
And,
so.
and I remind the commission, and I'm not going to speak for Jeff, and Jeff can speak for himself, but we have begun those discussions, and I had indicated previously, is my intent to get to a point where we either have it or we don't have it, and I report back to you and say, we're going to have to do something else by the end of the first quarter or earlier of next year.
No, I would say that by the first quarter, I would like to have a draft of the interlocal agreement, or that it's actually before the city commission, and that's going to take some the financial machinations between what you talked about the fungibility, to the extent it stays in the CRA, but it's funding things differently than what the CRA thinks it may be funding. We're not, that helps us stay within the stress levels that you're referring to about bumping up.
And Jeff and I have started those conversations. I don't know if you want to jump in or not.
No, yeah, we've had those conversations. I think we'll be able to get there. In fact, I know we will be able to get there. We just need to get down pen to paper and go through this in detail on the individual line items to get there. We understand, the board understands, and as far as the challenges related to the city, and it is a collective effort, and we'll get there.
Great.
Okay.
I have a, sorry.
Yes.
With
I just,
all-
no, go ahead.
Are you gonna go?
No, I'm sorry.
Ladies first, how's that?
Go ahead.
I don't know that you really have heard, because basically, you're still going forward with the plans at Old School Square. And you've heard it all the way up here again. You heard it before. We are not interested. We want to go ahead and focus on some of the important things that haven't been, the front and center. You've heard it from our manager up here today, talking about we don't want to build anything more. We really need to take care of what we've got first. And I don't think you have heard it, and that's the problem that I'm having. There seems to be a great connection when you're here, and a big disconnect when you're not. And I guess that's the problem that I'm having, because I can tell you, I don't like being the lightning rod to what's going on at the CRA, when basically the commission has been very clear, I think clear, in some of the conversations that we've had on the dais. I get that you have your own entity, but the problem is you're pushing us into a situation where we're going to make changes that are going to make sure that it doesn't happen in the future. This is the silo effect that we're talking about that is not seeming to come down. And that's what I want to just make sure that I'm extremely clear here as to where I don't think that there is the connection between our organization and your organization.
If I may.
Sure.
It has become clear recently where we actually got the clear directive. And so, absent the meeting in September when we did our budget presentation, prior to that, there wasn't the specific direction, and we did receive the letter. It's on the agenda next week for the board to make the decision on. We have had a subsequent meeting after the budget approval. I spoke to you all, most of you, about the adjustments we've had to make given the budget conditions. So we heard it.
Okay,
and
great.
The board has heard it, and we'll have that on the agenda next week. And again, we've had discussions throughout with the manager and I, and we are going to sit down here subsequent to this meeting and get down to the bottom of it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just one last point about that, and I think Vice Mayor is right, you know, in terms of I don't know but just kind of the autonomy on the board, which is good. I think there needs to be some commission sensitivity to the fact that and I've had lengthy conversations with your board chair about this, and I think that he understands as well that you know, when you swing the pendulum one way quickly, you know, we need to be mindful of what is in your budget that may have had a lot of community support. And I'm not referring specifically to what the vice mayor is, but there are other things in there. So you're going to have to demonstrate to the commission why that needs to stay in there. We're not going to get from where I think this commission wants to be relative to those dollars overnight. I know there's things that have been in that plan for a while, and there's overlap between different neighborhoods and in parts of the city. But, you know, that needs to kind of come back to the commission. This is why this piece needs to remain. This has been part of the plan for a while. This isn't a new project that just popped up, which I think got a lot of people. So the board needs to understand that the scrutiny is going to be much different. I guess that's a better way of putting it.
I was gonna say, Earl, all right, you said you think you're close to getting to where you need to go. I'm not quite sure. I'm clear, or we're all clear on where it is you're trying to get to. I know we talked about this interlocal agreement. As us as a board, I mean, we've asked for this. Is that where we're moving towards, or is it moving towards us, you know, spending your budget in different ways? Because personally, that's not where I want to be. I want to be in an interlocal agreement where a portion of those TIF funds or a portion of those funds are being given to Mr. Cooper to use at his complete discretion.
I think it's both.
Right.
I think it's both.
Yeah, and of course, it has to be consistent with statute concerning the utilization of those funds. We have various interlocal agreements now. It's not one consolidated interlocal agreement. However, the CRA and the city have a number of agreements related to, as far as funding mechanisms, whether it be the tennis tournament, the trolley service, the Clean and Safe program, the staffing positions that work within the district. If those need to be consolidated into one document, obviously if you amend either one of those categories, you're amending the whole document. But you know, it's just how you want to structure that. But we already have a number of interlocal agreements identifying the funding and the achievement of the goals in relation to the overall comprehensive and community redevelopment plan.
I would like to see a hard deadline date that we have in front of us, an interlocal agreement for the funding mechanism, that we can, that, this way you have some, instead of you just, what happens is, and we see this in the business world all the time, if we don't set a hard date, a deadline to launch something, to accomplish something, then it easily gets pushed and pushed and pushed. I would like a date to say at this particular commission meeting, and if we exceed that, that's a goal, you know, and you can get it to us before then, that's great, but this is the absolute last date. We want that in front of us. So this way it puts the expectations, because it's gonna go through multiple departments. The attorney's office is gonna have to, you know, help put it together. You're gonna help iron out the details, but this way you know when you have to get it done.
First meeting in March 2016.
Okay, first meeting in March, and we're all agreeable to that. Mr. Costello, right, everybody.
You read my mind. I was gonna suggest that. I was like, first meeting.
I mean, that's good, because we can, and I hope maybe you'll even exceed that goal and get it to us before, but at least we know this is what you've got now a job to do between now and then.
It's a great segue, because the analysis that we're having prepared and will be presented to the commission, the data-driven information will be available, and if we can make that meeting happen prior to, then we will.
Thank you.
Again, going back to the purpose of this segment, your goals and objectives. And I would encourage the members of the staff, if they have something they think we have not addressed, put them out.
I have one thing, because I've asked Joan about this before, and she kept saying, well, we're going to talk about it today, so we hadn't talked about it. So is the economic property tax exemption in our toolbox, whether or not it can be used, is being used. I mean, we had a referendum a couple years ago. It passed overwhelmingly by the citizens that we have this incentive, but my understanding is it's not in the toolbox and not being utilized. And, you know, and if, every citizen I hear and every talk I hear is we need jobs. Well, if we have, the citizens gave the city a tool to use to create jobs, and why are we not using it? What do we need to do to use it? That's my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. From an economic development toolbox point of view, I do have that in our plans for fiscal year 2016 to fix the tools that aren't working, including the one that you had mentioned. We actually have the two. The property tax abatement tool doesn't appear to be working at this time, along with the expediting permitting ordinance that we have on the books for key targeted industries that tie into our quality jobs. So I do have that as part of our work plan for fiscal year 2016 to correct.
So what, I mean, what if we, I mean, that we chart, we're the taxing authority, right? We have the ability to not, I mean, say it's a tax incentive, to give that tax incentive. How does it not work? How is it possible not to work?
When I actually don't have that answer yet, so I'll need to come back to you after my meetings with the property appraiser's office, because that's where we seem to have a disconnect with how we've been trying to use the tool. We've tried to use the tool in two situations. One was with Spodak Dental and the lead building in order to incentivize, again, that particular development project. And then we also tried to use it with another corporate headquarter that was moving into town, I guess, the past 2 years. So I still am investigating that, Commissioner.
I mean, it seems like every day we get an email from the BDB, Kelly, you know, 171, it was just this morning, 171 jobs in West Palm Beach, where they're using their city money that they've authorized, state money, county money. You know, we need to be, if we put the tools in place, we pass the ordinances, we should be getting these, at least getting a look. My understanding is Delray was always used to get a look at least, and we're not, what I'm hearing is we're not getting that first look. And we have, to me, and my personal opinion, but we have literally with the Congress Quarter, an example, I mean, we have the best opportunity. If you're a corporation, you're gonna move to Palm Beach County with having the accessibility of downtown Delray Beach, the beaches, you know, even neighboring cities that they wanted to live in a more affluent area, but to be able to have a corporate headquarters, we should be the #1 place that they're looking at, and I don't think they are right now.
Again, much of the work that we're doing with our partners at the Business Development Board, in fact, we just had a stakeholders meeting together. So this is all of the municipalities, DDAs, CRAs, port, airport, all of the partners sitting around the table. We did just look at, in fact, all of our toolboxes. And when you align Delray Beach's toolbox with the other 38 municipalities, or 30 or so that are actually in the game of economic development, we are in the top tier. So our toolbox, again, with some corrections, is in good shape. The opportunity and the focus that we're suggesting as we move forward is how do we provide more product? You know, so how do we develop more office space? How do we develop more industrial space for those companies that are looking to grow and expand, in particular in the South Palm Beach County area? It was interesting during the Stakeholders Council, we are, from a data point of view, we were reminded that for the first time in a long history, South Palm Beach County did not end up in the kind of the winning column when you look at North Central South Palm Beach County. So that's given us certainly that, you know, fire in the belly to work that much harder. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner. As I've spoken to several of you independently about the work that we're doing with the Congress Avenue Task Force, of course, we are on track to bring you task force recommendations to you before the holidays, and we'll have a conversation with you in the first quarter 2016 to get direction as to what you'd like us to do together on that. But it does provide us an extraordinary opportunity. We talked a little earlier in the meeting about return on investment. You know, a Congress Avenue initiative and project is going to require major heavy lifting together throughout all lines of departments and businesses. So, you know, we're going to have that conversation early next year as to how big and strong we're going to go on this Delray Beach's next great street.
Is there any way that we can kind of like get a list of the things that we are talking about on that board, so we can kind of like go down? There was like 1, 2, 3. You had mentioned, if we can kind of at least see it, because there are some other things that I think that I'd like to see on that list, and maybe if I have.
I mean, in terms of the 3 kind of core people.
Yeah, well, I mean, where we were going down, what do you want? What do you want to see in this town? And we didn't really, you know, we kind of have gone off track in a couple different areas, and I just want to kind of bring it down to some other things too, because you know, I've attended, and I know I'm probably sounding like a repeating record, but I've attended now for this will be my 3rd year of this the Climate Compact, the Climate Change Compact, and they've got some great things that they bring up every single year, and some low-hanging fruit, and I know that that'll be things that we can talk about incorporating into our LDRs. But from an overall perspective, I think there's a lot of things that we can be doing just as a town to be on the forefront of all things climate. We were actually one of the I think 3 cities that they selected to come in and do some different things in our town to kind of bring it to the forefront, which was the drawing of the high water line, and there was a full day of events. If you recall that, I think it was last year or maybe earlier this year, I can't even remember exactly when it was. But I'd like to see climate change issues incorporated into a lot of the things that we're doing, so that we can think about that even just as a part of where we're going in the future, like in our LDRs. But trees are something that will help that impact. We can always be looking at, I know that we have a relief group that's talking about relocating some of the trees that are just ground up to be mulch on many of these these properties are going to be developed. And some of these trees, if you were to go out and buy them I mean, as mature as they are, could cost you $60,000, $50,000 as large as they are. So these are all the things that all incorporate or, kind of like come around to the climate change. So I'd like to see that being more part of the discussion when we're discussing things in the future. There was the Arts District. We've kind of not even talked about that, and that needs, I think, some discussion. We've had a big changeover over at Old School Square, I should say the Arts, gosh, I can never remember what they call it. Anyway, yeah, Old School Square. And then we've got the issue coming up with respect to the Arts Garage that did not get their funding in place. So this is an issue that we're gonna have to talk about. I think arts are extremely important to pulling people to our city and the vibe that this town has. Unfortunately, you know what happened up at the Artist Alley. I don't know how long that will be there, but I think that it's really important to continue to embrace our arts and in going forward. And Mayor, you were one of the huge proponents in having a tremendous amount of information, wealth of information, in how much business is driven by the arts in our town. So I would hope that that would be something that we want to hold on to. West Atlantic, the vibe that we could possibly get down there may be more urban. I know that they're trying to rebrand that area, and I think it's wonderful that we can go down there at night now and not feel like you're, putting your life in your hands. I think that that's just going to continue as more of these buildings come out of the ground. So I think that that's another area that I'd like to have as a potential, moving forward. And that brings me down into that West Atlantic area also, which is the tennis center. We never really got an answer to whether or not, the 30-year contract is legit. And I know that you brought that up. And is it still in the process? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe not. Not the time or place.
Yeah, not for the time or
maybe
place.
you can circle back with the commissioner or vice mayor
I'm working
privately.
with council. We're looking at it.
Okay, great. I mean, I just want to make sure we haven't left that off the table because I think it's important, obviously as part of our future. And then one other thing that I know we talked already about the Old School Square grounds. One of the things that I know that there has been a group that's been moving in a certain direction is activating those grounds. I think that might actually be, and I'm not talking about a lot of money, but if we were to have some support within our organization here to help to do some things like putting up some tables and chairs and seeing what actually is responsive to get this place active, more active than it is now, it will guide us in the future to what we may want to do on the grounds of Old School Square. I think we're putting the cart before the horse to do something really big and grandiose right now, but activating or trying to find out, like the drum circle, that was a very organic issue. I saw you in a picture down there experiencing that. And what I'm saying is that, no, but he was there. But he's found his way on social media of all things. But anyway, bad word.
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally. But anyway, what I was going to say is that those are the types of things that kind of drive our community, make it unique. And I think that we need to have the support from our city to doing these, not necessarily that we have to do it, but to support some of the people out there that are wanting to activate this wonderful park that we have in the center of town. And I'm not talking about just from one section of town, but our entire town, inclusive, northwest, southwest, whatever, bringing everybody in and making that really our town, park. So I would like to see more of that happening as well. I mean, I know that that's kind of way out there. It's not so, but these are things that I've been thinking about that I'd like to see my town and going in that sort of direction.
Let me. Those are all great ideas in terms of just kind of managing expectations for the rest of the afternoon. We need to get into this financial analysis, and I think what's kind of bubbling up to me is we've probably tried to cram too much into one day, and so in terms of managing the rest of the afternoon, we're open to suggestions to try to make this as productive for you and your staff as possible. So and Vice Mayor is gone in 45 minutes. We've lost one commissioner already, so, and I think we were scheduled to end at 3:30. So with that in mind, what would we're still going to go till 3:30, and
Just for the record,
uh-oh,
I was
we're
hoping we were gonna end early today.
Oh,
because
uh-oh.
My mother's in the hospital.
Oh, okay. Well, you need to take care of that. So again, and maybe it's as we talked about, maybe this is continued to another date. You know, I know it's tough to take a day out of the day. It certainly is but so what do you suggest for the rest of the day? Because you know, the fact that Jack needs to, we need to talk about finances.
I think the issues of principles for long-term financial planning was something that I put together, and I'm going to be just very frank to everybody in the room. This is what I'm going to use to my basis to prepare the budget. I mean, I think many of these are self-evident, quite frankly, but it's going to be my guideline, if you will, along with the commission goals. Take the mayor's suggestion. A financially sustainable city is going to take a couple hours probably to discuss if we do it really well. So we either get into it or we don't. We set another date to deal with that issue purely by itself, because
What if we don't set another date to do it, and we're not
Unless-
actually rushing through it?
Right, unless you want to workshop it, and
well, that's where I was going.
And that's fine too. And let me throw something else out to my colleagues that are still here. As you know, we have a lot of public comment during regular meetings, at any special meeting. I think we can get through. I think we're the only city around that has public comment during a workshop, and you know, if the purpose of the workshop is to be singularly focused on one or two things, I'd rather just get into it rather than, and I don't know what's required to make that change. I know public comment is important, but we do offer plenty of opportunities for it, and I'm just throwing that out there since you brought up the workshop singularity.
That's fine. Just, you're aware, 2012, there's what's called the anti-shushing law, and all that says is that before final action is taken on any item, the public has to have an opportunity to speak. So because at workshops you take no action, there's no requirement for public comment at that. So I'm comfortable if, as a matter of policy, you choose just to defer whatever public comment is appropriate to a future time when you're going to take action.
It's definitely a tough one. I mean, especially once you open up, because I don't think you had public comment at one point, and they added it. It's one of those things where you give the candy and take it away. It's, you know what I mean? We've given the citizens this opportunity to have that comment. I'd probably go with the majority here, but I just think we have to tread lightly. I don't know. Or maybe eliminate it to maybe just, can you make the public comment just to agenda items for a workshop? Because say we're having a workshop on a dog park.
Yeah.
I know eventually we're going to have one, right? The public's going to want to comment, you know?
Yep.
And if we make a decision or give any direction without getting their comment, they're going to have our necks.
That's a good.
I was going to say, can I say that would be the exact reason why we should have public comment on, you know, I kind of see, I agree with the mayor. I think that, you know, when we're doing a workshop, it's really just a working session. And we are going to be possibly making a decision on that at a later date. It gives the public the opportunity to watch before they even really know where we stand on a topic, watch us work through that topic. Then after that, during the meeting, the actual regular meeting, that's the point in time where they can kind of weigh in. But they don't know. They're weighing in on just their own opinions, which is more often than not wanting to sway your opinion. And I get that, I understand it, but I'm just saying that would be more maybe appropriate at a later date once we've workshopped the deal. So I kind of think that they will have that opportunity, and I don't want to take anything away, but if you just take the one example of the dog park, we could be there for 2 hours listening to people talk
Yeah,
about
you're
dogs,
right.
saying the same thing over again before we even start the workshop.
Which is the reason I think that the workshop rules were set by us, as far as public comments go, right? Did we decide to allow the public to speak and for how long? That's correct, right?
We did.
Because I think normally the way it used to be is at workshops, there were no
That's
public
right.
comments.
That's right.
Exactly, and when we met as a commission, we decided we wanted to open it up, but we reserved the right to tailor it as we see fit. That's why sometimes the mayor will say you only have 2 minutes, and sometimes he'll say 3, because the workshops we actually control, as opposed to regular commission meetings, and Noel, jump in if I'm wrong, as opposed to regular commission meetings where, that's their right. They have that 3 minutes, and as Mitch said, we can't take that away from them. That's like taking candy from a kid, but with the workshop, I still miss the workshops in that little conference room, because workshops to me are unique. That's why I love this. This is much better than sitting up on the dais. When we sit on the dais, I guarantee you there's a huge disconnect, and that's probably why you see sometimes commission members may say something to you that it's because it's human nature. When you're sitting opposite of each other, it's a fight. But when you sit around the table together, it's kumbaya. We're trying to figure out something. So workshops are unique in that regard, where we actually get a lot more done than actual commission meetings. So I wouldn't like to see the comments being taken away, but at the same time, I think it's our right and our responsibility, actually, to tailor those comments as far as the time allotted to comments, to make sure that we have enough time to workshop what we're workshopping. Again, a lot of people who show up at workshops, they're not there. Some people who show up at workshops are not necessarily there to give you valuable input to consider in workshopping. They come, like you said, to sway you one way or another and tell you they're not going to vote for you if you don't do that. Well, while that might be okay in a regular commission meeting, but at a workshop, I find it to be out of place, because we're really trying to put our hands in the pot and get it done. So I would support limiting.
I'm looking for the exchange of information. We give you information, you give us information back. And then we take that and subsequently and bring it to a commission meeting for formal adoption, approval, public input, et cetera, et cetera.
I personally would like to see workshops, not necessarily, I like Commissioner Jaquette said, where they used to be in the small room. I don't necessarily think they have to be in that room. I also don't think they have to be at City Hall. I think workshops could be here. Workshops could be at the library. Workshops could be at places where the public can come listen.
That's one thing
and
you
feel
and I
more
have been on the
comfortable.
same page for
Right.
quite some time now.
I mean, if we're going to do a workshop, say, on the Congress corridor, it should be here, closer to the Congress corridor. If we're going to do a workshop on library services, why not have it at the library? We have that ability under Sunshine,
IT
as long
can
as we
figure it out.
advertise it. IT
And
will.
it doesn't have to be streaming over the
Doesn't-
internet.
it has to be recorded, put up later.
Right, somebody, it doesn't have to be, I would support that, moving it around. But I will say about.
I think you've got consensus.
In terms of moving it
support as
around,
well, staff.
but I would say in terms of the public comment
consensus.
and
I
to
think you have
Vice
consensus.
Mayor's comment, a lot of people are speaking before they've ever heard the presentation. So they're speaking at a bit of a disadvantage. They may be learning something because public comment is at the very beginning of a workshop. I just we have to resolve problems in the most artificial, unproductive way anyway, with sunshine laws, nowhere else in the world. State legislators, federal legislators, they don't have these limitations. So the workshop is our one ability where there's some informality to it, an ability to talk and discuss things. I like the idea, so the public comment at the beginning to me is redundant because they don't have the information. It's going to come back anyway, and it's just a distraction, So
I'm swayed.
Yeah, okay.
Mr.
Great.
Mayor,
You got
I
it.
am
swayed.
I have not found our workshops.
Well, and people, if they want to comment to us, they will. They will email us.
Mayor
They
and
all have our
Commissioners.
email addresses. Trust me.
One quick thing to your question, Deputy Vice Mayor Jaquette, about the changing of our local rules for your meetings. The rules were changed because the law changed, that we had to allow public comment on any items that are discussed by commission, but you absolutely have the right to change those comments to the end of a meeting. It speaks to what Noel said, that we have
Not
to
the end of the meeting,
provide.
not the end of the meeting.
No, I mean after they're
Before-
done
They have the legal
discussing
right
the
to
actions,
comment before
right.
you take final action.
Exactly.
So.
That doesn't
the
happen
workshop-
at the workshop.
Absolutely, correct. There is no requirement.
'Cause
or-
there's no
And
action.
I will
Right.
tell you, as a matter of protocol for most other governments, two things. Most workshops take place in a facility that's less formal than chambers.
Right.
That's fairly common. And most workshops don't allow public comment, sometimes at the discretion of the chair on a case-by-case basis. But as a matter of routine, I very seldom see public workshop, because just as you say, Vice Mayor, it's for the public to observe a working session of the commission, and oftentimes the commission interacting with their staff.
And the
No,
other
it's
thing
you.
that I
It's-
wanted to say too is that as far as this particular goal-setting session, for anything that would need to be continued, we would post it
Okay.
as a continuation of the goal-setting session so that you could still have your dialogue and not have to worry about the public comment in that aspect.
I was
Give-
gonna say, Noel, it is you. I mean, I don't care where you go, the microphone, you must talk in. You talk in. I'm telling you, you must talk in and not out, because
Because-
it doesn't matter, wherever you are.
Everybody could hear Mike when you were away. So everybody, we got 10 emails. The city
mic
attorney's microphone worked.
I don't agree.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I think, given the time constraints, I don't think we can get into the financially sustainable issue in those time constraints and answer all of your questions.
All right, so why don't we talk about purchasing? We've got, let's talk about what we're scheduled, and Al, if you have to leave because of your mom, just,
What we want to do on purchasing was bring you update what we've done and what we hope to do. Holly, are you ready to go?
I mean, is there some other subject matter besides we'll workshop what the financial that we're missing, and what else are we not
Do
getting
we
to
have
that
any
was
other
on there?
goals and objectives you want us to include for bringing back to the commission for adoption for our next 3 years? Keeping in mind, this is an evolving kind of moving platform. But is there anything you want to add before we go to the next step?
I guess I just don't like that question, because it sounds like there's too much significance to, do you have anything more you'd like to add? I mean, which suggests that if we don't have something now, that it's somehow going to get lost in translation. I don't think, in terms of the meeting, that we've really, there has been a lot of substantive, productive, good things talked about, but, the takeaway from this meeting is not that it was a comprehensive goal-setting session. I mean, I think we've kind of reestablished some of the existing goals are still valid. We've added to that in terms of this prioritization of updating these plans, but we haven't even talked about the financial structure, so it's kind of hard to ask that question even.
And that's only for, is there something else we need to go? But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we've crammed a lot of stuff in a very short period of time. Too much, in my opinion. And we're going to have to go again. And, it's until we knock some of these things down, maybe we won't ever get to a point where we knock them down. I mean, we've got to spend more time. The opportunity, we've only had 2 opportunities in 10 months to have this kind of dialogue. And I hope this process is positive for everybody here. And we need to do it more, and that's why I made the suggestion concerning the workshops, because we can't continue, like I said, trying to superficially deal with these issues. They're just too complex, too difficult to deal with 10 minutes. I can't present some of this stuff in 10 minutes in what I believe as city manager is an adequately
We
to
got,
provide
understand.
you the kind
I
of
think we're all
information
on,
you need.
we agree with that.
You know, I feel like this is a very different goal-setting meeting than it happened earlier this year, which was, I guess, in March, because it was before you came on board, correct?
Yep.
Sometime in March or February. And in the sense that this is more of, to me, it was like just reiterating and stating, it's like a state of where we are in what we had decided to do originally, because that's where we spent most of our time, which is great, because a lot of the people are new faces even since then.
Yes.
So it was important for us to do this, but I would make the recommendation, if I can get everybody to agree, that we come back around in the spring of next year, maybe April, whenever it works out, that we have some downtime and do it again, but this time a little bit more like what we did the original time, which is that true goal setting, just bouncing off. It was not so structured. It was just kind of, we had a couple of things on there, and then we just kind of all, kind of chimed in. And it doesn't have to be necessarily a whole day. It could be, half the day if you feel like you could get it done. But anyway, that would be
Yep.
I think we should be doing this twice a year. One to kind of catch
We
up,
plan
and the
to.
other, yeah, great.
Yep, I agree.
Perfect.
And so what I would ask then is, when do you want to have the workshop? And we'll go from there.
Well, I don't know what we've already got I don't know what's on the agenda for November. I don't know what's what.
I'll be honest, I don't know either.
All right, so set it up for
We don't have a
November. If
December
there's nothing,
workshop.
yeah, I mean, if there's nothing that's high priority, push them off, and
Done.
and that'll be the workshop
Because
agenda.
there is no December workshop.
Then if they're not priority, we will move them and we will focus on the remainder. Tim?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The land development application process was on for the
Can you
November.
do it in an hour?
The what?
Land development application process. Basically, everything we do with site plans, plats, conditional uses. Wanted to get some direction from the commission on the structure, the flow, future of some of the boards that we have. We can push that off.
That's a 2-hour
Yeah,
discussion.
I mean, if we want to wait until after the new year, that's fine.
When we talk about the boards, give us a list of, you're talking about the advisory boards? What
Yeah.
boards are you talking about? Yeah, give-
Primarily for me, it's planning and zoning and SPRAB.
Okay.
And historic preservation, but I don't.
And how that,
Well, then
how they
you-
fit into the.
How those
to the-
Yeah.
two relate
So
to
you
each
would give
other.
us a list of those boards that are related to planning and zoning, and then give us their specific functions or what they do, so we can see where they overlap and where they don't.
Oh, and we wanted to talk about waivers and what we call internal adjustments and all those different inconsistencies or
Right, but
duplications we have in the code that we want to
Did
clean
you go
up.
paperless yet with the fees and the developers fees? Not yet?
No, not yet.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, is
Sorry.
it,
I didn't mean-
why
It's
don't-
all
I didn't mean to
right.
laugh.
It's all right.
I mean, were you thinking you were just going to come to us and I don't mean this critically kind of regurgitate the problems we already know we have and look to us to how to fix it? Or were you gonna come to us with an action plan based on what we already know?
I was going to come to you with what we would recommend,
Okay,
or what
so-
I would recommend, and then
Why don't you
and see how that, if it sticks, then we'll run with it. If not, then we'll.
Well, why don't you develop that and circulate it and,
Okay.
and get feedback so that it makes that workshop in January perhaps that much more productive?
Sounds good.
How's that?
Works.
Okay.
We'll schedule the January work, make sure I'm not doing Noel Pfeiffer. We'll schedule that, because that I think is gonna take some time.
Yep, that's fine. All right,
And
so
then
let's,
November will be the financial plan, principles, and so forth. Holly, and then we're done.
Good.
Just on this schedule topic, I'd just like to remind everyone that this calendar that's on here was set up to give us the flexibility to accelerate the budget process. Last year, we got pushed back. Let's not push back again this year, please.
all right, so let's take
We
a
don't,
minute.
we can't start the budget without having your approved objectives and reactions to our budget assumptions for the year, and we've got that scheduled for January 5th. So the idea is that we would synthesize this conversation, and then we would come back to you on January 5th, and we would present the synthesis of these goals and objectives for the 3-year plan, and as the kickoff for the fiscal 17 budget.
So then if we do this, we would be doing this November 9th? Is that whatever the, Chevelle, whatever the second Tuesday in November, that still gives you adequate time to?
We'll try.
I mean, it's a week.
And we'll take whatever time we need. The workshop will be solely focused on that.
Yeah.
So we may be able to give you, it may be a better meeting than at the end of the day on this one.
Okay.
Okay. And if there's more information, I know there was a lot of work that led up to producing this, Jack. If there's more information from you or your staff leading up to that workshop, you know, in the same way we talked about, I don't know what that may be, but I'm just, you know, to make whatever you can think of to make the workshop more productive, that's up to you.
Well, what we talked about today was our existing goals and objectives, progress that we have made, some accomplishments, some next steps, and then what we reflected on the pages 41 through 47, whatever they are, were staff's recommendations for objectives, and then we've heard from the commission changes on those. So I think you've heard everything from staff already. So I do have to kind of ask you the manager's unfair question again, which is if there's anything else that you all would like to see, then it would be helpful for us to get that as soon as possible. It's not a speak now or forever hold your peace, but it is a question. The sooner we get stuff,
understood.
the better
And
for us.
in terms of I guess Al is gone. In terms of the three of us, and you can, Don, reach back out to that they can meet with Jack privately if there's anything else that they
That
want to
is
add.
absolutely.
All right. Okay. Purchasing.
This is on starts on slide 42. The Palm Beach County Office of Inspector General had found several purchasing compliance issues in 2012 and 2013. As a result, the city had committed to implementing several improvements to the purchasing processes to ensure compliance with the purchasing codes. So the priority at that point was really compliance. And the recommendations from those meetings was the first one was to re-centralize and increase staffing and purchasing. We've actually just become fully staffed last month, September 21st, so just barely a month. Update the purchasing information system. That's an ongoing process, which we basically, Gwen gave her talk about where we're kind of going in the future, but we're still using that 26-year-old system. Train staff involved in the purchasing process. We've trained, I've done training with the staff that utilize the purchasing within the organization. I've trained over 150 of our staff members on what our purchasing code is about and the processes that we go through. So really, the first priority was to ensure that we are in compliance with our purchasing code. Some of those compliance things that we have kind of taken care of and done to improve those internal controls, but we've established checklists for the purchasing agenda items. We've centralized our vendor maintenance. Our vendor maintenance hadn't really been done in probably those 26 years. When I got here, we had 21,000 active vendors in our database. We implemented a review of direct payment requests. Payment requests would go directly from a supervisor to accounts payable and get paid. We've created internal controls to make sure that's getting reviewed. We've enforced our compliance through monitoring vendor activity. We had vendors that would wind up going over the $25,000 in the fiscal year, and we actually monitor now that weekly. And unfortunately, it's pretty much a manual process. Our systems, there's no way for us to automatically produce a report for that to do it, so it's a matter of pulling several reports, combining it into one, and it's a very manual process. Then we had a review of the processes that we actually have, and we generated a best practice recommendations. So we had the Oravec and company come in, and they generated several recommendations. The first was to modify and revise our purchasing code, utilizing the American Bar Association Model Procurement Code. There are a number of things that are in our code that are in the model code that are not in our code. For example, we don't have any bid bond specifications in our code, and that question has come up a number of times. And if it was in our code, it would be a little more formal process, and we'd all know when the bid bonds were needed and when they weren't. The next thing is actually to update the procurement manual, then to go along with the new code. Create a contract administration policy utilizing the best practices. We don't currently have a central location for the renewal for tracking of all those contracts that we have. We have the contracts stored somewhere in a central location, but to actually have those tickler files and those processes in place to actually know what's coming due and when it's coming due, that's still a manual process. And then the other recommendation was to actually have some contract management software so that it is more automated. And then, of course, to maintain our current purchasing threshold of $25,000. So the next focus during the next year really is going to become implementing those best practices. So again, the first priority was compliance. The second priority now is implementing those best practices by doing several things. The first is to actually bring forward a modification to our purchasing code, which really mirrors that American Bar Association model. Create that administration policy for contracts. Do a solicitation for that contract management software. In addition, effective October 1st, we went live with BidSync, which is a web-based procurement solution. We're using that to notify vendors. Prior to October 1st, we would actually be sending letters in the mail to vendors when we wanted to do a solicitation. That was costly to the city to actually do that, and in this day and age, we were not doing email. We were doing physical letters in the mail. So going to BidSync allows us to do some more electronic contacting with our vendors, and then also to do accepting electronic bidding. We're going to be doing both electronic and paper because our vendors are not used to the electronic bidding, so we're going to, for a time period, both accept paper submissions and electronic submissions, but the future is to go to that electronic submission only, so that we kind of hope to get there by the beginning of March. And that's up to page 45, and with that, Jack wants to say something.
Yeah, may I just provide a historical context? Holly began, her first sentence was, her focus was on compliance. It's kind of a bad memory now, or I would call it a nightmare, but two of you were here. I got here in March of 2014 and quickly found that we were not in compliance, sort of systemically not in compliance with at least two provisions of our new ordinance. And you all remember, I think, the 12 months that followed that as we struggled to bring ourselves into compliance. There was a period of time when Terrell and I had to literally review and in many cases write every procurement item that went to the commission. Again, a bad memory. It was a short time ago, but I'd like to point out that there was an earlier version of this presentation where there was a boxed takeaway that said compliance with the code is no longer an issue. So again, I provide that as a context. Holly has focused on what our next steps are, but let's not forget that unpleasant year that we all spent together before Holly got here.
And I'll let the questions start, Jack. Did you take the box away because you felt like we've met that objective, or not yet?
I thought that we had met the objective, absolutely, which is why the box was there.
Okay.
I thought it was a little bit too pointed.
Okay.
I'm practicing biting my tongue.
I have a question about, I met a company at the Florida League of Cities, Smart Procure. And I know they met with Don, I believe, and they told me they did. And they met with you, I think, Jack, right? So are we, I mean, it sounds like a really, what they understand, I want to remind myself about it.
Figure out if there's other competition out there, and then if there truly is a sole source, we have to decide if we want to move forward with it. So it's, like I said, I just got that earlier this week.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, because I mean, I would leave it up to your department's judgment whether it's something that works or not, but if it is what they make it out to be, it sounds like it would be good to have.
Finish?
Yep.
Oh, I have some questions, just, after the last meeting where we had the most recent, I guess, RFP, I know you weren't there, Mayor, I was a little disappointed that we are, I don't know if we're really as far along as I was hoping that we would be at this point in time, is I guess what I'm trying to say delicately. Because it was a situation where we didn't have information to be able to answer questions to the commission. I don't know if that, I mean, I'm sure some of it is out of your control, but some of it should be, I guess, in the city's control, just to the point of just knowing how many tows we had in town. I don't know how people can bid on, you know, a situation where we may or may not be able to understand what the end result is going to be. We had, what I received, 2, I guess, bid protests come through, and it then kind of alerted me to, are we doing things in the same fashion as we used to do? Holly, you were very much a part of the bid, you know, whole process, and you're going to be on that same bid protest committee. And I did get I asked the manager a question as to whether or not that would be optically, if it could be ethically correct, but it just seems to have a different optics for it. So to me, this is a purchasing department that we've had trouble with for a very long period of time, and I'm still not feeling it. I mean, let me just tell you, let's start off with, you guys are doing a tremendous amount of things right compared to where we started from. And I think that some of the things that you mentioned are correct in implementing the 25,000, which we didn't have at all. I mean, we were completely outside of all of those rules. But when we're coming down to, you know, this type of a situation where we can't get certain questions answered, it makes it very difficult for us to be able to determine whether or not we want to move forward on something. There was no backup to the sheets, the scoring sheets, so that we could understand that everybody was actually scoring in the proper way, because we had 5s and 1s and 6 companies on the same company line. And to me, it was a very subjective type of a rating. These are companies that basically are either going to be bringing money into the town, being able to you know, tow the cars, and that's pretty much it. It wasn't like, it wasn't objective to me, you know, that kind of coming from. So I'm just concerned with some of going forward with some of the things that I'm seeing as red flags. I think that we have, I think we have some more work to do here. I'm just a little disappointed in that whole process that happened before us, and I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that.
And I appreciate that. And really, the next focus is updating all those standard forms. Okay, so the process on the RFPs, when I came in, that kind of was the template on how those evaluations are done. So I've been, again, focused on the compliance and been using that same template. So, and I said it at the meeting that we're not going to be using that template anymore. And the way that you have to judge the RFP the way that we specify it when we issue the RFP. So we can't change midstream once they come in. And as far as the data, I'm in total agreement with you, but unfortunately our old contract did not require the prior provider to give us that information. So we could not get the information on the total number of tows, so we had to estimate it. And is it a good number or not a good number? We don't have the data, and we don't have the systems. You know, I ask the question, so many times I ask the question, well, how do we, you know, get that information? Somebody hands me a stack of paper. Goes back to our, you know, we basically have not invested in IT in this organization for, you know, at least 15 years. So we're doing so much on paper, and so, you ask somebody for the data, it's impossible then to take that, you know, mountainous stacks of paper and convert it into something that is really usable.
I agree, but you know, I roll back to the waste management deal, and it reminded me so much of that same deal. I really felt like this commission was being asked again to do a job that we really shouldn't be doing in the situation that had unfolded, because I wasn't feeling comfortable with how this came across. And that's really, I think, asking a lot of us. We're working people. We're doing this pretty much for very little. This is not our full-time jobs. And, you know, I want to feel like when it's coming to us that it has been done so well that there's just no question. And I'm not feeling that. I feel like, you know, we're having to second guess because we didn't have backup data. We didn't have the actual information. And I get that. There was no ability to be able to get that information prior to. But shame on us for doing it that way. I just, you know, it's the same thing with the Beach Cabana contract. Nobody knows how many people we service because they have all that information, which makes it impossible for us to go back out for an RFP because we can't tell anybody else out there how many people they can expect to have. They can make their assumptions, but there's only one person in town that knows that, and that's the vendor. And the vendor should absolutely be required to report that to the city because that's important information for us. So when we're going back out to bid, we've got all the information so that we can make sure that we're getting the best information out there, more bids coming in, and we can pick the best vendor as a result. We're putting ourselves constantly in this situation. Same deal for this whole entire thing. And then there was that other part of it, and I won't go into it because I'm sure I'm going to be closed down, but there was that other part of that whole deal as well. So I just, you know, I just was very disappointed in the process, and I hope that we don't repeat it. I'm hoping that you're moving forward, and it's not just going to be compliance priorities, but it's going to be implementing the backup so that when you're coming before this commission, you have those questions and answers, and that basically we can really feel assured that we're going in the right direction when we're making the decision to pick one over another. Because otherwise you're asking us to have to do it ourselves, and I think that's just asking a lot.
May I, because one of these came up before Holly was here, and so she doesn't really have the background. The rating versus ranking decision was something that we talked about for a long time, and we talked about it in conjunction with the city attorney's office and with outside counsel. And our judgment was that ranking, for a number of reasons, made more sense to the city. The disadvantage of ranking is that it does not give you the detailed backup information that you, as you point out correctly, was missing. So it was a policy decision, and again, I was involved in it. It was before Holly arrived on the scene. The second thing that we've talked about is I think we all agree, and that is our contracts have to be written in such a way that the incumbent, whoever the incumbent contractor is, provides us with all of the operational information that we need. Holly has hired a contract administrator, as you know, who is focusing on that, and in all three of the contracts that we've just talked about, we have in fact fixed that data requirement. So I'm trying not to let us look too far back in the path, the past.
Yeah.
Thank you, and
Focus
sort of
on
make
the future.
make ourselves feel badly about where we are.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mr. Cooper, to finalize this, I'm just going to put my objection out there that I believe that, you know, it needs to be a very transparent and a very optically, to me, the proceeding going forward needs to have the right optics. And I just would say that I understand your position in wanting Holly to be on that 3-person panel because of the fact that you feel like she's got the information, but I think that she could also come in and give that information without necessarily being a decision maker on her own, I mean, a process that she was very much intimately involved in. I just think that that just doesn't send the right message out from this city. And so I'm just putting it on the record that I just don't agree with it.
Understand. I would point out that we will follow the protest procedures as outlined in the Section 36. It will all be public. It is required to be a public meeting. And the issue in reading that section of the ordinance is they will have to determine the protest committee whether the protest has merit, and then I will have to make a recommendation or determine the exact language I believe is appropriate measures, which I suspect, depending on whatever the outcome is, may involve recommendation to the commission as to the course of action that to be taken.
Thank you.
One of my 2 questions, that we actually now have a contract administrator. That was the last hire that you mentioned.
Yes, she was hired, I believe in July, Melissa Thorne. I'm not sure if you met her. Her background is actually as an attorney.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. In all seriousness, so that's her sole responsibility is contract administration?
Yes, it is. So whenever we have a contract, she works with the departments to assist with any business terms. Legal is still, of course, the legal terms, but she'll help the departments draft those business terms that we need to put into those contracts. Like the towing contract, we basically have that they have to give us every month, their gross revenue for every tow that they do, which is going to help us down the line. The next one that we do, we're going to have all the data we need to do it better.
I think citywide, and I know Noel, on the commission we've seen this. I'm sure Noel, you've seen it. That how to say this nicely, but the degree of legal sophistication in many of our form documents was so lacking on so many levels. Related to purchasing, do you feel like that's been handled?
Short answer, yes. Purchasing now has a new standard contract for services that they use that I've drafted several months ago. In fact, it was used for towing. It's probably three or four times the length of the contract that was in existence when I first got here, and it has all of the standard terms and conditions that I expect. I think in addition, what I'm suggesting to Holly is that that contract is attached to the RFPs, and you say to the vendor, if you have an objection to a term in this contract, you need to let us know in your response. And if you have an objection, that could be something that the selection committee takes into consideration when they evaluate your proposal. So they're incentivized, I think, to agree to our contract. But it's a much better contract.
As opposed to a lot of procurement contracts just say if you submit something that's not accepting of this, then you're automatically kicked out. Or if you try to alter a provision, you're not considered something.
Correct. It is not. It should not be, and it is not ground for not being responsive. Some corrections, some edits to the agreement are acceptable if they're appropriate for that transaction, or stylistically I'm indifferent. Some are material and they're unacceptable. But that's correct. It's not an automatic ground for rejection. It's just depending on the nature of the comment, it's something the committee could take into account. So for example, if they were unwilling to indemnify, if they were unwilling to provide the insurance limits we requested, that might be an example of something that might affect the way they're evaluated versus something stylistic.
And again, just for purposes of simplification, and Holly, relating to the vice mayor's comments, I mean, at the end of the day, all of this is about restoring confidence to a department that had very little as recently as a few months ago, given the gravity of just some of the missteps. So you're going to, I mean, there's a difference between becoming a department head of a fully functioning department, of maybe a really well-run department, as opposed to what we had. So the optics are very important. And you know, that's the front end, the middle, and the back end. I mean, I wasn't involved in this, but I did get calls early on that there were things that there just weren't complied with. I think it was the inspection issue in this case, and I'm not picking up on this because given who's involved, I'm not surprised there's not multiple bid protests, but all joking aside, you know, that was a misstep, you know, and I mean, you know, that in fact the RFP, I think, required that all sites be inspected, but they weren't inspected, and we had to stop the process and then go out and re-inspect. Am I correct in that?
Well, what it said is that the inspections will occur before award, but the better practice was to do those inspections before the recommendation for award was presented to the city commission. So, for example, if he hadn't done the inspections, you would have had to delay your vote to expand it to 3. So I don't know that it was a violation of the RFP, but a better practice was to have it occur in advance.
Well, that's what happened. And that's my point.
Right.
Is that they're missteps, and the missteps in terms of context would be perceived differently if the department was really running well, no problems. But in the context of this, any misstep is going to be amplified. And I know that makes your job more difficult, but that's the job. And restoring confidence in that department has been a priority of this commission for a very long time. And I would suggest to you, now that you are fully staffed, that you are going to have to review your work product as you go, as if I kind of use this man from Mars analogy in my own company, that if you knew nothing about it, would you look at this and conclude this was a very fair and transparent process? Because when it comes to us, you know, we want to have that confidence that we make a decision and we don't have to worry about that there was something that there wasn't an I not dotted, T not crossed. It's just more of an acute issue for you than others.
Mayor, you were not at the meeting, so you missed some of the context. One of the things that Holly explained well, in my opinion, was the role of purchasing versus the role of the business unit whose contract this actually was. And that was primarily police, although there are other services provided through the city. So maybe the chief can speak to the timing of the inspection activity, because it was his team that actually did the on-site inspections.
You know, I'm gonna cut this off.
Yeah,
at
that's
this point.
fine.
You know,
I didn't mean to. I wasn't.
I probably let this go farther than I need to.
I made the
because you
point
have
that I did.
yeah,
That
yeah.
the missteps have to stop.
If I can offer one observation, because I can't tell you how many hours of discussion I have heard by elected officials over the methodology by which you rank. Numerical rankings versus a beauty contest of a preferential ranking. And both had their advantages and both had their disadvantages. And Vice Mayor, you pointed out many of the disadvantages in a ranking because it's not transparent. A lot of times you don't know the mental processes that went into a committee member's ranking. As a lawyer, not that because my perspective is narrow and it really shouldn't count, I like that method only because it makes it much more difficult to provide a protest. When you have numerical rankings, when you have a percentage, when you ascribe points, when you had a lot of different categories to rank, it's easy for either a creative lawyer or it's either for somebody to fly spec that and then to find distinctions and to make issues where maybe none exist, or if someone makes a mistake, it becomes very obvious. And those are more easy to protest. But I think the message, at least I'm hearing, is a pure numerical ranking is a problem for this commission, because you want some level of information or data that gives you some framework for how someone arrived at their decision. So I think that's the message one. The second message, and I will suggest this to you, and I've seen this done before, when you have your front burner RFPs, like solid waste, like towing, like maybe it's coming up with parking, when you have those high priority, very complex, I've seen in the past, before the RFP goes out, it goes to the city commission, not for you to review the 80 or 90 pages, not your job, but either to highlight specific sections, for you to review, for example, the evaluation criteria, for you to review maybe the scope. Sometimes it's helpful to get your feedback before that goes out, because there's input you might want to have that might be we might retool it or tweak it somewhat to address some of your concerns. So one thought I would have, I know it's policy, not legal, is maybe again on those front burner RFPs, that either sections of that RFP or the RFP be sent to you as a courtesy 2 weeks before it goes out. So if you choose to review it, if you have some feedback, that might be very helpful. But I also think for those, maybe there's a different evaluation criteria and methodology than for the generic RFP that goes out 75 or 100 times a year. I think you need to have a more sophisticated evaluation process for the more complex procurements.
And I would want to say one thing about that. Number one, I would have no problem with a ranking if there were groups, if those that were basically ranking were more
in categories,
cohesive.
You rank price, you rank experience. Or
I know, but what I'm saying is that, you know, when you have one ranking of one, you know, vendor at number one, and then another person ranking them at number 5, and there's 5 of them there, it gives me a lot of angina or whatever you call it, a heartburn, to feel like they got it. So maybe it's the committee members, maybe it's the way that they're being told to, you know, in that particular category, but it's very difficult to feel comfortable, especially when the numbers don't even really kind of lie out there. We had one that was almost $300,000 and another one that was much, much lower as 1 and 2. Not 1, 2, and 3, but 1 and 2. So, you know, you kind of like look at that and go, what's wrong here? That's what I'm looking at, is I'm saying something isn't jiving. Somebody didn't get the right idea. And in addition to that, and I know that I know I won't go into it. Never mind. That's what I'm going to say.
If I could I agreed with your comment that having some people look at these RFPs maybe a couple weeks before will be good, and that maybe, you know, looking at potential cloud solution or where, you know, she's got the RFP ready to go. It goes up on a cloud. There's a link. I can look at it. Other departments can look at it. Those can help get rid of these silos too, where you can get input, because you might have had somebody, you know, Mr. Coleman used to be in the police department. Maybe he has some feedback on that. He's in another department, and they can all collaborate and give input on different things, especially with these purchasing. I mean, I know that your job is to go out and do the technical details of it, but of the process, but you need the other departments to really give you the input of what we're looking for. And I think the parking is another RFP where, you know, obviously we weren't all on the same page there, but by having, if for example, it was sent out to us 2 weeks before, we could have
that scope is going to be circulated to
absolutely.
The commission.
But, you know, not only circulated, you know, there's great cloud-based, very inexpensive, you know, where you could throw it on there and we could give feedback. And it's all public, it's all transparent, you know, recorded, you know, just so. I mean, I'm managing a project right now with 8 people in 5 different states through business, and we're able to collaborate and get things done. You know, we're all in the same building, we can't collaborate.
Right, that hope you're taking that into consideration. And regarding, just to circle back, I think we're sticking with the ranking. I think what you know, for all those reasons, I think if we've got one of these more complex RFPs, if you think you want to bring it to the commission for how do we want to put this out there, ranking or whatever other methodology, then you can decide. But until that time, just to be clear, we're still using the ranking system. Is that?
I think that's how you're proceeding.
Yeah, the way that we were going to proceed is that we were going to go, really, what Noel kind of said is going to the next step on the ranking, that if we did have categories, so if there was a category for price, a category for experience, that if you rank each one of those categories, each vendor by category, and then you do the math on that, you come up to the combined ranking, and you're taking the weight into consideration. So if the experience was 30%, and then every selection committee member ranked if we had 4 proposals, you rank it 1 through 4 for price, 1 through 4 for experience, then you do the math. The math actually works out right. So that's really the methodology that we were going to go to from this point on, any future RFPs that we issue.
Okay. Anything else, Don?
No, sir.
All right, well, thank you all for being here today. I really we all appreciate the hard work, and it's important to remember that we're all part of the same team, and I think we all want the same things. So thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your week and this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Francine. Okay. Right. What's that?
That was a good catch by our attorney. Yeah, we're gonna be higher on MASH in a second.
I like how she just threw you under the bus like that. It's the police's fault.
Huh?
Why wasn't it part with what? Anyone give you got too much stuff in there?
That was.
Anyone give you too much stuff at the table?
Wow, you get the award for nicest looking binder.
Wow.
Even got your card in there and everything.
Chuck Schneider.
Hi, Mitch Katz.
Hi, man, have a great day.
Okay, awesome. Oh, great. Welcome aboard.
Sure.
See ya. Go do some work, right?
All right.
Oh, you were